I first want to say aloha and welcome to Hawaii. It's so awesome to have the entire commission here in our homeland. And typically when we open an important meeting or any family party or event, we do our normal protocol. So today it is my honor to really introduce and welcome Kumuhina Le Moana Kalu, but we call her Kumuhina. She has been an amazing champion for our LGBTQ community here in Hawaii, talking about the historical context of dual identities in our Native Hawaiian community and how we lost that through colonization. She's also been a preserver of our language and our culture, and while I am her elder, she has been a mentor to me in many ways to ground me in our language and our culture, and so it was really an honor to invite her to be in our space. And what she's going to do this morning is welcome you all here to Hawaii. She is going to do an oli that calls on the peaks of the highest mountaintops from each of our islands, because the significance of this meeting and welcoming you all here, the work that we will do here today will stretch across our pai'aina. And so her oli talks about the depth and the magnitude, and she's calling all of that to bring us good vibe into this space and to set us off on a good course. And so without further ado, Kumuhina.
Ano ai te alohe a katoa pauloa e nā halakai, e nā elele, e nā leo, e kipa mai nei e nā hoa makamaka a kākou, e launa nei maloko te ilumi no te katoa halawai ana i te katiaka, o te aloha nui o te aina i a katoa pau. Mahalo anui o te ihui ana. Mahalo anui a oto no to oto mauhana mai tai. Mahalo anui no te hoʻokupa a ana. Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo. Ke olu olu e launa punoho i kātou. Me ka leo, he ana, ka mana o ke atua, he ana i ka mana o te aina. O ka ola e ke akua e nana mai ka o mau pula pula e ola ka niko o a umaka i ole a palala uhala a ka ui ka pu ane ane a laila lave a ku oe a ui de alo wa ke ae o ka uola e ke a kua e nana mai ka o mau pula pula e ola ka niko o a umaka i o le a palala uhala a ka ui ka bu ane ane a laila lave a ku oe a u i ke alo wa ke ae o ka uola e ke a kua e nana mai ka o mau pula pula e ola ka niko o aha umaka i ole a palala uhala A ka ui ka pu ane ane A lai la la ve aku o e au I te alo wa ke ae Mo du da baba ka veno ke ao he au ula nei e lei malama lama lei kua lon lei kua hivi o hau mei kalai mai ka hikina mai hae mai kumukahi I lono nui akea mai kalai la ka mai a ka noe ula kala I ke alo o mauna lo hae no mauna ke no walalai no ko halai ke ehu kakahi aka no lai E o kama ehu kupuna haa ka nā loa no loko lilo o ka moana lipo lipo Ho o ipo ka hahano o ke kukuna la I hale aka la kahi o ke kauloho kapua o hina E o e makua hine hina o ka makou E o e kaulahe o lana I hale E o e moa ula nui la o moa ula iki Hea kuana lai na kukulu o ga hiki Hiki na e aku lei ka ihi kapu aino ahu nui alua. Ku hano hano mai o mauna ka ala a ala ka laua a ala ka moki hana, a ala ka maile kaluhea o ka mawai lua lani, nani lua ole ka heleni ka lalau, a yala ka wai mapunolo wai ale no na naluna ale kai hoi e hea nei e hoi ka waa. Hoi aku I ka malu ihi o pani au. He lauele he ka mana o upua e ke aloha. Ka hali ali ai ka moe na pawehe o ka ua No ka helelani e ia ka hulilani e o mai a kalani o ke aua malama lama o malama o pulama. Ho ahia kalama kukui he ama no a ka mai E ia ka mahalo ka haina no ia lei Ka puana o ke aloha He aloha la He aloha 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 Aloha, aloha, aloha. Mahalo.
Aloha and welcome everyone. My name is Vivian Chow and I'm the lead designated federal officer for the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, which I will refer to as the Commission. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 6th public meeting of the Commission, which was authorized through President Biden's signing of Executive Order 14031 to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. Since our last meeting in March this year, the Commission's 6 subcommittees have been engaging intensively with subject matter experts, deliberating and preparing recommendations that will be shared in detail, both with the full Commission and the public over the course of today's meeting. This is a federal advisory committee, and it operates under the regulations of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. The advisory committee process ensures independent review in an open and public manner with opportunities for public participation. To ensure that all voices are heard, we need your cooperation in organizing communications with the Commission. For our community members and partners who are watching the live stream of this meeting, the broadcast includes an American Sign Language interpreter and closed captioning services for those who are hard of hearing. We will not be having oral comments at today's meeting. However, you may submit written comments at any time to AA NHPI Commission at hhs.gov. That is AA NHPI Commission at hhs.gov. Your messages will be shared with the Commission for their consideration, and we look forward to hearing from you. Tomorrow, the Commissioners will host an in-person listening session to hear from individuals who responded to the Commission's request for public comment posted in the Federal Register earlier this year. To the Commission, If any members of the commission are contacted by special interest groups, please refer the contact to your designated federal officer. We will arrange to share the information with the full commission in accordance with FACA regulations. I also invite members of the public who are tuning in to visit our website at hhs.gov/about/WHI AA and NHPI for updates on the White House Initiative and the Commission to learn more about our activities. There you can find information about the Commission, including their charter, commissioner biographies, and past meeting materials. We will also announce upcoming Commission meeting dates and locations on this site, as well as through the Federal Register. I'm very pleased now to introduce Ms. Crystal Ka'ai, who serves as the Executive Director of the White House Initiative and the Commission. She is the first Native Hawaiian to be appointed to this role, where she is responsible for advising the Biden-Harris administration on the coordination and implementation of federal programs, policies, and initiatives to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. It is a great honor and privilege to introduce Ms. Crystal Ka'ai.
Thank you, Vivian. Aloha, everyone. Good morning to our commissioners who are here in Hawaii with us, and then also to those tuning in from across the country virtually. Good afternoon to many of you. I want to thank, first of all, Michelle Ka'uhane, one of our commissioners, and Kumuhina, who did that opening Hawaiian protocol for us this morning, to really set positive intentions for the day ahead and to honor our Native Hawaiian culture here in Hawaii. This is the Commission's first meeting outside of Washington, D.C. They have been meeting regularly on a quarterly basis since they were appointed by the President and sworn in by the Vice President in February of last year. This is the 6th full Commission meeting, and the first, as I mentioned, outside of Washington, D.C. Most of the Commission's meetings have been at the White House, but the Commission made very clear that as part of the work they do, they wanted to ensure that they were able to go directly into communities. And here in the state of Hawaii, where over 2/3 of the state's population are Asian American, Native Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander, the Commission made it, again, such a clear intention to ensure that they could go directly to the communities to be able to hear directly from so many Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders about the unique needs and challenges that they face. And that's exactly what the Commission will be doing tomorrow as part of a listening session they are holding. I want to just say how active this Commission has been, and I'm a little biased, but I think this is actually the most active President's Advisory Commission for the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community that we've ever had in the over 2 decades history of this Commission. And so I really want to applaud the Commissioners for your tireless work and all that you have accomplished in less than a year and a half since you were first sworn in. I now have the distinct honor and pleasure to introduce one of our Commission's co-chairs, who is U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Tai. She serves as one of the members of the President's Cabinet, actually one of 3 Asian American women serving in the President's Cabinet. And unfortunately, she was unable to join us in person today, but she did submit a video. I do also want to acknowledge 2 of her staff members, Jamila Thompson and Roberto from her team, who are here with us in person on her behalf. And so without further ado, we will turn it over to the Ambassador's video.
Hello everyone and aloha. Thank you to the entire WIONP team for making this meeting possible. I'm really sorry I can't join you in person, but I wanted to take a moment to speak with you. We're already in July, but in some ways it still feels like May. That's because we had such a terrific month celebrating our heritage. The WIONP Forum at George Washington University was a huge success. We had nearly 1,000 elected officials, community leaders, and business leaders from all across the country. We discussed different topics impacting our communities nationally, and of course, the event was capped off with our fabulous Vice President Kamala Harris. Some of my additional AA and NHPI Heritage Month activities included a trip to Phoenix and Los Angeles, where I met with community organizers and small businesses owners to hear their concerns and priorities. I also joined Congresswoman Chu for a moving and emotional meeting with the Monterey Park community to pay my respects to the victims of the tragedy in February. There were many other events and celebrations throughout the month, but I think the takeaway is that our communities are stronger when we team up to be visible together. No, we are not monolithic. We are a community of communities. But whether we work in a steel mill on the East Coast or make natural wine on the West Coast, we all want to be seen, heard, and treated with dignity and respect. We all strive to provide a better tomorrow for our families, loved ones, and our neighbors, and do so in a way that celebrates our rich heritage. This is what binds us together, and our solidarity is more critical now as some seek to sow division and turn back the clock of progress. Education is key for workers, families, and communities to thrive, and many in our communities know this from firsthand experience. That is why our administration is taking steps to keep the doors of opportunity open to every American. Communities of color are going through some very challenging times. Throughout history, we have faced questions about belonging in a country that often sees us as other. But rather than accepting that as our destiny, I believe we can and must chart a different path. And I remain hopeful that we can and will succeed when we come together. The Commission's leadership and dedication plays such a crucial role in this moment. You continue to pave the way in your tireless commitment, dedication, and hard work. While this is already the Commission's 6th public meeting, you are constantly working at the subcommittee level to develop and advance recommendations on discrimination, data disaggregation, language access, immigration, and economic equity. The administration appreciates your commitment and is trying to keep up with your realizing of your recommendations. Speaking of which, I am thrilled for the WIONP Economic Summit in Honolulu this Friday. When I attended the inaugural summit in Philadelphia, it was clear that these meetings have a concrete and real impact on people's lives. They align with President Biden's vision to build our economy from the bottom up and the middle out, and embody bringing opportunities, investments, lower costs, and services to our workers, communities, and small businesses. It has been a pleasure to serve as co-chair of this commission alongside Secretary Becerra. As I have traveled throughout the country, I've been fortunate to see the many ways that your service is changing people's lives. I know that not every meeting will feel like we are moving mountains, but our collective resolve will sow the seeds of hope and justice that will bloom for years to come. I'm grateful to have you all as teammates and colleagues. Let's continue to build on our progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ambassador Tai for those really just warm greeting messages for our commissioners and for our audience. Next, I have the honor of introducing someone who is no stranger to this community, a good friend and colleague, Erica Moritsugu, who serves as Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Liaison to the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community. Erica, the floor is yours.
Aloha. Aloha. Mahalo, Crystal, for the wonderful introduction. On behalf of the White House, it is my honor to share this space with you, especially here in my home state of Hawaii. I'd like to start by giving thanks, a very humble and heartfelt mahalo to Commissioner Michelle Kauhane and Kumahina, who opened this commission meeting with her sacred oli. And I must thank the following teams for their generous partnership and leadership. The President's Commissioners, of course, the White House Initiative Team, the Hawaii Congressional Delegation, the state of Hawaii and its cities and counties, every member of our federal family, and our partners at National ACE. I greatly appreciate all of the intentionality and effort you've invested to organize this commission meeting, tomorrow's economic summit, and the site visits during our time in the Aloha State. This is the embodiment of the way we approach our work on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration to advance justice, equity, and opportunity for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Since his first day in office, the president made it clear that it's a priority of his administration to advance equity for underserved communities. And over the past 2.5 years, the Biden-Harris administration has been working tirelessly to deliver on this promise. From the regional economic summits to the release of the first ever national strategy for AA and NHPI communities, we're building on the president's whole of government equity agenda with over 30 federal agencies to tackle some of the most cross-cutting areas of concern and importance to AA and NHPIs. We're incredibly fortunate to have a president and a vice president who's got our back. They understand our diverse communities and sincerely care about us. This is their kuleana and ours. Crystal and I were honored to work for the beloved late Senator Daniel Keakaka, who taught us how to lead with aloha. And we carry those values with us in our work for President Biden and Vice President Harris. By bringing together community and business leaders in our keiki and our kupuna, this week's convenings will help to ensure that we are well informed directly by the impacted communities here in Hawaii to advance common goals for the betterment of our AA and NHPI communities as a whole. That's why Crystal and I and our colleagues have traveled thousands of miles all across the country, visiting dozens of diverse communities in celebration and sometimes in trauma. These communities are diverse on a racial, ethnic, religious, geographic, generational, and intersectional basis. And we listen and learn from local leaders and integrate those learnings back into our policies. Please know that you have a partner in this administration in our collective efforts to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for AA and NHPI communities. And thanks to President Biden, we've become more visible together than ever before. But we don't, and we can't, and we shouldn't do this work alone. From the White House, I work very closely with the initiative and the Commission and the White House Office of Public Engagement, and across all of the White House components in the interagency and intergovernmental spaces. But our successes are also dependent on your mana'o, your insights and wisdom. We need strong partners like the leaders in this room and those of you who are participating in this meeting remotely from across different time zones. You play an essential role in advocating for the AA and NHPI communities and strengthening our lahui. Now, speaking of mana'o, I do want to reaffirm and add my voice to my gratitude and reverence for the work of this commission. These are excellent local leaders from across the country, across sectors, providing recommendations to the administration, and for the first time on a rolling basis, the Economic Equity Summits, one of which will be tomorrow here on Oahu, and the Mental Health Summit, am I supposed to have said that yet? Later this month, are a direct result, are the product of the recommendations of this body. They've had dozens more recommendations that are underway, and we'll be hearing more about the deliberations today, during today's session. Speaking of strong partners and leading with aloha, it is now my distinct honor to introduce our next speaker. My friend, a great leader and an inspiration to so many, our Chief Commissioner to the President's Advisory Commission on AA and NHPIs, Ms. Sonal Shah. Madam Chief Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you for your leadership and to Crystal's leadership with the White House Commission and the White House office. It's an amazing amount of work that you all have put in. I want to start with first thanking Michelle. Thank you for such the warm welcome in bringing us here to Hawaii, but also when we walked in the room and your warm welcome here, it is very much an aloha. So thank you, and to Kumalina for coming here and for blessing us this morning. Such important blessings that we have. Let me start with, on behalf of the Commission, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the state of Hawaii for hosting us here at the state capitol. We are honored to gather in the building that represents the diverse communities that live in this great state and the vibrant cultural heritage of the people of Hawaii. I also want to acknowledge the Native Hawaiian community, whose rich culture and language continue to inform how we can live deeper relationship between the land, the seas, and the people. The Commission recognizes and is grateful for the contribution of the Native Hawaiian community. Before I get started, I wanted to start with a few things. A reminder of our role on the Commission, which is actually important for us just to remember. Now that we're almost a year and a half in, I think it's good for us to just step back for a second. The Executive Order 14031 authorized the creation of the President's Advisory Commission, charges this commission with advising the President on ways to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for the AA and NHPI communities. More specifically, the EO outlines 7 key priority areas for the Commission that range from advancing inclusion, belonging, and public awareness of the diversity and accomplishments of AA and NHPI people, cultures, and histories, to improving research and equitable data disaggregation, to identifying strategies to increase public and private sector collaboration, and more. As we continue to think about our impact and legacy as a commission, it is imperative that we keep these 7 priority areas in mind as we submit our recommendations to the President. Second, the role of the Commission and each of the subcommittees is to do the research on recommendations that we might be pursuing. This includes speaking to experts in government, academia, think tanks, and nonprofit leaders. It requires knowing the data, making sure it is verifiable, and the recommendation is accurate to be presented to the President. Third, the Commission only makes policy recommendations to the President. We do not make policy. And I just want everybody to understand, not just in this commission, but those that are watching, we do not make policy, we make recommendations to the President. We are proud that many of our commission's recommendations have been acted upon by the President, but want to be clear about our role. We are not employed by the federal government, nor do we make decisions on behalf of the President or the administration. We are an independent federal advisory committee and want to ensure that the public is also aware of this important distinction. Finally, when subcommittee recommendations are asked to be held or tabled during a full commission meetings, they are largely because we do not have the accurate data and citations, the appropriate input, or are not quite ready to present to the President. Please give grace to the commissioners as each subcommittee works tirelessly to deliberate on topics, draft recommendations, and get these recommendations finalized and voted out of our committees to present to the full commission. We want these recommendations to be taken seriously and hence work very hard to get the details that we need and ensure that we have the facts and the data that the federal agencies will need to make decisions. We are all working as hard and as fast as we can, but no decisions are made lightly in this room. So just a recap of what's been happening since this past commission meeting. As Chief Commissioner, I'd like to take the time to recognize the extraordinary dedication of the 6 subcommittees, all of whom prioritized issues, gathered information, consulted subject matter experts, deliberated, developed draft recommendations collaboratively over the last 3 months. This has been no easy task. I've been on just enough of the meetings to know that how much work goes into each of these meetings. And it's amazing just how many recommendations are sorted through even before we finalize which recommendations are coming to the commission. So it is not easy. I mean, many commissioners give anywhere from 6 to 10 hours extra of a week, depending on the week. And that is just a lot of work on top of daily jobs. So really, congratulations on the amount of work that goes in. Since our last commission meeting on March 14th, 2023, subcommittees have met bi-weekly, even weekly at times, to gather information from subject matter experts to deliberate and identify priorities. Today, you'll be hearing from subcommittee co-chairs and members who will present summaries of the meetings they've had, the issues they've considered, and share the recommendations they've drafted to present to the full commission and to share to the general public. This meeting is being live streamed to ensure that the commission is reviewing and deliberating recommendations in a transparent manner. We will be hearing presentations from subcommittees and discussing recommendations. 20 minutes is allowed for each recommendation. We have a lot of recommendations to go through today, including 5 minutes of presentation time. The commission is expected to send back any recommendations that the group feels requires additional refinement or exploration before submitting to the President. At the end of today's meeting, the commission will vote on recommendations that they feel are thoroughly vetted and can be finalized with the majority of the full commission. Please remember to turn your table cards up so I can keep track of who's in line. And And when you would like to speak, please speak slowly and clearly so that our ASL interpreter can capture your comments. So with that, I believe we can get started. Sorry, well, I'm going to turn it over to Crystal for just a second.
Thank you, Sonal. We actually do have one other speaker before you start your official subcommittee business, and that is Marvin Figueroa, who is the director of the Office of External and Intergovernmental and External Affairs at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. He is here on behalf of Secretary Javier Becerra, who, as all of you know, is one of our co-chairs. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Marvin.
Thank you, Crystal, and aloha, everyone. I'm so glad to be here with you all today. It was a doozy of a flight, but nonetheless, I guess I'm here on behalf of Secretary Becerra and really just grateful for the fact that you all are here today as well. Just a couple of updates from my end. I think when we started our relationship, when we talked in DC, we talked about how we were going to try to do this just a little bit different. I just want to give you a couple of updates. We had a successful AA and NHPI Heritage Month. We had an incredible number of events. And it wasn't only the events with the Vice President I want to highlight, but Secretary Becerra was also able to meet with a number of AA and NHPI leaders to talk about how the community sees itself in some of our priorities. So we talked about behavioral health and how we can improve the way that we serve the AA and NHPI community, not only in schools, but also in clinics and other areas where they receive care. We talked a lot about Hep B and some of the issues with Hep B and some of the discrepancies that we're seeing, and how we can address that to some of the NIH dollars that have been put into the work. And then we said that we were going to do a behavioral health summit, which we have scheduled for next month, and we're so excited to have your participation and your involvement in the planning, but also the execution of that summit. Two is that we also talked about the fact that this commission and the work that you're doing should not be separate, but should be integrated to everything that we do within the department. We started to have a number of different meetings with the different divisions within HHS to ensure that your voices are not heard at the end of the process, but at the beginning of the process. So that looks very differently depending on the issue area, from behavioral health and the work that we're doing there and the dollars that are going out the door. Two is the renewal process right now for Medicaid, right? So we're working with a different number of states to ensure that the NHPI community is do not lose their coverage, right? So we're focusing on states with a significant population, and we're working with some of you, especially with Crystal, to make sure that we're reaching out not only in general, but also in language. And so that, because I know that's very important to you all. And then two, we're working a lot on also reproductive health, and making sure that as we're working to make sense of what the Dobbs decision means for the country, that you all have a seat at the table. And one issue that kept coming up is hiring. We know that this is a lot of work, as was mentioned earlier, and we need the staff to be able to do that. We know that we have incredible folks who are detailing and kind of putting in a lot of time, but you also need permanent staff. I don't know how much of a celebration this is, but we were able to hire one person permanently, so that's awesome. If you know the federal hiring process, you will be clapping. Two is that we made an offer to someone else. We're waiting to get the start date and see how that plays out. And working with Erica, we were able to also secure 2 additional White House political appointees. And so we're working to interview and get those folks on board. So my hope is that by the next time that we're together, we'll have a fair amount of permanent staff, the permanent staff that you deserve to be able to carry out the important work that you're doing. This all wouldn't be possible without the backing of Secretary Becerra and him putting his muscle behind this work. But I also wanted to make sure that I was here to deliver the news personally. I'm so glad again to be here. I'm looking forward to joining you all later on today, to fellowshipping, and again, working together to make sure that we're advancing the priorities of the NHPI community. Before I sit down, we had a number of field visits yesterday. And one of the things that I didn't realize, having worked in the Capitol for so long, is the influence of the individual whose statue you see at the front, right? We went to Kalapapa yesterday and learned a lot about leprosy and some of what was done to Native populations here. And it was touching, right? And it put things into context. And so that's why I really enjoy working with you all. There's kind of, you put you put context behind the story, and you kind of bring things to life. And I'm so appreciative of the time you've taken to educate me, because through educating me and through your help and through your acceptance, I'm able to then work with you all to make better public policy. So again, on behalf of Secretary Becerra, I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here, and I'm looking forward to working with you all. Aloha.
Marvin, thank you for your leadership and for being here. Okay, we're going to get started because we have a lot of recommendations to go through. So as everyone will see, we have been very busy in the last 3 months. So let me start with Commissioner Kai-Ying Yang, who will introduce the Subcommittee for Immigration and Citizenship and highlight the top priorities. So Kai-Ying, Commissioner Kai-Ying, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. My name is Kai-Ying Yang Nyajong Sabaidi. I'm a little bit delirious by the fragrant plumeria flower, so if I speak too fast, it's because it's named after my daughter is named after the Dok Champa, which is the national flower of our ancestral land of Laos. And she's in the hotel sleeping still, so. I'm very honored to introduce and summarize the work of the Immigration and Citizenship Status Subcommittee. I am co-chair with Grace Huang. Our members include Dr. Amy Agbayani, Ajay Butorio, Simon Peng, Dr. Robert Underwood. Our ex officio member is Carol Wu, and our DFO is Linda Chang. Our priority issues have been focused on strengthening asylum processes, universal legal representation for individuals facing removal orders, protection for undocumented individuals, improving language access for individuals at risk of or facing immigration proceedings, including detained individuals, employment authorization for individuals in long visa backlogs, reducing the immigration court backlog, reducing immigration-based visa backlog, community-based alternatives to immigration detention, visiting impact of CARP control application review and resolution program on immigration status. We do have a lot to recommend today, but I would like to invite Commissioner Ajay Butoria to give us some very important updates on policy changes recently. Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioner Kai-Ying. Thank you so much to the leadership of Crystal Kai, Erica, and the whole VRP team, Linda, Deanna, Janet, Vivian, Jamie, Rebecca, Monica, Andrew. And thank you, Michelle, for beautiful flowers. So I have quick updates. I'm pleased to share some exciting recent immigration updates that have occurred and want to thank our commission members for their diligence and hard work. Recently, USCIS, and thanks to USCIS provided guidance on employment authorization, document based on compelling circumstances. This guidance allows individuals facing urgent situations, such as humanitarian concerns or compelling employment reasons, to apply for and receive an EAD employment authorization document while their underlying immigration application is pending. The Commission is reviewing I know this is very important to a lot of the community listening out the event. The Commission is reviewing the recommendation on granting EAD who have approved I-140 and who have been waiting in the visa backlog for 5 or more years. We are talking to the relevant agencies to ensure an accurate recommendation. Next, the Commission had recommended revising aging out kids on their parents' green card application in December 2022. Part of this recommendation, USCIS revised child age out calculation policy to benefit some adjustment of status applicants. The revised policy calculates the age of children in certain immigration cases, providing greater clarity and fairness, ensuring that eligible children retain their eligibility for immigration benefits and do not age out of the system. I know there's more work to be done here, and we are continuing. The Commission had recommended that USCIS should begin stamping H-1B visas in the US in September 2022. Recently, the State Department announced, and thank you to the State Department, announced launching a pilot program for domestic renewals of temporary work visas. This aims to streamline the visa renewal process and reduce processing times. The program will initially focus on H-1B and L visa holders, with plans to expand it to include other eligible categories in the future. Lastly, one of the very important ones, the Commission recommended actions to reduce significant visa appointment wait times in December 2022. Thank you to the administration, as administration has taken steps to reduce wait times and improve visa appointment processes around several embassies around the world. Visa appointment delays have been significantly reduced to 2 to 4 weeks, allowing individuals to plan their travel and immigration processes more efficiently. Additionally, students applying for a student visa can certain embassies can now do so up to 1 year prior to college admission date, providing them with greater flexibility and ease of transition. These recent immigration updates reflect the direct impact of the VIP Commission's recommendation and the commitment of Biden-Harris administration to help families and create immigration policies that are more inclusive, efficient, and responsive to the needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Butoria. I want to continue. We do have, our subcommittee has 5 recommendations, and we heard from a number of presenters, and I'd like to acknowledge them. Doug Rand, Senior Advisor to the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Monica Burke, Acting Assistant Director, Custody Management, Enforcement, and Removal Operations of the DHS, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Blaine Bookey, Legal Director, Center for Gender and Refugee Studies, University of California College of Law. Shobha Siva Prasad Wadia, Officer of the Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Mary Chang, Deputy Director, Executive Office of Immigration Review, U.S. Department of Justice, and all of her colleagues. And now I would like to invite Commissioner Robert Underwood to provide the first recommendation.
Commissioner Underwood, can I just make one statement? For those of you who have your phones on, can you please put them on silent so we don't hear the beeps that are constantly happening? And remember, to everyone, your mics are hot at all times. So these mics do not turn off. So if you're not speaking, I would urge you to just lift it up.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner Yang. Aloha, half a day to all of you. I appreciate all the kind statements that many of you have made as a result of the recent typhoon in Guam, Mawar, and also want to publicly thank federal partners in the island's recovery. Problem statement number 1 refers to COFA migrants from the 3 freely associated states. The compacts of free association with the countries of Palau, the Marshall Islands, and the Federated States of Micronesia are allowed to freely migrate into the United States as a result of these treaties. Commonly referred to as COFA migrants, they face multiple challenges related to proving that they are lawfully in the United States. Many COFA citizens face significant delays and costs in replacing U.S. entry receipts known as I-94 cards, which are attached to their home country passports, creating difficulty in getting housing, jobs, driver's licenses, and unemployment insurance. In addition, at times, their identification documents do not match information in the e-verification system, creating more problems with maintaining employment. Therefore, recommendation number 1, the Commission recommends that the Department of Homeland Security should streamline and expedite the process for accessing and or replacing lost or distorted I-94 cards, making it more affordable and efficient with a turnaround time of less than 3 weeks. The Commission also recommends that DHS should exempt or waive fees for COFA migrants who apply for replacement I-94s. Let me discuss a little bit about the rationale for this. Under the Compacts of Free Association, as I said, referred to as COFA, first approved in Public Law 99-239 in 1986, and Public Law 99-658 approved in 1994, citizens of the freely associated states of the FSM, the Republic of the Marshall Islands, and the Republic of Palau are legal non-migrants allowed for indefinite periods of time to live, work, and study in the United States without a visa. This population currently is estimated at around 94,000. Due to their particular immigration status in the United States, COFA migrants face multiple challenges to access work, government benefits, in part due to difficulties obtaining accurate I-94 forms, navigating the e-verification process, and lack of general awareness of employees and other entities, including states and local governments, about their legal rights in the United States. While the USCIS, DHS, Custom and Border Patrol has a process for individuals to retrieve their Form I-94 admission record online. These records are not generally available for 5 years after entry, and many individuals face difficulty in navigating the process. Employers and schools are often unaware of the rights of COFA migrants to work or obtain educational benefits, and need further outreach through the appropriate government agencies about the unique challenges that COFA migrants face in obtaining accurate documentation. Up until 2014, the I-94s were issued only in paper form and attached as well and recorded to a specific passport. If those passports were renewed subsequently, it was hard to trace that original I-94 since it was tied to an expired passport. Additionally, if a form were lost, a $445 fee was charged to find a copy. If the passport had been renewed since first entry into the United States, and for some this has occurred in the 90s and in the early 2000s, it was almost impossible to reconstruct this effort. Many found it easier to travel to Mexico or the Canadian border and re-enter the United States and get an I-94. Recently, these I-94s can be requested at deferred inspection sites managed by CPB in selected cities. There are still fees associated with this. So we urge approval of this process.
Thank you, Commissioner Underwood. We have about 15 minutes for conversation, so colleagues, if you have questions, please raise your name tag. Ajay?
I just want to add that this is very important. I just want to add that I strongly support this, and this is very important for folks, because a lot of folks are stuck without having this card to go for employment or continue with their daily life. So having this process streamlined will really help people.
Daniel.
This is very convenient. Commissioner Underwood, I just wanted to ask you a quick question. You mentioned in the problem statement that there are that the identification documents often do not match information in the e-verification system. Is there a cultural reason for this, or is there any particular reason why this community is having that issue?
The I-94 was originally issued as a paper document attached to a specific passport from the FSM or the Marshall Islands. When that passport expires, they go get a new passport, but trying to find the I-94 for that new passport, since they're in the United States already, is very difficult because the previous paper document was attached to a specific passport. And so, the other thing too on the employment verification, the difficulty for them is that they have to pay this $445 fee, whereas the employment verification is free.
But it has nothing to do with names matching or anything like that that would represent a cultural issue.
Some of them, because some of them have different kinds, unusual names. Some societies have only one name, and then but that's more a passport problem. But it really is about the I-94 system that attached that paper document. So if you lived in near the Canadian border or near the Mexican border, it was actually cheaper for you to just go in, cross the border, come back in, and get a free I-94 upon entry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Kayin?
Yeah. I just want to add to Dr. Underwood's comment is that it is cheaper to go to Mexico or Canada, but it's also at the risk of whether they'll be allowed back. And so this is why the recommendation is extremely important that if they're already in this country there and they have the I-94, that we urge the relevant agencies to really make the process a lot more streamlined and the process much easier.
Yeah, there is some risk there. There's also the issue that you could get a deferred inspection site. You can get those now, but the deferred inspection sites exist in about 10 or 11 cities, and one of them is not Honolulu, where there's thousands. Yeah.
Commissioner Michelle?
Thank you. Just want to say mahalo to the committee for this recommendation. And to say how important it is, just want to echo the importance of the I-94 in terms of employment. We have a significant population of COFA migrants here in Hawaii, and it has been a challenge for them to start working. And what we see then in the trickle-down effect is that our Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander population end up, because of lack of employment, making up so much of our homeless population. So it's an incredibly important recommendation, and I just applaud the commission for bringing that here as we meet in Hawaii, because we do have a significant COFA migrant population that is struggling to survive and remain employed here in the islands.
Thank you. Commissioner Luisa? Can you also just make sure when you bring the mic down to bring it close to you so we can hear you?
So I guess the problem that I'm having to understand is they're part of the United States. I want to understand if there's specific things within the process that needs to get addressed. Is it language? I mean, what is it? If they shouldn't have to travel to another country to get their documentation. It makes no sense to me. And so if we can sharpen it a little bit stronger so that the work gets done within the different agencies, because I'm sure this is a long problem, right? Hasn't happened just overnight.
Well, the issue is that these the citizens that come from these three countries, they're actually other countries. They're independent nations. But because of the compacts of free association, they're allowed to enter the United States on a non-immigrant status. And so that's very difficult for many people to understand. Even people who are trained to do this at the border sometimes don't understand it. So that's an ongoing issue. But this particular issue is related to the paper document, which is actually required to be attached to a given passport. And now, if I came from Chuk or Pohnpei in 1998, and I was 8 years old, and I came, and then I had a passport and I had an I-94, but I never went back to Pohnpei, and I lost the I-94, and I had to go get some new passport from my home country, then I'm really out of luck to try to prove that I'm somewhere here legally, because even under under an electronic system, that paper document was attached to a previous passport. So there's a lot of anomalies to this. Another anomaly, which is for an entirely different recommendation, which surfaced in the course of the work of typhoon recovery, is that COFA citizens are not eligible to apply for FEMA disaster aid. So there's just a lot of different kind of anomalies to this condition.
Commissioner Amy, I saw you had put your mic down. Are you, okay. Ajay.
Yeah, Louisa, to add answer to what Robert said, I-94 is required when you enter the United States from these countries or any other country. It has some dates in it, and that document becomes a living document for helping through the employment process and other process. And if the document is lost or is misplaced, getting it renewed is a very difficult process here. And as well as he mentioned, kids who arrived at 8 years age, for those people, that document is not updated in E-Verify. So it only goes back to certain year, and that is why the system is needs to be more efficient and streamlined, and this recommendation will help this whole process.
Commissioner Chang.
Thank you for putting this recommendation forward. I fully support it. I also wanted to bring up and emphasize the angle that since this is holding up a lot of employment for the COFA migrants, that it is actually increasing health disparities because of how our employment-based health insurance majority system works in this country. And we know that there's a lot of health disparities within our Micronesian populations, and that it would actually help a lot of the states that have high proportions of high percentages of COFA migrants living and hopefully wanting to work in those states. So we need to get this done so that they can also have downstream effects like getting health insurance. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see other comments here. So Commissioner Kaing, I'm going to turn it back over to you if you want to move on to the next recommendation.
Thank you.
Let me just clarify. There's no wording change anyone is recommending, right? These were just clarification questions. So I just want to make sure. Okay, we are good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite Dr. and Commissioner Amy Agbayani to present the next recommendation.
Thank you very much. Significant numbers of individuals from Asian and Pacific Island countries who are detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, fail to understand and are unable to fully participate in immigration proceedings. Failure to provide language services results in wrongful removals, prolonged detention, and other harms to limited English proficient or LEP non-citizens in violation of federal law and policies, as well as the federal government's commitment to equity, due process, and justice. This is very basic to understand that communication means meaningful communication, and that's not occurring in the ICE process. So our recommendations are, one, that the Executive Office of Immigration Review in the Department of Justice should issue guidance for immigration judges to not order individuals removed who have not been provided language services so as to assist with the completion of relevant application for immigration relief. In addition, the Department of Homeland Security ICE office should allocate at least 1% of its enforcement and removal budget towards the provision of professional and competent translation, interpretation, and other language services for individuals who are detained and have limited or no English proficiency to be able to participate and access any and all programs and services in immigration detention. This includes, but is not limited to, language services for all communications between detained individuals and employees of the detention facility, ICE, and other Department of Homeland Security components in the law library, medical care, and translation of immigration forms. Language access is really fundamental to any process, and so these individuals who don't receive any language assistance, if because they do not speak English or are limited English, really face enormous problems, and as I mentioned earlier, they are removed, and many other violations, and some of it seems so necessary, but some people may look at issues such as cost or need for having trained individuals to help translate. But those are actually may make it more efficient to have people to assist, and it also is really a basic right to know what it is that's happening to you and your family. So we recommend we have these recommendations for those people facing removal and detention and other issues.
Thank you, Commissioner Agbayani. Questions for this particular recommendation? Daniel? Oh, one quick thing, Daniel, before you go. So I've gotten we've gotten some feedback from online. Go ahead and put your mics down, because for some reason it's picking up all of the paper shuffling the way it is right now. So if you don't mind putting it down, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks for the recommendation, Commissioner Agbayani. Quick question for you. You mentioned that there is, well, actually, my question is, do you know if the same situation applies to Spanish-speaking immigrants, and do you know if there are funds allocated to that community?
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that there are many more resources and more Spanish-speaking law enforcement people available and so the Spanish community, language community, really has many barriers, but in terms of having language translation, not just for immigration issues, but for other issues and federal websites and so forth, they have more resources available to them. And the other issue that some people point out is that many of our Asian and Pacific language communities, there are some of those that are very small, very few people speak it, but that is not, but one person not having that language access is an injustice. So we need to have more language resources for languages spoken by these individuals who are detained and removed.
Would it strengthen the recommendation if we specified that this 1% was to go toward languages from Asia?
Oh. That would strengthen it. AA and NHPI languages.
I have a feeling that Commissioner Grace Wang has a particular view on this, and I know she knows more about it.
I think, is this on? I guess I got to get it close to me. I think the challenge is that there's no specified, percentage or allocation at all for language, language access, and while there is more availability for interpretation translation in Spanish, I think there's a shortfall even in that context in a lot of situations, such as we have heard, of course, of folks who have been unable to get medical care, for example, and in the contracts that ICE has with its contractors, that isn't necessarily a component it is a component, it's part of the detention standards, but it's not necessarily enforced very well. And I think a start is making sure that the most common languages are available, including Spanish, as well as Chinese and Korean and Hindi and some of the other languages, but also making sure that the services that are available have the capacity to engage languages that are of lesser diffusion, such as, some of our other Asian languages. And I know DHS is working right now to deal with some of the indigenous languages that many migrants speak from, some of our neighboring countries. But there's a long way to go, and not, from my understanding, a clear direction around accountability for all the contracts that relate to language access, often in situations that may result in people being deported, to their death or, that face serious injury or illness while they're in detention.
I wonder what the metrics are, in terms of how budgets get allocated to communities speaking specific languages, and whether it's proportional to the number of immigrants or people this would be affecting.
It's a great question. Victoria, Commissioner Victoria.
Thank you, Commissioner Abayani, for the recommendation. I fully support making sure that there is funding allocation for language access. My question was kind of along the lines of Commissioner Kim about consideration of the data collection, right? The percentage or number of individuals that have been directly impacted already, and kind of what does that forecast look like, for those who are coming through the system. And my question is 1% enough, right? And I'm not sure of what the entire enforcement and removal budget is, but 1% of that, would that be sufficient to cover all of the language needs across all of our diverse communities?
As mentioned earlier, we don't know what their budget is, or it's probably there is no specific allocation, so we have a difficult time assessing how much need there is. But clearly, there is a great financial need, and so I'm open to any recommendations to discuss. But 1% seemed really at least a way to make it visible that this is it's obviously more than we have. Commissioner Wong?
Commissioner Wong.
I mean, we went with a suggestion around 1% of this budget, given that the ERO budget in fiscal year 23 was $4.52 billion in ICE, and with 2.88 of it being custody operations. And so, I mean, let's just say 1% would be a significant increase from what it is now.
Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Wong, you made a really interesting comment when you were just speaking, that this is not just related to DHS employees, but also contractors that work for DHS. Within this recommendation, can we simply also add language that says the contractors who are recruited by DHS are required to provide language access services? It becomes part of the procurement process for contractors.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think that's a great idea. I mean, I think that it was contemplated when we were putting together the recommendation, but sure, I think explicitly.
I mean, there's, when I look at this, I mean, if you're talking about 1% of the budget for just language access, but if you make it a procurement requirement for anybody providing contractor services, I think as the co-chair of the Economic Equity Committee, I also think it might create some opportunities for community organizations and Asian American entities to participate in the process. So I wouldn't make too many substantial changes, just say any contractors that are, and I don't know if we want to do that now or how the process is, but I would just keep it very simple and say any contractors retained by DHS shall be required to provide language access services for. Yeah.
We will, I think after this conversation's over, take this offline and just go work on some language changes, but that's a great recommendation. Commissioner Blue?
Thank you.
So I think 1% is a good start, right? And hopefully we can be able to build on that. But either in a future recommendation from the, from the subcommittee or this commission, that we really ought to get down to the numbers, like how much is being paid into translation services, right? Because it's a way of accountability also, right? And then it brings me back to a recommendation that we brought forward from the anti-hate thing about response time. Because, and I'm just going to share this story really quick, but a few years ago, I was able to visit a detention center at the border. There was one Chinese immigrant there, and all I could think about was, who is talking to this woman? Because no one's speaking her language, it's mainly Spanish, and all I knew how to say was hello, and she just like grabbed my hand. And I'm like, oh, I can't speak anything else other than hello. But I thought about her, like who's helping this woman out? I don't know how many countries she had fled to get to the border in Texas, and yet she does not have access to that. So I think we have to be very mindful of that, because the increase in AAPI migrants to the border is going to increase as people continue to flee their country for whatever reason, and we should be mindful of that. But I support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chang?
Thank you. I fully support this recommendation as well. I have one comment and one question. The comment is, in the second public meeting of our commission, we put forth some recommendations to the Office of Management and Budget about recommending that there be looked at how much % of each agency's or department's budget is allocated, or even if there's any allocation to language access services. So wondering what the status of that is. I think we also mentioned in that recommendation some things about procurement. So just comment about, we are trying this to the public out there. We are trying to address this from many different angles and many different subcommittees, and it's very important to us and to this commission. So that's the comment. The question is, I really like this recommendation. I wonder, do we have numbers on the number of people who are turned away and sent away because they don't have language access in the courts? What you're trying to address here, who are the people who are removed, and then what languages they may have, and wondering if that is something we can get from DHS. Thanks.
I think we could make the request. I think during our discussion, they had difficulty even giving us information on the countries that these people came from, let alone the languages that were used. So it's data that we should try and get, and we will make a request. We can make a request for that information.
We may also may want to think about it in future commission meetings to make a recommendation that they start collecting that data, so we know who's being turned away based on what, or if anyone requests a language. Commissioner Kelsey?
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. I fully support this recommendation, and I wanted to also echo Commissioner Chang's thoughts, where we had previously worked on an initiative recommendation to create sort of a, for lack of a better term, really an Office of Translational Services. Instead of getting hung up on how much everything is going to cost now, the first gasoline engines gave us 1 or 2 miles to the gallon, right? And now we have engines that give us, potentially 50, 60, 100 miles to the gallon. So as we build the machine, translation will become much more efficient. We just need to push from many different angles to make this happen, and eventually it will become efficient. But the lack of inefficiency right now should not stop us from providing a service that is sorely needed on so many fronts. It affects economics, it affects healthcare, it affects immigration, so many access points to our government. So, but it's a wonderful, wonderful recommendation, and I strongly support it. So thank you.
Commissioner Doi?
Thank you, Chief. I also am fully supportive of this recommendation. I'm wondering, however, about a potential stumbling block, and that is in the certification of translators. You know, there's a variety, different government agencies as well as the courts that hire professional translators, and I'm wondering what the standards are for becoming a certified translator, and if that might inhibit the implementation of this kind of recommendation.
There are various certification requirements and standards, particularly for the courts, and it will require us, the department, to have standards that are acceptable so that the translations would be accurate. And I think that's an ongoing discussion, and there's clearly no standards for many of the languages that we're looking at, and very few, therefore they wouldn't get certified. So it's an issue that we have to address and can't be addressed unless we have resources, and that this becomes a recommendation that can be acted upon.
Can I just, but can we then just simply add a little bit in there, the provision of certification and professional translation services? Is that worthwhile to do, or is that too many steps? Just because if that's going to become a stumbling block, if you add that in there as part of your thinking.
I don't know the answer to this. I think it's a great question, but I worry that if you add certification now, it's a whole different set of conversations, with starting with first with just translation services, and then it'll sort of add into it over time and start the conversation.
Perfect.
Commissioner Blue, last comment.
Yeah, so I would say that a certification process does exist already, because there's many departments that have translation. I just think folks need to get on it.
Yeah.
Okay, they just need to do it.
So I'm hearing two major comments here for this particular recommendation, Commissioner Agbani. One, to put in the comment about contractors, and then the second, just probably adding in AA and NHPI languages as part of the 1% conversation. Anything else in terms of comments, Commissioner Bateola?
Yes, we were just in a little consultation here. We need to be very careful about certification, because many emergent languages do not have certification standards. The importance is competency, whether it's legal interpretation, healthcare interpretation. Competence has to be established, not necessarily certification. Thank you.
Right. So nothing on certification, but if we can get those two. So if you don't mind, before we go into the final voting, just getting that language clarified, and I think we can work with you. And Smita, maybe you can help with the language. That'd be great. Thank you. Moving on to the next. Yes, Commissioner Yang.
Thank you very much for that very robust deliberation. I invite Commissioner and my co-chair, Grace Huang, to present the next recommendation.
Thank you. So the next issue that we're trying to address is that there's a lack of clear policy governing how the Department of Justice, or DOJ, and the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, should treat claims of gender-based persecution against survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, forced marriage, and other forms of gender-based violence who are seeking protection under U.S. asylum law and policy, including from Asian and Pacific Island countries. And thus, our recommendation is that the Department of Justice, DOJ, and Department of Homeland Security promptly issue new asylum regulations and track performance metrics to provide consistency in the United States treatment of gender-based violence as a basis for humanitarian protection and asylum in U.S. immigration policy. And so for a little bit of background, let's see, where should I go? U.S. immigration law
it provides that certain non-citizens who might otherwise be removed from the U.S., they can be granted relief because they would likely face persecution in their country of origin under our asylum laws. And to qualify for asylum, an applicant has to show either past persecution or a well-founded fear of future persecution on account of race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion. And the applicant must also show that the persecution by the government or groups that the government, persecution by the government or groups that the government is unwilling or unable to control. And so some of the background behind this recommendation is that in June of 2018, then Attorney General Sessions overturned an asylum applicant's grant of asylum by the Board of Immigration Appeals and vacated an earlier Board of Immigration Appeals precedent decision that had confirmed that domestic violence survivors could qualify for asylum in the United States. That was the decision in the matter of AB, and it held that people who feared domestic violence in their home countries generally don't qualify for asylum based on those grounds. And then furthermore, the administration codified a matter of AB along with other asylum-related decisions in a rule that would foreclose asylum to many applicants. And so when President Biden entered office on February 2nd, he issued an executive order addressing migration to the United States, and the executive order covered the issue of availability of asylum for individuals seeking to enter. And he had directed the AG and the Department of Homeland, and the Secretary of Homeland Security to review the availability of asylum for applicants fleeing gang or domestic violence, and to issue joint regulations that clarify the meaning of particular social group in this context within 270 days. And so we are past 270 days. And then while the AG had vacated his predecessor's decision restoring past case guidance for survivors, there's still a lot of confusion in the field, and we're hearing that there's inconsistent decision-making around this topic. And so the recommendation is that the recommendation is that the regulations be issued to provide consistency in policy across the agency.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. Questions? Commissioner Samoa?
Thanks so much to the subcommittee for producing a really important recommendation. My question revolves around the term gender and gender-based. In this day and age, transgender violence doesn't necessarily equate to domestic violence. And so would they be included in this gender-based recommendation? And then there are countries that have issue with sexual orientation. And although sexual orientation is the issue in their country, it's the gender that they're based in that's causing the violence towards them. Are they considered part of this recommendation as well?
Excuse me. Yes, they would be. I mean, the background that I just gave spoke specifically to domestic violence, but the regulation that we're talking about speaks to persecution based on particular social group. And we have a long history of case law that over the years started off with, I think the first case was in '96 that spoke to persecution based on female genital mutilation. And over the years, the case law had developed to cover, persecution based on your particular social group, which included, in some cases, members of the LGBT community being targeted in their home country. And so, to the extent that this, regulation and clear guidance needs to be issued about how folks are targeted because they belong to a particular group, yes, the groups that you're speaking of would be included in this regulation.
Other questions? Okay, Commissioner Yang, I think we can keep moving.
Thank you very much. Our fourth recommendation will be presented by Commissioner Simon Pang.
Thank you, Commissioner Yang. This is one of the recommendations, one of the problems that we had discussed extensively during our meetings. The Department of Homeland Security is mandating the use of CBP-1 mobile application for certain
Commissioner Pang, can you speak into your mic? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am, sorry. The Department of Homeland Security is mandating the use of CBP mobile application for certain migrants to schedule presentation appointments at ports of entry along the southwest border of the United States in order to seek humanitarian protections in this country. CBP-1, however, is only translated into Spanish and Haitians, and the demographic of individuals arriving to the southwest border extend far beyond those from Spanish-speaking and Haitian-speaking countries. So the Commission recommends that DHS should translate the CBP-1 mobile application into multiple languages, including but not limited to Bengali, Chinese, Hindi, and Punjabi. So as you can see, that this is a language is always, create some hurdle for a lot of all the issues, including equity. That's one of the issues that we have discussed at length. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pang. I'll just add one comment here, is you may just want to put into multiple AA and NHPI languages, including but not limited to.
Okay, noted.
Commissioner Mia.
Thank you so much for this recommendation. I was thinking that we may, based on some previous conversations around language access, is that and the conversation around certification versus competency, et cetera. I think it's going to be important that we push for more training to build up a base of translators who can do the work that needs to be done, because I know from conversations of sort of across the board is that we do lack the needed expertise and competency to be able to provide these translators to do this work. So I was wondering if folks had thought about putting together some type of recommendation that increased the funding towards building sort of a pipeline of individuals who are able to do specifically for things like immigration or healthcare. Thank you.
Great comment. Commissioner Amy?
The language access subcommittee has actually identified that as a priority issue area, which will be coming up later, but we do say we have to build a pipeline of qualified language translators and interpreters, and funding required for that. So it is a global problem. It cuts across many of these issues. So thank you.
Commissioner Victoria.
Thank you for the recommendation. I strongly support the translation of a mobile application, especially for such an important kind of topic. Were there any considerations for like live support or any alternative? With many mobile applications, if user error, it's not user friendly. Were there recommendations or even thought about including maybe a consideration for live support if translation isn't available? or via phone or in person.
Commissioner Kim?
Just to dovetail off of what Victoria was just saying, there are a lot of AI translation programs that are in the market right now. In fact, I was using one last night to communicate with someone in a country where I did not know the language, and it was so good that I did not even know it was being simultaneously translated. So that technology exists right now. I don't know how that can get implemented into any, well, I see like cards going up right now, so I'll just leave it there, but I think there's a real opportunity here for recommendation in that area.
Go ahead, please.
I'm so sorry. I know we actually have a recommendation that I think Commissioner Chang is about to talk about, but it is around AI, and there have been issues with utilizing AI translation services. Recently, an individual was denied asylum because the AI translation services utilized mistranslated a small, like one word part on there, that, and then the judge said that she had lied on her application. So I think we need to be very, very careful about recommending AI translation services for anything to do with something so important like immigration issues or health issues.
Commissioner Yang?
I believe that Commissioner Grace will address this, but I will just say it too. We did have a lot of discussion about this, and the CBP is the official app that is being used in the border, but it's going to probably go global. And so if it's going to go global, we want to make sure that it has the appropriate translations of languages. So that's one. The second is, and I agree with Commissioner Mia about the AI. The second issue is in person. Yes, we've had a lot of conversation about that, including in the previous conversations about contractors. And some of the responses have been that some of the sites for detention and places are in areas that do not have a lot of people of color or people who speak multiple languages. So there's a challenge in the system in itself to ensure that there's people and communities that speak multiple languages. And so I agree that we do need the individuals. It should be probably a separate recommendation, but I want us to have an opportunity to discuss it within the subcommittee and also to hear what my co-commissioner Grace Huang is about to say. But I hope that answers some of your questions.
Commissioner Wong, I think you've been asked to speak.
Yeah. I was just going to say what Commissioner Yang had already said, but another piece is there is in theory, in policy, there is the ability to get access without using CBP1. But my understanding from what we have heard from folks that work along the border is often people are just turned away, and that Border Patrol is not interested in working with people that haven't used the app, and people are directed to use the app. And so that's a whole nother set of issues, not specifically related to language access, but rather accountability for the processes that are there for those who are unable to utilize the app.
Commissioner Batiola?
I think this recommendation is an important step. One of the things that we need to remind ourselves is that the actual language translation or interpretation is merely one component. For the populations that we care about, those who are underrepresented, who have come from extreme circumstances and have had duress, we need the opportunity to have the observation of cues, whether they're cultural or personal, and that is what makes the difference. And so I think the subcommittee is really addressing a very, very important component, which is the access piece. But once we have the access piece, to truly have an appropriate communication, we need all aspects of the communication modules.
I believe Commissioner Qureshi has a question. She's online.
Yes, thank you so much. This is a really important recommendation, and I just wanted to, ask a quick question about like the particular languages that were selected as examples. Like, were they selected because those particular languages, the populations that use those languages, there's a particular need in those communities? Were they just examples? How do we select those languages? Because if we did at random pick the languages, maybe we should kind of follow down the road of go down a little further down the road of Sonal's suggestion and just say a wide variety of AA and NHPI languages rather than giving examples, but there might have been a particular reason why those were used.
We did try to get data. Again, data is always an issue of individuals that are coming from the southern border. And again, it was very challenging, but we understand that these are some of the primary individuals from these communities, language-speaking communities that are coming down the border. But yes, I agree with you. I think that we can keep it much more open. I think our challenge has been just trying to get information and data from our government. So thank you very much for that comment. I don't know if Commissioner Grace wants to say anything else to that. Okay.
Okay. I do not see any other comments. I think Commissioner Yang, I think Peng, we only have one recommendation, which is just to add in a little bit of language on broader AA and HPI languages. But this was a super helpful conversation. I think I learned a lot in this, especially on the translation pieces. So one comment, Commissioner Agbayani, when y'all are doing your recommendation for translation, for qualified translation services, it may be worthwhile looking back at the number of places that we've asked for language access and put in specifically for the types of places that, like, whether it's in immigration, whether it's in healthcare, but the types of qualifications we're looking for, so it sort of meets our recommendations too. Does that make sense? We've asked for language access in lots of places, and I think it might be good to look at where are the places that we've asked for language access and make sure we're actually particularly focusing on training for language access translators in those specific areas that we have asked for language access. So we're not just broadly training, we're actually training also for the specific areas that we've made recommendations.
Like medicine and
public
legal,
health,
whatever.
legal, different places.
So that's one of our future recommendations we've been discussing in the subcommittee, having a language access translation board, which takes into all this requirements and helps through this process to all the federal agencies.
Great. Perfect. Let's keep moving, Commissioner Yang.
All right. Our fifth and last recommendation will be presented by Commissioner Butoria.
Thank you, Commissioner Yang. This recommendation is about Department of Homeland Security is authorized to issue.
Commissioner Butoria, can you
Sure.
bring it closer to you?
Yeah, the Department of Homeland Security is authorized by Congress to issue up to 480,000 family-based immigrant visas, green cards, and 140,000 employment-based green cards annually. However, bureaucratic delays in the green card application process have resulted in the full number of available green cards not being used annually, despite a significant number of people waiting in the backlog to receive them. So this recommendation, the first point, the Commission recommends that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State should recapture unused green cards for family and employment categories from year 1992 through 2025. The Commission also recommends that the State Department, in cooperation with DHS, should adopt a new policy that confirms all green card per annual limit remain available for an eligible immigrant even if the agency cannot process the relevant paperwork in that fiscal year. This policy should be applied retroactively to recapture green cards that were unused before the new policy goes into effect. So I think the question comes here, what is green card recapture process? Green card recapture is a policy proposal that would allow DHS and State Department to use unused green cards that have been allocated in the previous year but were not used. This would help to reduce the green card backlog. How many green cards are there which are not used? That could be the next question. In many fiscal years, fewer green cards are issued than authorized by law. Despite large backlogs, underutilization of green card represents a lost opportunity for the US economy and innovation and entrepreneurship, and harms green card applications and keeps families separated, especially those in long backlogs, mainly from AAPI and countries. People in the employment-based backlog are mostly in the United States, working for long periods on H-1B or other temporary work visas. The lack of green cards limits their mobility in the labor force and their contribution to economy. Children of these temporary workers risk aging out of immigration status when they turn 21. So the numbers which are available on says that between 1992 to 2019, or between that range, these numbers which are published by National Immigration Forum, there are over 1 million unused green cards that have been accumulated since 1992 into different categories of family-based, employment-based, and diversity and other categories. So I will conclude with saying that with this recapture process will really help advance our US economy as well as families. And that's where I stop. And any questions?
Thank you, Commissioner Batoria. Questions? Teresita? Commissioner?
Thank you for bringing this forward, but it's like a big Pandora's box, and I'm almost reticent to begin this conversation. I think it is important to recapture, and I'm glad you gave the definition, but I'm wondering if you're also attaching the recapture to the people who've been waiting decades for these. And I give an example. My uncle, my dad's brother, waited for 30 years and was finally approved with my dad as his sponsor. But by the time my dad, at that time, was already extremely ill, and so could not go forward with that sponsorship. So I bring this as an example because while I personally agree that the recapture is important because there are a lot of people waiting and needing the opportunities, it could be that the person slated for them those many years ago would be in different circumstances. So that's why I'm wondering if this is opening up a Pandora's box, given that any kind of movement towards immigration change in this country has been stymied.
I absolutely agree. I mean, there's a huge backlog process, creates a lot of pain and suffering for families and for reunification. Totally agree with you. And this recommendation is focused on that recapture of the green card visas should be done. The allotment of green card to individuals in the process is based, my understanding is based on the application date and when you get in the queue. And this recommendation is not on how the allotment should be done. I think they will follow their standard process based on how the queue. But to your point, which is well taken, we'll work on a separate recommendation and we can discuss more in our meetings what additional details needs to be there.
For the allotment.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelsey?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Shah. Ajay, this is a beautiful recommendation, definitely much needed. I wanted to ask you about impact, which you already shared. Is you think over about 1 million different allotments would be recaptured, and want to echo Commissioner Teresita's also thoughts about equitable recapture. You know, what does that mean for our AA and NHPI communities? You know, I think all of us have stories of family members and friends that have waited decades upon decades, whereas folks from European countries and other places wait, you know, less than 6 months. It's just not fair. So I would urge you to perhaps consider, and I'm happy to help work on it with you, to create a recommendation in the future that talks about more equitable disbursement of these positions that are captured.
Absolutely. We look forward to work together in this for next recommendation.
Other questions? Commissioner Yang, I think we are finished with the Immigration Subcommittee's recommendations.
Yes, right on time.
That
Thank you very much to all my colleagues for
That
the
is-
hard work that they put into this. So thank you very much. We're done with our subcommittee recommendations.
Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. Give everybody a chance to stretch your legs, and we'll be back. For those online, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Ahead and keep rolling through. So the next set of recommendations comes from our Health Equity Subcommittee, and I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Batayola. I don't know why I keep transposing words today. I apologize. To introduce the subcommittee and highlight the top priorities.
Thank you so much, Chief Shaw. You are so lucky to have one syllable in your last name. But thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to present recommendations from the Health Equity Subcommittee. The co-chairs are Kiri Doi, Mia Ives-Rubley, and myself. Our members are Victoria Nguyen, Dr. Kimberly Chang, Michelle Kawahani, Dr. Kamal Kasi, AJ Butoria. We have non-commissioned member Dr. Quengo Metzger, and our designated federal officer is Vivian Chow. So at the very beginning of our work, we designated some priority areas for us to work through the tenure of our service. And those priority issue areas are combating domestic, intimate, physical, and/or sexual violence, addressing mental health issues, including a focus on AA and NHPI anti-bullying resources, human trafficking, COVID-19 and equitable response, environmental justice, challenges in accessing healthcare, data collection and disaggregation issues, and the healthcare workforce. Since our last commission meeting, we have had presenters to our subcommittee to continue to help educate us and think through recommendations for different priority issue areas. This time around, we had Sherry Hirota, former president of Asian Health Services, and Tu Quach, who is currently the co-CEO of Asian Health Services. They both presented an overview of medically underserved areas and medically underserved population definitions, and how including limited English proficiency as a category of medically underserved populations could improve health disparities and increase equity, justice, and opportunity for LEP, AA, and NHPI people. We also had Matthew Tejada, Office of Environmental Justice, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, who presented information on the funding distribution of the Inflation Reduction Act funds and the design and deployment of Inflation Reduction Act funds designated for environmental justice. And our last presenters were Elisa Burgess, Director of Career Pathways, and Christina Al-Najjar, Chief Operating Officer of the Washington Association of Community Health, who presented on how the association has made progress on accelerating workforce development through its healthcare apprenticeship program. So we will go directly into the presentations of the different recommendations that we are bringing forward to you today. And we will start off with the first priority area, which is from Mia Ives-Rubley.
Thank you so much. So just to give the problem statement, when disaggregating data, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have high rates of specific cancers, including breast cancer and gastrointestinal cancer. Cancer is the leading cause of death in Asian Americans, yet many individuals are unable to obtain preventative or early detection care due to numerous issues, including a lack of accessible clinics and hospitals, lack of health insurance, lack of information, and providers with poor cultural and or language competency. So our recommendation is that the Commission recommends that both the U.S. Department of Justice, Disability Rights Section, and U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of Civil Rights adopt and enforce the Access Board's recommendations on medical diagnostic equipment accessibility standards to improve the ability of disabled people and older adults to be evaluated and diagnosed by their providers. Also providing federal grants to help community health centers to add more accessible equipment in their facilities. And lastly, to increase access to cancer education to non-English speaking communities in culturally competent, easy to understand language. Let me give a little bit of background. President Biden reignited the Cancer Moonshot Initiative in 2022. Asian Americans and Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders. Number one cause of death is cancer. This is likely due to a number of barriers, which I have already talked about. Disabled Asian Americans face even higher hurdles to obtaining evaluation and treatment due to significant stigma and inaccessibility. The American Community Survey, ACS, indicates that 1.5 million Asian Americans have a disability, and it is believed by many to be highly undercounted. It is essential that we address barriers to improve outcomes and decrease mortality rates. Cancer screening rates for Asian Americans are significantly lower than their white counterparts. 75% of Asian American women received cervical cancer screenings compared to 83% of white women. Breast cancer screenings were even lower. 64% of Asian American women received breast cancer screenings compared to 72% of white women. Research indicates that Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have significant differences in late-stage diagnosis of cancers when disaggregated by data. For breast cancer, Japanese people were late-stage diagnosed 25.7% of the time compared to Pacific Islanders who were late-stage diagnosed 40.3% of the time. For cervical cancer, 61.1% of Koreans were diagnosed late. Disabled people face similar issues. A study completed in 2017 showed that 41% of people who utilized mobility devices faced accessibility issues with exam or treatment rooms within the last 12 months. A 2013 National Health Interview Survey showed that pap smears and mammograms were completed less often on disabled women comparatively to non-disabled women. Thus, disabled women are much more likely to die from cancer due to late-stage diagnosis and other factors like the lack of aggressive treatment.
Thank you, Commissioner Mia Ives-Robley. For questions on this is an important recommendation. Those statistics are staggering. Questions?
Commissioner Batayola, I don't think I see any questions, so we can keep moving.
Yes, thank you. Problem statement number 2. The COVID-19 pandemic disproportionately affected AA and NHPI communities during the public health emergency and on an ongoing basis beyond rates in infection, access to care, hospitalization, and death rates. Devastating impacts have included anti-Asian hate, decimation of AA and NHPI healthcare workforce, and pronounced mental health crisis caused by isolation, job losses, business closures, and other factors. We have a number of recommendations regarding COVID-19 and its impacts. Our subcommittee recommends that bullet 1, collect, disaggregate, analyze, and publish data impacts of COVID-19 on AA and NHPI with emphasis on disaggregated data for Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders, disaggregated data for language preference, disaggregated data for immigrant, refugee, and COFA populations, disaggregated data for disability, LGBTQ+, and other marginalized communities, and disaggregated data beginning March 2020 for rates of testing, vaccination, and booster rates, hospitalization and death rates, as well as the long-term effects of COVID-19. Second bullet for recommendation, conduct culturally and linguistically appropriate targeted public health campaigns on the benefits of vaccines, address vaccine hesitancy, and conduct community-specific vaccination days. And this would include partnering with trusted community organizations and reestablishing funding and sources for targeted vaccinations. Third bullet for recommendation, identify the appropriate federal agencies for the data analysis and reports and public health campaigns, starting with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Office of Minority Health, the National Institutes of Health, as well as the Health Resources and Services Administration, the Administration for Children and Families, the Administration for Community Living, and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Next bullet for recommendation, take immediate steps to address ongoing barriers to care, treatment, and medication for underserved populations, which were accentuated during the pandemic, especially for those who are immigrant, refugee, or COFA. Continue to expand Medicaid coverage and include coverage for those who are limited by the 5-year bar, meaning those who are legally present in this country but uncovered for their first 5 years. Next bullet recommendation, with telehealth now a normal means of accessing care, address the digital divide. Conduct digital literacy efforts and provide resources for digital equipment and connectivity for underserved communities, including AA and NHPI. Next bullet recommendation, establish a standard across federal agencies for data collection, disaggregation, analysis, and publishing of public health emergencies, natural disasters, and human-made disasters, including violence against communities. And the last bullet recommendation is provide program funding to community-based organizations to address these issues based upon the data collected. As you can tell, these are pretty extensive recommendations, much of which rely on data. While we know that in general, our communities have been disproportionately affected, we don't know to the extent that many of our very specific communities have been affected. And there has been data that has been published that seems to indicate that Asians are well vaccinated, which we know also is a challenge for many of our other communities.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Blue?
Thank you for this recommendation. So in terms of data that's currently being collected, where does the Department of Health and Human Services collect that data? Does anyone know? Like, where do they get that data?
So we named several of the agencies that HHS has that has data. They do collect it from the different public health organizations around the country, from hospitals. So those are all fed, but the data is not disaggregated in a way that we can really fully understand the impacts on our communities.
So I'm wondering, people I think are familiar with APCHO, which is the National Association for Health Centers. Does the HSS, do they reach out to them and say, what's your data? Because your data is probably better than what we get. I just want to see if they're really reaching out within our communities that have that data.
Of what I know, APCHO does not have the capacity to collect this data. There are no reporting obligations from any of the institutions like hospitals and public health agencies to report it to a nonprofit organization. So they are also reliant on the data that HHS has.
And then maybe you didn't have an opportunity to talk about this, but now that the funding for COVID has stopped, can't remember the date, but community-based clinics who relied on that funding during the pandemic to set up their IT, stuff, train their staff to do their work differently. What is going to happen now? Because I know at Asian Health Services, where I serve on that board, and Kimberly is a physician there, we are a little freaked out about that money, like disappearing, because we still have to do all of that work.
Yeah, embedded in one of our recommendations is to make those resources available again.
Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Commissioner Blue. I wanted to echo Commissioner Batayola that within HHS, it does not seem to have a centralized data collection for AA and NHPI issues, particularly around COVID. And I did want to highlight one of the bright spots, which was the Bureau of Primary Health Care and Health Resources Services Administration, which did disaggregate and collect AA and NHPI data regarding languages spoken for vaccines and testing and COVID rates, I believe. So we wanted to applaud that particular Bureau and administration for their leading efforts on that, and we'd hope that other parts of HHS could follow.
Other questions?
I do want to raise something which maybe the other commissioners could help our subcommittee. When we talked about asking appropriate federal agencies for data analysis reports, the agencies we named are all part of Health and Human Services. And we were also thinking that there may be other departments that also collect data. For instance, Department of Education, that might be helpful for us to get a fuller picture of the disproportionality and appropriate recommendations that need to be brought up to address those disproportionate impacts. So that would be helpful if commissioners could also provide us with your thoughts on that, either today or in the future.
Thank you. Commissioner Samoa?
Thanks so much. I think this recommendation is very thoughtful, especially as somebody who advocates for Native Hawaiian Pacific Island health. I think you just answered one of the questions I had, was as to whom the recommendations were targeted to. I think it's to the Department of Health and Human Services. Yeah, and so there are some sources that have been able to collect and report disaggregated data, like the COVID tracker, but I understand some of the problems with the COVID tracker was accuracy in regards to the numerator, in regards to these rates. Other organizations have been able to take that and provide more accurate data. such as the UCLA NHPI Health Data and Policy Lab that has been reporting this since they've been able to about midway through the early on in the pandemic. One of the things that I think that might help also is to put the word accurate in there, because some of the county data that showed, or some of the state data that showed vaccination rates for NHPI had us vaccinated at like 120%. And so, there wasn't any sort of question as to whether these rates were accurate at all. And a large part of that was because there was a lack of community input to provide context to data. We'll talk a little bit more about this when we get to the data disaggregation recommendations. But yeah, I think those two things would help.
Commissioner Shaw?
I think I'm okay.
You're okay?
I'm good.
Okay. Other questions?
They answered everything.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Batayola, I think we have one just modification for that. So I think whenever we have our next break, if we could just add that modification in.
Yeah, and
that
I
would
think
be
we could
great.
probably insert accurate into several places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be great. I think we can keep moving.
Yes, so our next recommendation will be presented by Commissioner Ajay Putoria.
Thank you, Commissioner Teresita.
Can you speak closer? Thank you.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. This recommendation is focused around the critical need for mental health support for students in schools and colleges. Currently, the student to counselor ratio in most schools is 400 students to one counselor or worse, and this has become normalized. This ratio creates a significant barrier to students in need of mental health support, leading to adverse outcomes including increased dropout rates, academic underachievement, and higher rates of depression and anxiety. This issue is particularly significant for AA and NHPI students who face unique challenges in accessing mental health resources due to cultural and linguistic barriers. So the Commission recommends that the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the U.S. Department of Education issue guidelines and invest in reducing student to counselor ratios in public schools and colleges to improve Tier 1 mental health support for students, inclusive of AA and NHPI serving institutions like as AA and NHPIs. Specifically, the Commission recommends for setting up a guideline for maximum ratio of 250 students to one counselor for schools and colleges to ensure adequate mental health support for students. Provide additional funding to public schools and colleges to increase the number of counselors and mental health professionals available to students, particularly those with significant ANHPI student population, and also at AA and NHPIs. Provide training to counselors and mental health professionals to address the unique mental health needs of NHPI communities. The Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Education should issue schools and colleges to invest in reducing student to counselor ratios. The guidelines should provide information on available resources such as federal grants and loan forgiveness programs for counselors who work in public school and colleges. The guidelines should encourage public schools and colleges to prioritize mental health support as part of their overall wellness programs. The Department of Education should establish a reporting system that requires public schools and colleges to report their student to counselor ratios annually and to set goals for improvement, including at AA and NHPIs designated educational institution. So, closing this out, mental health issues are a growing concern for students in schools and colleges, especially for NHPI communities, and this condition which is deteriorating, with time. And despite the growing need for mental health support, student to counselor ratios have remained unacceptably high. So this recommendation is trying to address that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions regarding this recommendation? Commissioner Blue, Commissioner Wong.
Okay, being told to go first. So I think getting the data is just really, really hard, right? Because there's so much training that has to be done. But I also think there's a way to connect with the broader community, right? Like through the unions, right? Like my union represents professors at the Cal State University system, right? And then we also represent a lot of schools, you know, bus drivers, classified employees, translators. And oftentimes, they are the first to see the mental health issues. And I think that's a group to tap into because they have to deal with it every day, right? So I just think it's a way to expand who we're talking to and get people who are on the ground that has to address this all the time. And I can tell you as a former healthcare worker, mental health within the AA and NHPI community has always been a problem. And it's always been very difficult for community mental health organizations that specifically work with the AA and NHPI community to get the funding that they need, right? So there's a big turnover of staff because they get burnt out. The clinic shuts down. It has to get reopened again because of the need. But I think we should just expand it, and I support the resolution, but it's something to think about in the future, that there are people on the ground that has more of the experience, because they often have to interact with the families and say, there's something wrong with your child here, and she needs help, or he needs help.
Sure. I totally agree with you, Commissioner Luisa, and also agree that in future we will think about including more the supporting system and the supporting people. So yeah, thank you.
Grace.
Hi, I echo Commissioner Blue's recommendation to strengthen those partnerships with community-based organizations and health centers doing the work. But one of my questions for you was whether or not there was any consideration of strengthening cultural competency of some of the mental health services that are available. I mean, as it relates to partnering with community health centers and community-based organizations, that's important, but also just the available services there, understanding what some of the unique challenges facing AA and NHPI students might be, in particular relating to racism and xenophobia as an additional pressure that folks may be facing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's a strong, great point, and it could be a future recommendation through the subcommittee on having guidelines and training programs for community organizations, support for community organizations, which are providing the services to specific communities. So yes.
Mia.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've been thinking about, particularly around mental health, is, not only the cultural competency is extremely important because oftentimes we hear, particularly for, first-gen migrants coming to the U.S., mental health looks more like physical health symptoms for AA and NHPI individuals. And so when you're talking about mental health and they're talking about physical symptomology, then you're not on the same basis. And they're going to completely ignore your comments or the treatment protocols, et cetera. I think also would love to see, I know, of course, we want to decrease the ratio of mental health professionals to clients. That's a chronic issue across the board. I mean, in schools in general, teachers to student ratio is extremely high too. But one of the things that could help reduce some of the strain on professionals in that area is to create peer support specialists. And so maybe thinking about a way to create a program that provides that training to their peers, that they can actually communicate with each other and provide support to address some of the mental health issues that they're facing. Because they may be more ready to listen to their peers rather than somebody that's an older adult talking about mental health issues.
Victoria.
Thank you, Commissioner Vittoria, for this recommendation, and I think it's incredibly important, and I'm horrified to hear of the current ratio for counselors and students at the high school and collegiate level. And I would even maybe further recommend, because I know schools often have parent or guardian engagement support, to maybe include that in the language of providing additional support, whether it be parent, guardian, family support for the students.
Sure.
That would be my recommendation.
Sure.
Grace and Louisa, just before we close this out, I want to ask a question. Do you want to add anything in this recommendation about working with nonprofit or community-based organizations, or are you recommending that there be another recommendation? I just want to make sure we're clear here.
Okay. I would say explore the possibility.
Okay.
Right. And then later on, a more specific recommendation.
Okay.
But at least it's on record that we acknowledge that there's more than just the mental health community, but other groups of workers that have to deal with this on a daily basis.
So I believe we have one change, which is to add in parent, guardian, family support. So if we could just work on getting that language added or modified, that would be great. You can work out. You don't have to do it right now, but you can work, before we go to voting. Any other, Grace?
I would like to make a recommendation that in the prioritization of mental health support, that it reflect cultural competent mental. Yeah.
Great. So we have two comments here. One is family, and then the other is cultural competency being added to. So if we could do that in the modification when we modify the recommendation, that would be great. Before we move on, I just want to remind, Commissioner Samoa.
Just something real quick. I think it's important to sort of address that we're not a monolith. I think initially on paper, when you look at a recommendation trying to improve mental health in higher education, on face it looks like Asians may be doing well. But when you break down our groups, you look at the disparate rates of graduation, not just in Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islands, but in Southeast Asians as well, and how there's a high dropout rate from high school to college. And I think, sort of adding maybe some sort of acknowledgement to that helps people understand that there's a dire need for our communities at whole.
So I think it might be good for you all to just confer after and just make sure we get in the very specifics that are being asked here. So thank you for that. And I think we can keep moving. We're going to keep moving through to the Language Access Subcommittee because we're moving so fast right now. We have an opportunity to get through the next set of recommendations. But before we move on, I just want to... Oh, sorry, you have one more. Sorry. Teresita, my fault. Before we move on to the next recommendation, one quick comment to everybody. When we're making references to our examples, try not to use your personal references or personal organizational references, because we want to make sure we're representing our communities as a whole and not individual organizations that we represent or our personal family members. So just a reminder for us to make sure we're sort of broadening the scope. Sorry, back to you, Commissioner Batayola. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem, and thank you for the reminder. Our last recommendation will be presented by Commissioner Mia Ives-Rubley.
Thank you. Okay, so statement number 4. Health centers are community-based and patient-directed organizations that provide affordable, accessible, high-quality primary health care services to individuals and families. The federal government awards competitive funds to provide care for medically underserved populations, MUPs, and medically underserved areas, MUAs. The Health Resource Services Administration, HRSA, also calculates an unmet need score, UNS, to evaluate the need for new health center program investments, including new access points, and provides loan forgiveness to health professionals, including doctors and dentists, working at community health centers through loan forgiveness. Limited English proficiency currently has very low weights in these scores, and language access is still limited to bonus points, despite factor for unmet need score for, despite AA and NHPI advocates and researchers fighting to include language access as factor for unmet need score for over 20 years. This has implications in limiting the growth of AA and NHPI serving health centers and reaching vulnerable AA and NHPI people needing health care. So we have a couple of recommendations on this. HHS should increase the weight of limited English proficiency in medically underserved areas and medically underserved populations definition and formula to determine scores for allocating federal funding to new access points for health centers and encouraging health professionals to work at high-need health centers. HHS, the next bullet is HHS should revisit and review all recommendations put forward in the 10/31/2011 negotiated rulemaking committee on the designation of medically underserved populations and health professionals shortage areas final report to the secretary. Next bullet, the HHS OCR should review different federal definitions of vulnerable populations, social deprivation, marginalized populations, socioeconomically disadvantaged, social determinants of health, language and cultural barriers, underserved populations, and high-risk populations. Next is to ensure that LEP is included in all definitions, particularly since resource allocation and grant eligibility are driven by such definitions in the various agencies. Next is LEP should always be considered in any federal government equity framework.
We're good. Thank you. Questions? Victoria.
I do have a recommendation for change for something that we didn't consider until further discussion was for the weight of limited English proficient LEP in medically underserved areas and medically underserved populations, the MUP definition and formula to determine scores for allocating federal funding to new access points for health centers, recommending that we include to also grandfather in existing access points, and making sure that those existing health centers are included in that that weight.
Do you want to respond? Or do you have a separate comment?
Separate.
Okay, hold on. Please, go ahead. Louisa, do you have your card up still?
Yeah, so we had some conversations after the subcommittee had already approved this set of recommendations, and one of the factors for the very first problem statement, and I think it supports what Commissioner Victoria is saying, is that we want to make sure that there's additional funding to existing access points now. because that's important, because when we developed this, we were thinking of additional new instead of also including, and she used the term grandfathering, those who are already actively serving our communities. So the amendment would be in the problem statement and also in the recommendation section.
Other questions? Okay, so the one comment on this is if you can work off when we're done here to just make the amended changes both in the problem statement and in the recommendation.
Sounds awesome.
That was very enthusiastic. I appreciate that. Other questions? Otherwise, we are going to keep moving. Y'all are on a roll. This is amazing. Language Access Subcommittee. Commissioner Amy Agbayani, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce the subcommittee and highlight the top priorities.
Thank you. Our subcommittee, Language Access Subcommittee, has 3 chairs, Victoria Hune, Kimberly Chang, and myself. And our members include Carrie Doi, Grace Huang, Ajay Batureya, and Simon Pang. Our ex officio member is Laureen Laglagaron, and our DFO is Vivian Chow. The priority areas that we identified and will be continuing to address are to improve language access in the justice system, increase outreach and engagement with communities with LEP, limited English proficient populations, improve language access funding for health care to serve LEP families, prioritize and expand federal funding for AA and NHPI language access, build a pipeline of qualified language translators and interpreters, an item that was earlier discussed as an important area. Translate federal agency communications into multiple languages, collect and analyze disaggregated information on specific languages within LEP population, address the needs of lesser diffusion language groups in the U.S. Our presenters of the last few months came from the U.S. Bureau eHealth program, the White House Council on Native American Affairs, and White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Native Americans. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Office of Minority Health, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Services and Special Assistant to President Clinton's Domestic Policy Council. We have a number of problem statements, and I'll identify which ones. The problem statement number 1 will be presented by Commissioner Victoria Hune.
All right. We have a lengthy problem statement and recommendation, but over the course of our term, this commission has reviewed and approved a number of federal recommendations that address language access and language preservation for limited English proficient Asian American, Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders, or AA and NHPI communities. And I'll refer to the LEP, and that means limited English proficient communities. I'll list a few top line points that we'll reference, and this was per the recommendation of Commissioner Pang to make sure that we define some of these terms and laws and policies that are in place. First is Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination in programs and activities that receive federal financial assistance. That includes language. EO 14031, that's the one that we were charged with per the establishment of this commission to address and improve language access services to ensure that our AA and HPI communities can access federal programs. Expand collection of disaggregated data and improve equitable allocation of federal resources, all impacting language access. And then, of course, Section 1556, which we've heard of in prior public hearings and through deliberations and discussions that further the protections of LEP individuals in healthcare settings. So we'll spend a little bit more time talking about EO 13166. And it's also known as improving access to services for persons with LEP or limited English proficiency, and that's Executive Order 13166. And this requires that federal agencies assess language access needs of the populations they serve, develop language access plans, provide language assistance services, and that includes interpretation, translation, and ensure that LEP individuals have an equal opportunity to participate and benefit from federally funded programs and activities. And so the problem statement states that EO 13166 was signed over 22 years ago, and it was a tremendous step in addressing language access issues in the U.S. Yet, and however, we still experience significant gaps in language access at the federal level within our AA and NHPI community. And that includes issues like resource constraints, inconsistencies in language access reporting, a lack of AA and NHPI specific data on language access, and the absence of standardized language access data collection guidelines across all federal agencies. And the absence of a language access baseline data across all federal agencies continues to present a significant challenge to meaningful access. And recommendations, so this is a little bit lengthy, but we'll go through it, and it reads as follows. By December 2023, the Commission recommends that the President establish a task force to assess the current state of language access affairs and explore language for a new executive order. The mission of this task force will be to establish language access, data collection standards, and consistent language access enforcement and enforcement strategies across all federal agencies and report to the Attorney General. This initiative will build upon Executive Order 13166 and provide further recommendations for an enhanced executive order, or EO, known as the Language Access Equity Executive Order, to be implemented in 2024. The following areas should be addressed by this task force. The task force should include participation and involvement of the following agencies: White House, Domestic Policy Council, Chief of Staff's Office, Department of Justice, Office of Civil Rights, Federal Coordination and Compliance Section, Office of Legal Counsel, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Homeland Security, and current designated federal language access coordinators and/or personnel. This task force should also engage AA and NHPI and other language access advocates, language service providers, stakeholders to identify the language access service gaps for LEP, AA, and NHPI individuals. The task force should identify all service entry points, and entry points are areas where individuals interact with the federal government online, on the phone, in person, or through other forms of communication. And all of these entry points within each federal agency where barriers exist for the LEP, AA, and HPI communities. The task force should establish a language access data collection protocol that includes the collection of disaggregated data for AA and HPI language needs to enable a more accurate assessment of language access gaps within this diverse community. And last but not least, the task force should identify enforcement mechanisms in each federal agency and expand agencies' capacity to strengthen accountability measures, train personnel on language access requirements, and establish consistent reporting and processes for addressing language access complaints. So the creation of this task force, a new executive order, or EO, on language access and equity will be a monumental step forward and a relief in obligating federal agencies to focus resources, data, and enforcement tools in addressing language access barriers that we've all discussed for many decades. And that's the conclusion of the recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hune. Questions? There's a lot in here, but thank you for all the extra detail. Actually makes a difference. Questions, comments? Either everybody's really tired, because I've never been to a commission meeting where we have not had such few questions. I just want to be here. Commissioner Kelsey.
I just wanted to be able to break the silence. So, no, this is very, very thoughtful. I really, really love this recommendation, and there are as we discussed earlier, so many gaps in this area. So I just want to say I really appreciate it, all the work that you guys have put into it, and I fully support this.
Commissioner Baturia?
I just want to say this is a great recommendation, and this is going to, support having a task force which can provide guidelines and around different parameters and establish a streamlined process which could lead to further support of the language translation agencies and models. So, thank you.
Grace.
I just wanted to comment that I'm remembering back to our very first meeting with Commissioner Blue expressing her outrage at the fact that we've been talking about the need to address language access across government for decades now, and we what was that? And so I just want to echo my appreciation for this recommendation, and again echo the emphatic need for movement forward on the topic of language access across government programs and in our communities. So thank you for this.
I will add to that in that if you read the many other commission reports before ours, you will find that all of them have basically been talking about language access for a very long time. So I think having a task force is important. My only comment here would be you might want to make sure that the report of the task force is public. So any next commission can also use that public report that is done within the task force to keep pushing government. I am going to, Commissioner Agbayani, we're going to come back and finish the rest of the recommendations. Online, we're having a buffering problem, so those that are joining us online have not been able to listen in on the conversation on a constant basis. So we're going to take a moment, we're going to take a break earlier, try to fix our buffering challenge with the online, and in the meantime, we are going to come back here at 12:45 p.m. Hawaiian time. And for those on the East Coast, it will be about 6:45 p.m. for those on the East Coast that are joining us. But we're going to take an hour and 15-minute break and keep moving through all of our recommendations, but ideally try to fix our live stream challenge.
So language access
We'll continue on language access when we come back at 12:45. Okay. So thank you all. And let's just hold for a minute. Let us know when the mics are off. Okay, we are back. And thank you, everyone. We're going to keep going with our language access subcommittee. And Commissioner Agbayani, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Earlier we did problem statement 1, and we're now up to our second problem statement, which will be presented by Commissioner Kim Chang.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Chief Commissioner Shaw, for giving me the postprandial pole position right after lunch. So I'm really excited about our next recommendation. It concerns a brand new program within the U.S. Census Bureau, which is very exciting and has a lot of potential to address health inequities and health disparities in the country. The problem statement is that the United States Census Bureau e-health program is a new research program that identifies existing gaps in the federal statistics, which can be filled by enhancing health records with existing assets that are unique to the Census Bureau, by strategically reusing administrative records, including health records, to improve measurement of patient and provider characteristics and to advance the understanding of population health. Because the U.S. Census Bureau collects data on languages spoken through the American Community Survey, this program has huge potential to identify and produce research on health disparities and health inequities based on language access of patients and language concordance with providers when they collaborate with external partners for the health records data. To date, However, the language access and concordance is not being analyzed or included in the current eHealth research collaborations. So our recommendation is this. The Commission recommends that the U.S. Census Bureau eHealth program includes analysis on language access and concordance for limited English proficient individuals and populations as a routine and standard part of all research projects, programs, or collaborations with any external partner who is requesting this U.S. Census Bureau data. As part of the interests of the federal government in understanding and addressing health disparities and health inequities affecting LEP populations. The rationale is that this is a new program. They're starting right now to develop these external public-private partnerships with academic institutions and health systems across the country. The presentations spoke of many exciting partnerships with the American Board of Family Medicine, with Stanford University, I believe with an academic center in North Carolina. And the federal government is an equal partner in these research projects by way of the U.S. Census Bureau data sets. And that we have a national interest in analyzing the language data with health outcomes. And the United States federal government can leverage that position to require a standard and routine analysis of this language access in concordance with any partnership. We know that LEP status is a barrier to healthcare access, and it yields poorer health outcomes. You know, the pandemic revealed that non-English speaking COVID-19 patients experienced higher fatality rates. Further, that people with limited English proficiency did not have language accessible information for the COVID vaccines. There are 67.3 million people, or 21.9% of US residents, who speak a language other than English at home. And there are small research studies showing that language access and use of professional interpreters can improve health outcomes, healthcare access and cancer screenings like mammograms and pap smears. And yet there exists a huge need for additional large-scale research within the eHealth program, which has the potential and capacity to do it, given their large data sets with language information and their ability to partner with large health systems with individualized patient and provider information. It was a very exciting program when they presented to us. And so for this reason, that it is starting, it is a new program, they have a huge potential, they're putting out a lot of research studies, a lot of great research studies. We really want to encourage that the eHealth program includes analysis on language access and concordance for any of their partnerships going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Questions? Comments? I'm going to use my prerogative for a second here. I feel like this particular recommendation connects also to the health equity recommendations in terms of how do we collect data about which communities and what kind of language access do they have in getting treatments for cancer or other types of things. I feel like there's something here. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but as you were talking, it just felt like there was a connection here somewhere that we may want to future look at in terms of, is there some way to connect eHealth with the collection of data in eHealth and language access with how we get access to communities and what they're doing?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that's a great point. We were going to have this co-sponsored with Health Equity, but given the fact that we have a lot of robust recommendations coming out of all of the subcommittees, we decided to focus just on language access. The other thing I would note is that the eHealth program folks understand that language access and limited English proficiency is an important social driver and social determinant of health. They are a small program, and some of those limitations stem from that. They are receptive. They have noted that they are receptive, and they understand the importance of this. So I would also like to applaud and thank the eHealth program for their presentation.
Grace.
So I'm not familiar with this program, so I'm curious if you have any information about the privacy or confidentiality protocols, policies that relate to this kind of information about people.
Yes, they did. The eHealth program folks, Dr. Udalova spoke about the firewalls between the data sets and the blinding of the identification of individuals with the health systems data sets and the U.S. Census Bureau data sets. So they have put in some policies, protocols, and firewalls for that. I mean, this program is already going, so I think you can look at their website to find out more, and also the public presentation slides that they gave us. But I was satisfied. I mean, they're already going. They already have these policies, procedures, protocols for privacy in place.
Teresita?
I am really super excited about this recommendation. We know that segments of our community are undercounted for lots of different reasons, whether it's fear of government intrusion or language or other factors. And to be able to access healthcare records in a with the firewalls, in place, I think is very important. As a reminder for all of us, the census determines distribution of resources, especially funding and the creation of programs for our communities. And the ongoing and traditional undercount of many of our communities usually lead to very little resources for their needs. So thank you for this recommendation.
Other comments? Any online? Any of our colleagues? Sorry, I can barely see from here. Okay. One other comment I just want to add here. The government works a lot with foundations, lots of healthcare foundations. In just thinking about like how the government might also talk to foundations who sometimes can fund things sooner, in at least testing out an idea before, even if the government isn't going to fund it immediately, might be just something worth thinking about, of like how to leverage the voice of government, not necessarily policy-making arm of government, but the voice of government in helping getting the message out to foundations, to philanthropy across the board, in thinking about how language access can be a part of the way they also start talking about it. So I just leave that as a thought for you all, but I know there's a lot of public-private partnerships and a lot of conversations that take place, and it might be just worth thinking through what that looks like. And I hear when I mean public-private, I'm usually public philanthropic. Sorry, I'm turning it back over to you.
Thank you. And you are turning it back to me. I'm privileged to actually present problem statement 3, which is very different from some of our language access issues before. Because we're talking about preservation and maintenance of an indigenous language. The Hawaiian language, Olelo Hawaii, has long been identified as endangered. It is now recognized as an official language of the state of Hawaii. Schools and higher education institutions face major challenges to increase the number of Hawaiian language speakers. Distinctive needs of Native American languages are not adequately included in federal initiatives serving language minorities in the media, arts, and other programs. The Native American Language Act of 1990, NALA, created federal policies supportive of Native Americans relative to their languages. Hawaiian and the Native Hawaiian people are recognized as a Native American language and as a Native American people in NALA. There's a need to fully implement NALA with adequate resources and planning that includes Hawaiian language revitalization expertise in coordination with other Native American language revitalization communities. We have 2 recommendations. The Department of the Interior should increase support for the implementation of NALA. For example, develop new programs specifically focused on building on the success of Native American language medium immersion education. And second, to continue expand federal programs that are relevant to Native Hawaiian language support. For example, those in ESEA, which stands for Elementary and Secondary Education Act, and subsequently its amended program called ESSA. These programs have a number of resources that should be utilized more by Native Hawaiians. And recently, the program called National Native American Language Resource Center is a resource that the Native Hawaiians could fully utilize. Just a little bit of background for those of you who are not as familiar with the situation here. Hawaiian was the primary language of all Native Hawaiians at the time of the U.S. annexation in 1898, and during the Hawaiian monarchy, Hawaiian was used for daily native life as well as for government activities, including the schools. The U.S. imposed compulsory use of English in all of these fields, and children were punished for using Hawaiian in public and boarding schools. The last unbroken line of speakers of Hawaiians as their normal family and peer group language were born around 1920, and by statehood in 1959, very few people under 40 spoke Hawaiian. However, in 1978, at the height of the Hawaiian Renaissance, a state constitutional convention was held. The new constitution required state promotion of Hawaiian. A provision also allowed for, but did not require, the use as an official language. And a very important initiative started in 1983. Grassroots movement to revitalize Hawaiian language medium schooling began, and its language nest preschools formed the basis for which the public P-12 Hawaiian medium immersion schools has developed. In 1983, only about 2,000 people, primarily elders, were counted as speaking Hawaiians, but by 2020, in community surveys, found over 25,000 people speaking Hawaiian. These large numbers are self-reported and reflective of widespread pride and effort to use isolated words and phrases rather than full frequency. There are, however, a growing number of families with children raised with Hawaiian as their first language, and it's very exciting to see them. And the public schools, as well as these schools, are producing highly literate, bilingual youth, and their graduation and college going rates actually have increased. So we are very pleased to be making these recommendations here in Hawaii, and want to thank also Michelle Kahani for her assistance with our committee. So, questions?
Thank you. Questions?
Comments? Yeah.
Just a comment. I just want to thank the committee for the recommendation. I wholeheartedly support. I think important to any culture is the perpetuation of our language. I think Amy shares some critical information and the significant role for the viewers who are watching that Aha Punana Leo in 1983 started language speaking preschool, which engaged families along the learning with their preschoolers, and today we now have a vibrant program of native language speakers from K through 20, that somebody can speak language as their Hawaiian, Olelo Hawaii as their first language all the way through post-secondary education. So Aha Punana Leo is really the grassroots effort that lifted a 90-year ban from us being able to speak Hawaiian in our homeland. And so I just want to applaud and thank the committee and acknowledge Aha Punana Leo for the hard work in helping to revitalize that 90-year ban. What we learned through our native language, as you heard from Kumuhina today, is that the reciprocal nature and the connection between Kanaka people and Aina exists and is the solution to so many of the challenges that we're facing, whether that's climate resilience or equity, diversity, and inclusion, that in those stories, in those oli that were left to us from our ancestors and in our language, there's so many solutions that we are trying to build today that we can draw knowledge from. And so I just want to thank and applaud the committee for this recommendation, and I stand in strong support.
Thank you, Michelle. Daniel.
Thank you, Commissioners Agbayani and Commissioner Kohane. I'm in support of this as well, and I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. The program that you described, Michelle, I think was really an important one. Are there others that anyone can think of that could be implemented in a practical way that would be an example of increased support, other than just increased financing?
I think showing the visibility and need is still important. So, like for example, it's not a requirement to have Hawaiian language available even in all the high schools or anything like that. So we need to really educate people that there are many positive reasons to have Hawaiian language in the public schools as well as the charter schools here in Hawaii. So it's not just funding, it's to make sure that we have make space for those programs within the current curriculum.
So would it be helpful perhaps to make it part of a core curriculum for schools in Hawaii?
I think it might end up being a very good recommendation in the future, but right now we're really focusing on making sure that we have enough teachers trained and making the curriculum more robust and more available. So and not only for the immersion preschools, but K to 12 and college, and actually we have a graduate degree program in UH Hilo, which is taught all in Hawaiian. So right now I think we're making steps towards doing that, but I think there was no recommendation to try and include it in the regular requirement.
I think, Daniel, Commissioner, to your question, I think we've seen lots of success because of the success of Aha Punana Leo. So within the Department of Education, we now have an Office of Hawaiian Education, or OHE, that is in the superintendent's office that helps to incorporate as part of the curriculum language and culture at specific age, at specific times during the public school education. We know today that Punahou, as a private institution, it's part of their core curriculum from kindergarten to 6th grade. We know that Kamehameha Schools incorporates language and culture. Navahi, which is school for middle school up to high school on Hawaii Island. And so Aha Punana Leo was the seed, if you will, that bloomed beautiful growth of language across the state. So this recommendation is really to acknowledge Native Hawaiian language so that it is included in some of the federal appropriations.
Thank you.
All right, we've got a long list. I'm going to start with Dr. Underwood.
Thank you. Having worked personally in language revitalization for decades.
Closer to the mic, please.
Having worked in language revitalization for decades, I really appreciate and support this. Just to point out a couple of one informational item is that the Native American Languages Act of 1990 includes other Pacific Island languages that are part of the United States. So that includes Chamorro and Samoan. It does not, and probably Carolinian, which is counted as a native language in the Northern Marianas. But of course it doesn't include the languages of the freely associated states, which are independent nations, unless somebody changes the legislation. So this is really important. And the efforts are remarkable. There was a time going back into the 70s where the conversation about the future of Pacific Island languages, almost everybody tacitly, they had a kind of a typology in mind. Hawaiian was dead. Maori was pretty close to dying in New Zealand, and Tahitian and Chamorro were kind of fighting to see who would, be third in line. And so that, to some extent, that has been reversed, especially in the case of Maori, and to some extent Hawaiian. by the institution of these programs. So they're very, very vital, and of course, looking forward to seeing how these programs also include, and to some extent, Chamorro already has one of these programs that are funded in Guam, but Chamorro and Samoan are also included. And I applaud the effort of the commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Kaing?
Yes, I just want to echo my support for this recommendation as well too. I do work with a lot of educators who are incorporating heritage language into Hmong, Khmer, Vietnamese, Karen, and other languages from Southeast Asian groups, and they have been looking towards Hawaii and Native Hawaiian language revitalization as an example. And so by supporting and keeping these kinds of recommendation or policies alive, it sets precedent for other newer communities. And so I just really want to say that in our community, we've already seen that when you know your native language and you have a strong cultural foundation, it helps you exit EL, English language programs, English language programs faster, and it also shows that you excel academically as well. And so I think that these are the science behind why heritage language is so important. But I think politically too, I think it's the act of resistance, right, to make sure that we continue to decolonize our minds when we think about our culture and our language and our history. And this is really important for a lot of communities, but I can only speak for my community who came to this country as refugees, right, from countries that had conflicts and wars. I also want to say that, you know, in the state of Minnesota, we recently passed a law to help heritage language teachers become licensed, you know, because now they are not fully licensed, recognized by the state as licensed. So I think that this is a movement across the country, and we look towards Native Hawaiian community as examples and as role models for us as we fight for heritage language for K through 12.
Commissioner Kimberly.
Commissioner Kimberly.
Thanks so much. I agree with the sentiments. And if we look to the connection between language and health disparities and health inequities, and we can see, and we heard in our presentation from for our subcommittee that it takes one generation to kill a language and 6 generations, I believe, to revitalize it.
Yes.
So, and you can see the connection with the health disparities, and when folks are excluded from accessing systems of care and protection, and the kinds of health disparities that occur within one generation and that persist ongoing after that language has been decimated, you can see that if we are truly focused about increasing our health care and our economic equity and justice for our populations, that we must be able to keep those languages and that ability and that connection alive. So thank you so much. It's not just for Native Hawaiians, it is for all of our communities who have smaller languages. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. I just wanted to also echo my support for this. One of the great pleasures of being on this commission has been to learn so much about the Native Hawaiian community. And, you know, just loving the fact that it's not just the AAPI community and we're the AA and NHPI community. We know that language is such an important part of culture, of community, and history. And not just recent history, but deep past history. I mean, we know that, you know, we study it. We have people going in as archaeologists trying to uncover what was discovered, you know, thousands of years ago. So now to make sure we don't lose this great rich culture is so critically important. The other thing that strikes me is, you know, this is one of the few items that falls under the sort of in that group of Native American acts, right? I don't believe that everything there's a lot that needs to be done to make sure the Native Hawaiian community is covered under some of the Native American, but given this, and given that it has to be the largest or one of the largest communities that falls under that. I think this is a really important, not just for API and Native Hawaiianers, but also just for Native Americans as a whole to really start thinking about this. So it was really well done. I appreciate this.
Commissioner Patoria.
Thank you. I support this recommendation fully. Language, culture, and traditions are some of the most important part of our life, and they need to be preserved and promoted. And this recommendation helps in preserving and promoting both. Just on the second bullet, continue and expand federal programs that are relevant to Native Hawaiian language support. Did you consider also adding increase in learning opportunities and platforms through schools, colleges, and community programs for expanding opportunities for learning the language, I mean?
No, we did identify in the problem statement that it is, secondary and tertiary education issues as well.
Would you consider in the second recommendation number 3, in the second bullet point,
to add higher education?
Add to Native Hawaiian language support and increase opportunities for learning platforms for learning this language.
Okay. I think we can, that would be useful.
Sure. Thank you.
To insert. I'll work with you on that.
So great. For this one, we are going to just make a slight modification. If you could do that after.
Slight modification to add
some more language. Yeah.
Educational platforms.
Any other? This is a robust conversation.
No.
Huh? I think he was saying add in educational platforms.
This one looked more focused on local elementary and higher and secondary education.
I'm just.
Sorry, go ahead.
I guess I'm wanting a little bit more clarification about what does that mean, like, in terms of language platform. Are you talking about private platform? I mean, I guess I'm
We're saying
confused.
Continue and expand federal programs that are relevant to Native Hawaiian language support. So I thought if we could consider expanding on the support that create a new learning platform program in school, colleges, and community to help folks enroll and learn this language. That was the idea.
I think the only problem with what you're saying is it sort of disconnects from the rest of that sentence.
That language.
And so when you add that in, then you have i.e. those in ESEA Title 6 and 8, it sort of disconnects from that sentence. I think that's what Grace is reacting to.
It's okay if we don't add it. The only thing for me was that we are continuing to expand programs that support language support, but could we say a little bit more what kind of support we are talking about? Otherwise, fine.
You can add it after that, in addition to higher language support. Sorry. I echo the sentiments of everybody. I mean, this is a beautiful, beautiful recommendation, but to what Ajay is saying, I see the value. I mean, in saying that if you created an additional platform for higher education, right, Ajay, unless I'm misunderstanding, to offer, this type of language support to higher education platforms, I think would be valuable.
I think the word platform sometimes gets us a little confused, but it definitely schools and higher education institutions do face major challenges in teaching and in increasing language courses, and so I could work on making sure that all educational levels are included.
Thank you.
Great. All right, Commissioner, I think we can move on to our next recommendation. Amy?
Okay, that's great.
All right, so our next problem statement is related to human trafficking, which affects Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. The Attorney General and the Department of Justice's national strategy to combat human trafficking has clearly identified, or excuse me, has clearly stated that human trafficking victims should be prioritized for identification and offered protection and services during law enforcement operations. Language access, cultural competency, and confidential advocacy services are key to victim identification, protection, and service provision. However, despite the high numbers of people with limited English proficiency who are victims of human trafficking, there is no mention of language access or interpretation in Department of Justice's national strategy. Furthermore, community-based victim advocacy organizations are not specified in the development of the victim identification protocol in the national strategy to combat human trafficking. And so our recommendation is in compliance with the National Strategy to Combat Human Trafficking, Chapter 1, Action Item Number 1.1. The Commission recommends that the federal partners stipulated in the National Strategy work in partnership with and include community-based victim advocates, community-based organizations, and community-based survivors, and also prioritize language access in the development of this protocol. And advocates should be brought into the process early on to ensure that the protocol is framed in a survivor-centered, trauma-informed way and prioritizes language access and cultural responsivity. Currently, community-based victim advocates are not included in the development of the protocol, and there's no mention of language access or interpretation priorities. And some of the reasoning for the need for this is that every year an estimated 14,000 to 17,000 foreign nationals are trafficked into the United States. There are also a lot of domestic victims of human trafficking, including in Hawaii here. There's a large percentage. Some of the latest report of a new study on sex trafficking in Hawaii reveals that 64% of survivors identified as are some part Native Hawaiian or all Native Hawaiian, and human trafficking is probably more widespread than believed. I mean, a lot of the data is challenging to get because a lot of people don't identify, or the problem is often underground, and so we also know that as it relates to the data that is gathered by some of the national service providers and hotlines, the largest number of people trafficked into the United States come from East Asia and the Pacific, and the next highest numbers are from Latin America and Europe. But and particularly in the massage industry, Asians are highly represented in that particular set of industries, and so. This is an area where I understand that there are challenges where when law enforcement, goes in to investigate human trafficking, sometimes the victims themselves are arrested because of language access barriers, and we would like the protocol to involve much more development with community-based providers and incorporate language access so that fewer. Well, ideally, that victims aren't arrested in this process and re-traumatized. So I bring that forth to you and hope that the Commission will support the recommendation.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Commissioner Chang? Oh, Commissioner Shaw. You guys go right after each other, one right after the other. I have to keep going like this.
So obviously I wholeheartedly agree with this. So as you were talking about this, I think this is great. I have one question, sort of comment question, and you can let me know if this makes sense. During the, just in general, the issues of crime related to the AA and NHPI community are challenging because a lot of times people are very uncomfortable reporting them because they don't know how they'll be treated. And I had the occasion during the pandemic to be involved in a working group with the Cook County of Chicago and the Cook County of Illinois, and the sheriff's office there they were very thoughtful about being culturally aware as sort of their first step and reaching out to community organizations. But it wasn't just the community organization that I thought, all of the things that you mentioned, but it was also making sure their team understood the importance of cultural awareness. And so I'm wondering if, does it make sense to include that as well, or would that add too much and change what you're saying, that not only should these community-based, not only should the partners work with these organizations, but also perhaps receive some sort of cultural awareness training, just so people, because what they found were people wouldn't even report the crimes. So it was hard to get the data because they would be handled. And, and our community is so broad and diverse that, how a person who has a background who's South Asian Muslim will have a different concern, or someone who's Sikh, or someone who's Filipino. Everyone has a different, there's different ways of approaching, and how do you handle it? So I think it's great. I'm just asking you, does that make sense as well to include that the partners also receive some cultural awareness training as a part of what they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the whole goal is at least, first step, getting the culturally specific community-based folks there, so that they can inform like the overall protocol, would hopefully lead to some of that training. But I think that it'd be important, I need to take a look specifically at the plan itself, or the AG's protocol, and figure out whether there's a different place for incorporating that training. But yes, I think we need to make sure that is part of the larger plan strategy.
Got you. So when you mention protocol, that this is really like the development of a plan, implementation plan, is that what you're thinking? Or what is the protocol, quote unquote, mean specifically?
So I'll answer that. So the Attorney General and the Department of Justice released last year a national strategy to combat human trafficking. In it laid out several different steps and priorities. We are addressing, just in this one recommendation, the development of the victim identification protocol during law enforcement operations. That protocol was supposed to have been developed within a year of the national strategy's release, but that has come and gone. And so we don't know where they are in that procedure. However, in this national strategy, it calls for a number of government agencies to be a part of the development of it, but no community-based organizations, no community-based victim advocates, no mention of language interpretation or access priorities. So we think that this is a first step. In this national strategy, there are also components of training for law enforcement, training for investigators, training for the different components of the criminal justice system on cultural responsivity. So this is just one piece where we want, at the very minimum, when there are law enforcement operations and there are people involved that they're trying to assess whether they are victims or not, that there are, in this protocol that investigators are to follow, that they include language access, they include cultural responsivity, they include trauma-informed steps, they include survivor-informed steps in the development of this protocol, which has not, as we know to this date, been yet developed. Does that make sense?
No, I think it helps. So I think what you're essentially telling me is the victim identification protocol is actually all in caps, rather than, right? It's actually a thing outlined in this human trafficking thing. Yes. So maybe we should, if that's specifically the takeaway, that this needs to be developed, maybe just capitalize and say this is like the plan. I mean, and it could be fine. I'm not a criminologist, so I'm less familiar with this, but to me, I think the protocol, I think if you're sort of a general person, the protocol to me is more of an outline rather than a specific thing. Yeah, that is a takeaway. So, but if it's being called that, maybe just capitalize it and just,
Some way to identify that.
Yeah, some way to this is the thing, this is what's going to be delivered. Does that make sense?
So, sure, I think since it is specified in Chapter 1, Action Item 1.1, we can take the how it is referred to there and put it in quotes or whatever and say this particular section.
Yeah,
We'll look at it. We'll look back at the text.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be super helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Oh, yeah, so I appreciate that this, that this recommendation is being put forward. We know that there are, survivors and victims of human trafficking and exploitation more broadly, both for labor and sex, is very much underground and hidden. These are people who are some of the most vulnerable and marginalized folks in our country. And there is a lot of trauma, health harms, and really terrible circumstances and situations and experiences that they undergo. So this is really important, and we don't want to further harm them through our law enforcement operations that are intended to protect them. So I think this is really important, and I fully support.
Thank you. Commissioner Pu?
I also wanted to express my support for this recommendation. I do believe that there are disproportionate numbers of survivors of human trafficking in our communities, and I know I've seen, particularly in domestic work, South Asian survivors of human trafficking. And I just want to underscore the piece of this that is about bringing in advocacy organizations and partnering with advocacy organizations is so critical. And there are a number of really wonderful organizations in our communities who have been doing this work to support survivors for many years, and it's some of the strongest capacity we have in our communities, and so to leverage that seems really, really important. So I just want to say thank you to the committee for putting this recommendation together, and that I wholeheartedly support it.
Well, I think you have support, and I think this is, I just want to echo my comments, everybody else's comments here. I think this is an important recommendation. It certainly will help many people who sometimes aren't seen get the help that they need. Commissioner Agbayani, turn it back to you.
Okay. We have a final problem statement and recommendations which will be presented by Commissioner Victoria Hume.
Oops. Nope. I think we got two more.
Two more, sorry. So the next one is Kim again.
Yes. To machine translation.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, thanks so much. To get to Commissioner Daniel Day Kim's point about machine translation and artificial intelligence translation, we think this is an area of utmost importance. There's a lot of society is our country is very much grappling with artificial intelligence and machine intelligence, and so we wanted to get ahead a little bit of this issue, particularly as it pertains to machine translation. The problem statement is this: currently, there are no overarching federal guidelines for machine-translated, machine-assisted, or artificial intelligence translations for the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees. There are no systemic ways of collecting data or complaints about harms when it is used, and there's no mechanisms for redress when when machine translations cause harms for folks. Whereas there are web standards that have been developed for people with disability, there are no equivalent standards for persons with limited English proficiency. So our recommendation is this. The Commission recommends that the Office of the U.S. Chief Technology Officer, the U.S. Digital Services, in consultation with the United States Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, one, develops standards and guidelines around the use of machine translation or artificial intelligence translation technology when it is appropriate or inappropriate to use by the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees. And two, develop a process for addressing harmful impacts, as well as remedies with respect to machine translation or artificial intelligence errors. The background and rationale is this. We heard earlier from Commissioner Ives-Rublee that there are some harms when machine translation is being used, particularly in the immigration system, that folks who would normally qualify for asylum have been turned away when one single word had been mistranslated by the artificial intelligence machine translation. That's a real harm for somebody who's fleeing for safety or trying to flee and apply for asylum here in our country. There have been other instances, for example, where a certain machine translation had been used during early in the pandemic to translate that the vaccine is not required to, oh gosh, okay. Somebody else want to say it in Spanish. La vacuna no es necesaria, which is the vaccine is not necessary. So it translated from the vaccine is not required to the vaccine is not necessary. That's a big harm. That's a big harm for folks. And so we think that the current federal guidelines are piecemeal. There's the ACA Section 1557, which stipulates that if machine translation is used, the translation must be reviewed by a qualified human translator. There are some guidelines for federal digital services and websites at www.lep.gov/digital services and websites. And finally, there was a 2021 memorandum of agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice and Fort Bend County, Texas, but no overarching federal guidelines. We think this is of utmost importance given the rapid pace and development of artificial intelligence and machine translation.
Commissioner Kelsey.
Thanks, Chief. I think this is so important to address. So I'm really, really glad that you put together this very, very thoughtful recommendation. But I will push back a little bit on the thought process, perhaps that AI makes mistakes. It obviously makes mistakes, and you talk to my wife, she'll tell you I make mistakes all day. So I know we're not supposed to talk about personal stuff, but but AI is getting better exponentially year after year, and so within probably 5 years, AI translations will easily be better than human translations. And so I wholeheartedly agree that guidelines and oversight need to be very, very thoughtfully developed. And we do need to have human oversight, over these AI children that are being created. So I thank you for putting this forward, and I really, really appreciate the work that you guys have put into this. So thank you.
Commissioner Ives-Rublee.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why I thought this was an important recommendation to put out there is partially because of what actually happened around the ADA and website accessibility, and the fact that fortunately and unfortunately, the electronics and web development have developed so quickly that the government wasn't able to keep up with sort of some of the standardization around accessibility concerns. My same concern is with some of the sort of AI development. Humans make AI. They're the ones that are developing it. Often it is developed in mind, not with marginalized communities in mind, which means that sometimes translations may be fine and good for everyday activities, like I'm going to the store and I need to talk to the cashier about buying X, right? But when we get into highly sensitive areas that can be literally life and death, I do think there, like Kelsey said, there needs to be human oversight on it, and multiple eyes on it to make sure that we aren't ceding control of very important decisions to things that we may not fully understand currently or in the future. And so it's just that oversight part needs to be put in place now in order so that we're not ceding ground in the future. So that's why I thought, and why I support this recommendation.
Commissioner Kim?
I support the recommendation as well, and to Commissioner Kelsey's point, I would say that this needs to be a living recommendation. It needs to be revisited repeatedly because the technology will grow at such a rapid rate that there will be the point where, to use Commissioner Kelsey's analogy, the child becomes the parent. And so we will have to acknowledge at some point when this technology becomes good enough to actually use, or becomes, or more importantly, more specifically, more reliable than human translation. And we don't know when that will be. There's no arbiter that I can think of at the moment, but it is, I think it's inevitable at some point that this will happen. What this is, essentially, is a referendum on AI. And we could have that conversation all day long. But I agree with Mia that it is, when it comes to situations of life or death, not adequate yet. But at some point, it may be. So just to be mindful of the ramifications in the future and how quickly the technology will progress.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes, I was remiss and I forgot to mention that we are aligned with the current administration on this. And in fact, on May 4th, 2023, the Biden-Harris administration announced that there were new actions to promote responsible artificial intelligence innovation that protects Americans' rights and safeties. And in this announcement, they included, a landmark blueprint for an artificial intelligence bill of rights and related executive actions that they announced last fall, as well as the artificial intelligence risk management framework, and a roadmap for standing up a national artificial intelligence research resource. So this is going forward, and we want language access issues as well as machine translation to be included in some of these initiatives that have been supported and announced by the Biden-Harris administration.
Commissioner Kwana?
Thank you. I will echo, I think Commissioner Kim raised a lot of the comments that I would say exactly. We want to be careful about the ramifications in the future. I think that AI can and will become a useful tool. I think we do need to be careful. We don't want the recommendation to prohibit. We're talking about the lack of certified language people and how AI might be helpful in our future. So I think we need to be cognizant of that. And so I'm glad to hear from Commissioner Chang that this is in line with already what the Biden administration is considering. And I would just add, we didn't think 30 years ago that we would Google to get the most current information that we were searching for, and it is almost automatic, right? And so to Commissioner Kim's point that it is growing technology and will improve over time, and so how might we use the technology of AI to help with this language access issue?
Commissioner Shaw?
I too support the recommendation, agree with all that was said about, both that this should be there, but also that it's a really important tool. I will say the thing I like about this, though, is I feel like a lot of times things that we're talking about are things that need to be cleaned up for the AA and NHPI community, whether it's making sure that, religions are included for the military, or whether we're thinking about Native Hawaiian language. What I love about this is AI is now, and we're making sure we're involved now.
Yes.
And I think that puts us in on the ground running. So as it develops, as we go forward, we're really putting us on the same level with everyone. And I think that's a really key thing that this recommendation helps us to do well.
Commissioner Yang?
Sorry, didn't expect to come to me so fast. I actually don't know very much about this, but what I do know is that we are already having such a difficult time understanding cultural nuances. And so when we start using AI and technology, I think we lose that cultural nuance. The second piece is that, in tonal languages, it's very difficult to have, and maybe AI will perfect it because they're better than us, maybe eventually, right? I don't know. But I know it's very hard to teach people who are hard of hearing or are tone deaf to understand, to speak tonal languages. And so I'm often worried about that. And that's why a human being there for me is more helpful than any sort of technology presence. What I really gravitate towards about this is that it's to protect and to lessen harm, right? And that's exactly what we're trying to do here. So this is why I support this recommendation tremendously. But I'm often in the back of my mind, in my gut, feeling very worried about the cultural nuances and what we're missing when we use technology to interact with people in their most vulnerable situations, right? Where harm can continue to perpetuate. So thank you.
Commissioner Ives-Rublee.
Yeah, not to, keep beating this, but I think we've seen how technology, particularly when it doesn't include, isn't led by marginalized communities, that it tends to go on to the racist side. So we look at Google and how it identifies human beings or animals, and how it identified Black individuals in racist tones. So even if technology gets to a place that it's pretty accurate, I'm always going to have a concern about the fact that it will have fallacies at all times. And so particularly if it's run by the majority culture rather than marginalized communities. So I think my hope in this recommendation is that we provide some guardrails into the future to ensure that that marginalized communities are being heard and that we are reducing the harms that it could cause.
Did you have anything else? Commissioner Kim? And then we'll go to Kelsey.
I was just going to dovetail on what Commissioner Ives-Rublee was saying. I was at a forum that dealt with AI extensively a couple of months ago, and the conclusion was that the answers that AI gives us are directly reflective of the data it receives. And so if we see cultural biases and gender biases reflected in the information on the internet, that is the data that it uses to make its results. One example was that there were two identically qualified candidates for a job that were, and they presented a question to ChatGPT, and they asked, what are my ideal jobs for the future? The criteria and the credentials for each of the candidates was the same, except one was a man, one was a woman. And the jobs that came out as their ideal jobs were drastically different, only because their gender was different. And so for women, jobs like fashion designer came up, and nowhere did engineer come up. So these are the problems with AI as it exists currently, which is all the more reason why a committee like this, a commission like this, needs to create the change that will actually correct those biases. And so it's by no means foolproof, but it can be used effectively as a tool, especially in the future. not the only tool, because I think even if we regulate against it, some people will come in with their own AI assistants using it as translation. So the question is, will it be allowed at all? In addition to, can it be, is it a recommended use? So it's a very difficult, nuanced question that, again, that will continue to change almost on a daily basis.
Commissioner Kelsey, do you have?
Thank you. I completely echo the sentiments of Commissioner Kim. AI is a reflection of what we put out. But there's, in going through all of our recommendations today, we've seen such a tremendous backlog of items, right? And it's a lot of administrative stuff, right? Whether it's the visa backlog or backlog of translation or something else. And AI potentially holds a solution, an easy solution, right? But and we would perhaps incur a bit of moral injury if we don't implement tools that could help fix so much of this backlog and help so many people. But as we know, humanity and government have not always been good shepherds of unintended consequences. And I think that's why this recommendation is so important and so nice, because I think if we can start to think deeply about the types of guardrails we want to put in place, and we have a process to revisit that and change. As this technology evolves, I think we may have a chance of getting ahead of it. Right now, I'm not confident that we will get ahead of it, but hopefully we will.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang?
Just one last comment. I was tempted to use ChatGPT for all of the recommendations, but I didn't. For the record, I did not.
Well, so I actually want to ask a harder question here, which is, I'm reading this recommendation and listening to this conversation, and I'm not sure it's saying what you all are saying. So let me just repeat it out loud. Develop standards and guidelines around the use of machine translation or artificial intelligence translation technology when it is appropriate or inappropriate to use by the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees. The reason I'm saying this is nowhere in here do we say it has to be checked, it should be verified, or the input in should include languages or of people, because in some ways what it currently reads, at least to me, is should we use it or should we not use it? I'm just going to argue to this committee right now, it's going to be used. The question we need to answer, and the question I feel like the conversation that is being had, is how it should be used is what we're asking for. The way it currently reads, at least to me, is whether it should or shouldn't be used. And I think what we're asking is that those that might be most harmed be included in the process of the conversation and verified and checked, but that's not what this says. So I want to say here, like, at least from what I'm reading, this is not reflective of the conversation. And I'm happy to work with you to verify, put some language in here, but I don't think that is what, at least maybe I'm missing something. Commissioner?
I was going to recommend in adding, points to include the impacted community, and I'm sure there's going to be task force or some type of committee on this, and that to make sure that there is a representative or representatives, right, from the different communities within the AA and NHPI communities, so that we can catch some of the cultural pieces that maybe someone who's not from this community may easily recognize.
Thank you. Commissioner Pooh?
I also just wanted to note that many of the comments were about the biases inherent in the data that exists currently that AI is drawing from in order to do what it does. And so I do think that the standards piece does reflect that, and maybe we want to make it more explicit to say standards that account for biases that may exist with existing data, or something like that. And in addition to having representation of impacted and marginalized communities as a part of the process, I just think that there's a piece there that got really explicitly named about the biases in the data sets that AI is working with currently.
Commissioner Shaw?
It's, I think your point was excellent, Chief, that about what this does and what we're trying to accomplish. And I like Victoria's comment. The word that popped up in my mind was task force, or some way to engage, and to make sure that this data is constantly being, not constantly, but being reviewed, or that there's a way to, excuse me, ensure that the biases and other things. So I'm not sure if that becomes now a new recommendation in addition to this, or to add this to this. But as you're developing standards or guidelines around the use of machine transition, maybe it's, and an ongoing task force that sort of, because I agree with your comment, whether it is appropriate or inappropriate to use, it's going to be used, right? So maybe it's not so much about the appropriateness or inappropriateness, but constantly that there are standards and guidelines and a task force that is reviewing what is being, how it's being used and related to different communities.
Commissioner Pretoria?
I strongly support this recommendation. I think on the paragraph number 1, I think the discussion is around. So develop standards, guidelines around the use of machine translation or artificial intelligence translation technology and its application to use by the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees. So we completely remove the word when it's appropriate or inappropriate, and then the paragraph works fine, I mean. Translation technology and applications to use by the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees.
Yeah, I think there's some other words like verification and other things that still need to be added, but there's.
Do you want to?
Well, we can take that off and.
Yeah, and for this meeting or for the next?
No.
I'm happy. I think this is just. I think we're just saying add some language to it for this meeting. I don't. In my office, and I don't think anyone's saying take this off the table.
It should be for this meeting.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. And I was wondering also if on the Biden-Harris's National Institute for the AI and all that, if maybe this is a separate recommendation, but we make sure that there's some AA and NHPI voices on those committees, institutes, et cetera, not just the tech folks.
I think if you want to do that, you may want to just think about another recommendation that rather than putting it into this recommendation. I think that's a good idea, though. Commissioner Doi?
I think I am in agreement with all of the comments and concerns of my colleagues around the table. I see AI as evolving technology, right? and so I see this recommendation as similar to the interpretation of the Constitution, the interpretation of many acts of Congress, and so what I'm looking at it as is legislative intent, right? The intent is to establish guardrails, right?
Right.
And I think that those guardrails are going to continue to evolve over the next 20 years or more, right? And that this is a good first step. I like the idea of establishing an ongoing task force, right? To continue to look at the intent of this recommendation, to make sure that AA and NHPIs are included in the consideration of the intent of the recommendation.
Thank you. Tercy? Oh, Mia, do you want to? Go ahead, come on.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go after. You want to go after? Or do you want to go?
Okay. I understand people's conversation about, AI is inevitable, is what a lot of people are saying right now. I think I still worry about not utilizing the word inappropriate, particularly right now. We're always going, not always, but a lot of times we have a tendency to go the easiest path forward, right? And it's not always the right path. And that is where I'm worried our brains are right now. It's like, oh, well, we can fix all these solutions by using AI, and then, that'll speed up the process, et cetera. But I'm not always sure if that's the right thing to do. And so I do think there needs to be a conversation about, is it appropriate at this time, in this time period, where AI is right now, for you to utilize it as a translation service for particular services in particular situations. I'm totally for saying this is a living document and that things can definitely change. But at this time, I want to reduce as much harm as I can. And if that means that we need to say, hey, let's put a stop on this right now until we can prove that there's not going to be an issue with the translation for sort of life and death sort of situations.
The conversation or discussion we have is reflecting all of the different moral, ethical, human rights, civil rights possibilities that could arise out of this. But the timing is now. Somebody said in 5 years. Well, it's exponentially going. So the heart of the recommendation is establishing guidelines and standards. Unfortunately, task forces take a long time, especially when you're talking about governmental task forces. So you were asking Dr. Chang about, the Biden administration's efforts. I think we need to take a look at that, and perhaps it's an additional recommendation to be worked out during the break, but we need to be part of that process, part of that conversation to help shape that agenda. Otherwise, this task force will be, 18 months, 36 months down the road, and AI is gone, and it's no longer a vehicle for us to affect.
So I'm sorry, can I just ask a question? Specifically, are you saying that there should be another recommendation that AA and NHPIs should be included in the task forces?
Yes, and I'm suggesting they work out language during the break, because now is the time. If we wait until the fall, a lot of things will have been decided by then.
Like a third bullet point? Like a third bullet point?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Super helpful. Commissioner Kelsey? Oh, you've got lots going on here.
We're talking a corner.
Why don't you go first, Commissioner Kim?
Okay. I was gonna echo what Commissioner Teresita was just mentioning. The real question is, what period of time defines now? And when we know that we have a technology that is growing at an exponential rate, and we know that even if we decide on this recommendation right now, the powers higher than us may not see it for 6 months, 8 months, is that still now? And so this is what makes it such a difficult question. It's very fluid, and when we know that technology is growing quickly, we may be behind it before we know it.
So I just want to comment on that piece of it, and this is a question for the subcommittee itself as you all go into the next round, before the next commission meeting. In many cases, just bringing in the Chief Technology Officer or the U.S. Digital Services to ask these questions about how they're looking at AA and NHPI language translation and questions will start them thinking in this question of who's being included and who's not included, even asking the question of who got included in developing whatever guidelines they are going to develop will start. So while it might not come as a recommendation from us, I think it's important to recognize that when you all ask questions or ask people to come in to talk to you, it also has a ripple effect going out. So you may want to think about the influence, both direct and indirect, that it can have in terms of who's the next group of people you might bring in, even as this recommendation goes out into subcommittees. Or Bradley, maybe this is something that we have come to our commission meeting, next commission meeting, as a direct conversation. AI is a real conversation, as you all see in the world around us, that maybe we think about who comes and speaks to us in the next commission meeting to have a conversation. So I just say that as there's many ways to have this influence, but the now can be in many different ways. Commissioner Kalsi?
Thank you. So it just very pointed. What I would do is under number 1, instead of develop standards / guidelines, I would also include, to Commissioner Carey's point, add guardrails in there, and then also human oversight. So it would say, develop guardrails / standards / guidelines / human oversight around the use of machine translation or AI translation technology, and then whatever else we need to do thereafter. And then I think a lot of the conversations we've had here talk about how are we going to assess the impact, or how are we going to make sure that marginalized communities, specifically AA and NHPI communities, don't get left behind, or that the impact of AI on our communities is sort of mitigated before it becomes an issue. So I think there needs to be a third bullet there where we talk about developing a process to help mitigate concerns for for marginalized communities like the AA and NHPI community. If that makes
Victoria?
sense.
Yeah, I appreciate all of the conversation, right? Because it sounds like we all are in agreement. This is kind of an urgent matter, and it's timely. And I know that the transmission of the recommendations to the president takes time. And so I think my question maybe to Crystal then is, with WIAMPI, what is the jurisdiction in helping to expedite the representation of our AA and NHPI community on if there's a task force or a commission or whatever coalition that is coming out from the president or the administration? Is that something that WIAMPI can help expedite, that may kick in before our recommendation makes it to the president's desk?
Yeah, that's a great question, Victoria. And yes, absolutely. So through the initiative, which is again separate from the commission, we do have the authority to be able to go to the White House and to other federal agencies through our interagency working group to be able to ask things. So this is something we can take back immediately and just say, ask what is the current makeup? Can we ensure that there is, inclusion of the AA and NHPI community, that there's active engagement? So we can do that right away.
All right, this was a very robust conversation. Bet you didn't expect that, Kimberly. It's actually really.
I should have had ChatGPT write it. It would have been.
If you had started off with ChatGPT, put this recommendation forward, I bet it would have been a whole different conversation. But this was a great conversation. Thank you, everyone. Back to you.
Thank you, and we nearly missed that, but we do have our final recommendation, and I'm asking Commissioner Victoria Hune to present problem statement 6.
Thank you, Commissioner. So last but not least, we have one last recommendation from the Language Access Subcommittee. And our problem statement, number 6, is despite the increasing requirements for equitable language access, as a result of the Executive Order 13166 that we have been speaking about, and subsequent executive orders that speak to the limited English proficient AA and NHPI community, this community still faces significant systemic barriers that prevent meaningful access to critical government services, as we've discussed. And there is inconsistent community engagement across federal agencies regarding language access, and this may contribute to language access gaps, inequitable policies, and missed opportunities for collaboration and innovation. So our recommendation, the Commission recommends that that WIOMPI, the White House Initiative on AA and NHPI, the White House Office of Public Engagement, the Department of Justice, convene a biennial, every 2 years, National Language Access, Equity, and Justice Summit in regions with growing language needs. The Commission makes the following recommendations for the summit, and it's intentional that we have these bullet points, that the summit is hosted in a hybrid model to accommodate virtual and in-person guests from across the nation. Provide a progress report on current language access plans and the current state of language access enforcement and implementation of existing language access civil rights laws across all the Federal Office of Civil Rights, or OCR, by or through designated language access coordinators or personnel. That the summit creates an intentional space to solicit feedback on the updated federal agency language access plans. That the summit also empowers and accommodates limited English proficient persons by providing simultaneous interpretation, translated materials in multiple AA and NHPI languages, and be inclusive of languages of lesser diffusion. The Summit Center should center and incorporate the voices and stories of community stakeholders who have been directly impacted by language access issues, incorporate national and local key AA and NHPI stakeholders and subject matter experts in the program planning process. And last but not least, upon the successful execution of the summit, that we request that the lead federal agency provide a public summary of the program, federal recommendations that come out of the summit, community feedback, summary of the community feedback, and lessons learned to be shared with participants or related interagency work groups and federal agencies. And it's been, you've heard it, 2 decades after the signing of the Executive Order 13166, and 20 years later, the current attorney issued a memorandum emphasizing the need to strengthen the federal government's commitment to language access. And this memorandum requested each federal agency provide an updated language access plan within 180 days of November 21st, 2022. So 180 days will land us in May 2023. So those language access plans have been received by the Department of Justice. So I suspect that some of these plans may have language on community stakeholders' engagement. And so this is an opportunity for the public or for the federal agencies to seek and engage the public's response and feedback. So that concludes our last recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hume. Other questions, comments? Commissioner Chang?
Thank you, Commissioner Nguyen. I really appreciate and I like this recommendation. I think for us on the community side, we often engage our community with simultaneous interpretation with community events to get engagement. And I think should this recommendation be accepted and get implemented by the federal government, that there will be a lot of interest, especially if it is simultaneously interpreted. People will come, for sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Agbayani.
This recommendation is important because it really tries to be a little more global, more general, because language access is impacting all of our committee recommendations, and we should actually think of how all of the recommendations have language access issues and continue, making sure that we incorporate those issues in our subcommittees and in our larger recommendations. So language access is a theme that is throughout all the many recommendations.
Other comments?
I think I'm just excited for this opportunity for the communities to provide direct feedback And it's a long time coming. We haven't had a national summit on language access, and especially proposing that it's in an area where it's not, not always in a particular location or region of the state or the country. I think that's also important to note.
All right. I do not see any more questions, and I believe this is the last of our recommendations for language access. I just want to say congratulations to the Language Access Committee. That was a lot of recommendations that you all have been working through.
We held some too.
We are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to keep moving on with the other recommendations. Okay, we're back. And thank you for our commissioners that are online for staying with us the whole time. Really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to keep moving to Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, and Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee. And Commissioner Wang, Grace, are you up for this one? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. The Belonging, Inclusion, and Anti-Asian Hate, Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee, the co-chairs are Louisa Blue and Dr. Kamal Kasi. The members are Emily Chen, myself, Daniel Day Kim, Nahid Qureshi, and Smita Shah. We also have a non-commissioned member, Madiha Hussein, and the designated federal officer for the subcommittee is Linda Chang. Over the past quarter, we have been talking about priority issue areas, including supporting the leadership opportunities for Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander individuals in government, business, nonprofit, and media. We've been talking about education about AA and NHPI communities. We've talked about standardizing hate crimes and hate crime definitions, increasing resources for victims, preventing gun violence, targeting AA and NHPI communities. We've also talked about increasing federal transparency on data regarding domestic terrorism and white supremacist organizations, alternative means of reporting hate crimes or hate incidents, improving federal data collection of hate crimes and hate incidents, and prevention of anti-Asian hate in all spheres of life, including in the media, in business, education, in government, and in online forums. And so over the last quarter, we had presenters including Malik Pancholi and Belinda Lay from Act to Change. We had Lynn Rosenthal, the current director of sexual assault and violence prevention within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, who was formerly the White House advisor on violence against women under the Obama-Biden administration. We also heard from Tenmosi Soundararajan from Equality Labs and Anna Mok from Ascend and Ascend Foundation. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to my fellow Commissioner Daniel Day Kim.
So we have, from our subcommittee, one and only one recommendation, because we know it's about quality, as well as quantity, as well as quantity.
I did not say
Of course, that's a joke, for the record. So we begin with problem statement number one. The start of the COVID-19 pandemic marked an alarming rise in hate crimes and acts of violence against Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Most of us in this room know that since March 2020, there have been more than 11,000 acts of hate committed against our communities and reported to the organization Stop AAPI Hate. Now, while there has been some public attention focused on this issue, there has been a lack of ongoing focus by high-level federal leaders and influencers. The cycle of violence shows no signs of abating anytime soon. So, our corresponding recommendation is that we combat this problem by having the federal government create a multi-pronged campaign to support its policy efforts. These efforts will include designated interns/fellows from federal agencies to develop a first-of-its-kind anti-racism arts competition and corresponding ad campaign. Now, this campaign will have the following elements. 1, It will establish an interagency policy working group. This group should include the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Health and Human Services to develop a plan and coordinate the administration's strategies to prevent, combat, and support victims of race-based bias and violence. This group will be coordinated by an advisor in the White House. Other members will include the Secretaries of the SBA, NEA, NEH, DOE, among others. And they will convene subject matter experts and peers in the private sector along with nonprofit social justice leaders. 2, this interagency working group will spearhead committees to advance its policy initiatives by doing the following. Support opportunities for young people by creating internships/fellowships within the interagency working group with the specific goals of creating belonging and helping to combat anti-Asian hate, discrimination, and violence by working together on the following activities, which we've labeled B through D. So B, chaired by the NEA, the committee will develop a national arts competition with the goal of awarding scholarships for artwork showcasing the theme and celebrating the AA and NHPI community, including the ways that we've contributed to culture and society. It would be highlighted in the forms of poetry, music, painting, theater, photography, film, etc. The endowment will support robust participation and engagement, as well as dedicate resources to support the national arts competition, culminating in a special awards ceremony featuring influential hosts and presenters. And pursuant to a conversation with Chief Commissioner Shaw, it should include the president and the vice president. Why not? C, administered by the NEH and NEA, create an accompanying national ad campaign and PSA campaign to celebrate the winners of the competition, display their work while using the campaign as a platform to speak out against hate, violence, discrimination, and to create belonging. D, explore public-private partnerships to support development of the national arts competition and corresponding ad campaign. E, make recommendations to OMB about resources needed to implement agency strategies to support victims, support these internships, staff the interagency working group for program administration, as well as fund the ad campaign and arts competition. It is important to note before I conclude that we'd like to acknowledge and give special thanks to fellow commissioner and smartly coiffed, newly coiffed, Carrie Doi, who originally introduced the idea of a recommendation in this area. So by way of background, this recommendation is essentially asking, was created to answer several questions. One, how do we highlight our community, the challenges, and the ways that we can be celebrated? Number two, how can we underscore the value of arts in American culture and education, and especially within the AA and NHPI communities? Number two, who could work on this? So how do we create opportunity and jobs for especially younger people who are interested in this area of work? And three, we wanted to answer the question, who pays for it? So this is why we came up with this recommendation, and we're open to questions.
Okay. Commissioner Kelsey.
I don't have a question per se, but a comment. I also want to thank Commissioner Carrie Doi for introducing this to us and pushing us to work on this. So this is really 6 recommendations in one. Language access. And it's not a competition, but we were able to put it into one.
Does it have an AI component?
It might, in the future. But it was important to us to echo Commissioner Kim's sentiments that we do create a pipeline for young folks to engage on these issues, as well as engage in government. We wanted to create a platform for the arts. We wanted to have a very public campaign pushing back against hate and intolerance. And we had to be creative with that and figure out sort of funding too. So I am very, very proud of the work the subcommittee has put into thoughtfulness and the work they put into creating this. So thank you.
Okay, are you going to make digs at the subcommittee?
Oh, I'm part of the subcommittee. So no, I'm not going to make digs. I do want to flag, there's a lot of creative parts of this recommendation, and then there's the policy piece of it as well, which is the interagency working group. And as somebody who works on violence prevention in my day job, there's an important need to coordinate a lot of the efforts across agencies, and we've seen it already as it relates to this anti-Asian violence and hate crime issue, is that there's not a lot of cross-agency communication about what different agencies are doing. And so I think that I know it gets lost in some of the promotion about the policy through the arts, but there's also the element of this recommendation that speaks to the federal government actually getting together and the components of it that work on addressing anti-Asian violence and anti-Asian hate, to think about how you integrate the response as well as prevention, and making sure that those folks are talking to each other.
Thank you. Commissioner Underwood?
I really like the proposal, because it does a couple of things with cultural expression and artistic expression, which are not normally done, I think. And one is that I think some of us think that it's being instructive to the general community, to the community at large, about individual contributions and individual cultural themes. But I also look at it in a slightly different way, and that it is instructive to the individual communities themselves. I'm always amazed by when you ask young people to do cultural and artistic expressions about who they are. They're very different than who I think I am. and it demonstrates a kind of a vibrancy that sometimes people who are seen as maintainers of the culture don't see, because the young people are experiencing something very differently. They're experiencing their own historical culture in a different way in the society and in this present day society. And so I just love the way that it's framed, because that it's instructive in a multiplicity of ways. So I really want to congratulate, not that they're the A team, but I congratulate them.
And we continue with that.
Thank you for the forced compliment, Commissioner Underwood.
I really want to offer my thanks to the subcommittee for organizing my disorganized thoughts to make it a little bit more comprehensible. I realize that what I submitted was hard for me to even grasp after I reread it 85 times. But I want to also lift up the most recent American Idol winner, Ian Tongi, right? Who hails from the North Shore town called Kahuku, which is where most of my relatives originate, and it's a name and face that most of the American public did not know, right? Had no understanding of the culture and community from which he came. And when I saw him win, it was an incredible sense of pride. I think that's a kind of thing that helps to get to the hearts and minds of people throughout the country, right? And so that is like the embodiment of the spirit with which I tried to draft this recommendation, and just want to say thank you again for the subcommittee for refining that work. Thank you.
I just want to add and say, I think many times we talk about policy as the solution, and sometimes we forget that including people and communities in helping us find solutions, and this recommendation sort of addresses both from a policy perspective, but also how do we include people and community as a part of helping us define and understand belonging and how anti-Asian hate affects them directly. And so this is a nice way to bring both and together, and both the intellect and the hearts and minds are important. So thank you for the 6 recommendations in 1 recommendation that exist, but it is very comprehensive and very helpful.
To address, if I may, just to address Commissioner Underwood's thoughts, it was important to us, to use the arts for the very reason that you were elaborating, and we were hesitant to call anyone a winner because this was not a meritocracy per se. This was a way to highlight people from all different parts of our diaspora, and we could be able to choose the way that we are reflected back by our own communities. And so we chose the arts very deliberately because we thought that it was a great way to do that, and it could be very representative of all of our communities represented through all different generations.
Kimberly.
I just want to reflect that this seems very much like the AA and NHPI White House Forum that our Huianpi folks put together on May 3rd, the celebration of the arts of a lot of different communities. So, there is a sort of a mini model pilot that the NEA could adopt from.
Other comments? Okay, we are going to keep moving. This is, are you sure you don't have any more recommendations?
Did we talk about AI?
We have the data disaggregation subcommittee. We'll keep moving. Commissioner Kai-Ying Yang, and do you want to go ahead and take over from here?
Yes, thank you very much, Chief Shaw. We actually have quite a few people, but 2 of them are on the screen with us, and then I want to introduce everyone. Good afternoon, everyone, for those of you at home coming back, or is it evening? Maybe it's evening over there. The co-chairs of this data disaggregation subcommittee is Sarah Min, who is on the screen, Dr. Reynald Samoa, who is here, Dr. Robert Underwood, next to him. Our members are Emily Chen and myself. Our non-commissioned members are Dr. Nines Ponce and then Dr. Joseph Kieve Kaholukulu. I apologize. Who is here today? Thank you for joining us. Our DFO is Janet Cushing. Today we have 2 priorities, but I'd like to talk about the priority issues that we've been working on in the last few months, or this commission, is to ensure equitable data inclusion through data collection, analyzing, and reporting, especially for underrepresented AA and NHPI populations, facilitate improved access for community advocates to use federal agency data to more effectively inform policy changes, foster impactful 3-way dialogue between communities, academic researchers, and federal agencies for more consistent reporting. The next one is pursue joint recommendations with other subcommittees, including health equity, language access, and belonging, inclusion, and anti-Asian hate and anti-discrimination. Call for the investigation of more accurate methods and strategies to capture ethnocultural, language, and racial identity characteristics for AA and NHPI communities. And lastly, to highlight best practices from priority federal agencies for data disaggregation. We've had many speakers that have come and helped us to understand some of the practices at the federal level, but also from community as well too, including Rachel Marks and her many colleagues. Rachel Marks is the Chief Racial Statistics Branch Population Division of the U.S. Census Bureau, Kam Mua, the National Deputy Director for the Southeast Asia Resource Action Center, Alan Simon, Director, the Division of Health and Nutrition Examination Surveys of the National Center for Health Statistics, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Denise Ross, the Deputy U.S. Chief Technology Officer and U.S. Chief Data Scientist, Office of Science and Technology Policy. And I have the honor of presenting the first recommendation, and this is the problem statement that we're trying to solve. Certain populations within the Asian and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander category are racially and ethnically misclassified. The misclassifications result in a failure to identify the disparities and inequities that certain populations experience, and therefore lose access to critical government programs that rely on these incorrect and inadequate data sets. So the Commission recommends that the Census Bureau include feedback and input from relevant and diverse community-based organizations, or CBOs, when classifying various populations. Our points under this recommendation is that the Census Bureau should engage directly with CBOs and jointly determine classifications that are culturally and linguistically appropriate. The Equitable Data Working Group, or EDWG, should ensure there is funding from the U.S. Census directed to CBOs in order for them to engage. And the last bullet point under this one is the Office of Strategic Alliances within the Census Bureau should increase resources, including staff representative of the AA and NHPI populations, to work with a larger network of community organizations. I'd like to just kind of give some background and some rationale about why we decided to do this. And I'm going to look on my phone. I'm not playing a game or anything like that because I have notes everywhere. But one example is that we heard that communities have expressed concerns about the lack of robust and authentic community engagement, especially from smaller, diverse groups within the AA and NHPI community. A recent example of this is in the 2020 census state redistricting data summary file, which showed the misclassification of the Hmong community under the East Asian category. They were formerly under the Southeast Asian category, just to clarify for everyone. And the U.S. Census Bureau said that they based this new classification on the criteria, on the definition of original peoples. Now, this community was unaware of the new classification until the census product was released. During our March 20th meeting with the Census Bureau, the speakers also acknowledged that the Hmong population is not the only example where the definition of original peoples is imperfect. Another example is the South African population and how a majority of South Africans that live in the U.S. are white, but on the census they are classified as black. And furthermore, frequently, NHPI groups are identified based on their geographic origin, which includes Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. These terms actually mask the ethnic groups and political relationships and aspirations that inhabit those areas. Prior to the reclassification of the Hmong community, going back to that example, the Hmong American community has historically indicated that they are from the country of Laos. And since 1975, the vast majority of Hmong Americans in the United States came from Laos as refugees after the Vietnam War, because they were among other ethnic groups recruited by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency to serve as soldiers in the secret war. While the 2020 census allows people to self-identify, the examples I just gave above illustrates how a lack of deep community engagement can lead to conflicts with a community's self-identification. In a letter in March 2023 penned by CRAC and 57 organizations, it stated that, and I quote, lumping the relatively small Hmong American community, approximately 323,000 in 2020, with much larger Asian American communities numbering in the millions that originate from East Asia and have different histories and outcomes in the U.S. will obscure the disparities and unique challenges experienced by Hmong American and other Southeast Asian American communities. without accurately identifying the Hmong American community, critical government programs that are reliant on these data sets will fail to identify the disparities and inequities this population experiences and meet its needs. And if you are asking why are we asking why the recommendation, well, this is the reason why we are prioritizing the EDWG, the Equitable Data Working Group, because they are currently more influential and involve interagency strategies. And we need assurance that of the durability of the recommendation beyond the EDWG's tenure, especially from the U.S. Census Bureau. The second rationale is that this is in alignment with EDWG and their tenets, and therefore it should be a budget priority. Their tenet, the EDWG tenet explains, says that they are working to increase non-federal research and community access to disaggregated data for the evidence building that supports equity efforts, increased transparency about progress in serving underserved populations. One of their other tenet is in FY23, funding for institutional capacity to expand engagement with historically underrepresented and underserved groups and develop actionable goals to advance equity. And the last piece for the Strategic Alliances Group is that we want them to formalize a process of recognizing CBOs for transparency and optimizing resources. Also, we feel like it would invite and fortify community engagement if they do this. So this is our first recommendation.
Okay, open for questions and comments. I just have one technical comment here. The Equitable Data Working Group cannot specifically ensure there is funding, but can prioritize or work with making sure congressional funding comes to that. So we can make a technical fix here, but I just want to say they themselves do not have access to the funding.
That's true, and we are urging them to ensure that, but they don't make the decision. We agree with that. And Ray may want to say something about it too.
I think the reason why we specifically named them was like in their previous tenants and their budget, they weren't, although the community engagement was a priority, we didn't see that reflected in their budget. And so we just wanted to make sure that, if they're going to be prioritized, that the resources are there to ensure that it is.
Yeah, I mean, again, technically it can just be that they prioritize with OMB. There's lots of ways of doing it, but they themselves have no money to give, so they can't prioritize it, and they can't tell an agency what to do, but they can prioritize it within OMB. So it's just a technical thing. It's not it's a wording change.
Should we change that? That's the second bullet, yeah?
Yeah, I'll work with you on just a slight wording change there.
Okay.
Any other comments? Victoria?
Thank you for the recommendation. I know with Census Bureau, there's, engagement with community-based organizations, but do we want to take it a bit further and specifically state the AA and NHPI CBOs? And I know it impacts many other communities, but I think it would be worth being more specific. That would be my recommendation, to list AA and NHPI CBOs.
In the recommendation, right?
In the recommendation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any opposition? Okay, we could do that.
Everywhere it says that. Any other comments? Questions? Dr. Newell?
I just wanted to add to the point that Commissioner Kaying made about Polynesian, Micronesian, and Melanesian, because these words originate from the Mont d'Orville expedition, and they're just seen as colonial constructs, but they're with us, and so sometimes people say, well, I'm Micronesian, when in reality they're Chukis or Pohnpeian. It's an ethnic group, so the overlay between the geographic distinction and actual ethnic cultural group is not very perfect, and it actually obfuscates and masks the realities. So sometimes people because they just say, well, I'm Polynesian. Well, what does that mean? You know, or I'm a Micronesian. What does that mean? But in reality, that's a construct that's from that. And in a way, the geography gets in the way. And just as an aside, this also is an issue that's in front of scholarship groups when they make, you know, decisions about how to classify people. So this is a very important issue.
Okay, I don't think we have any other questions. So do you want to keep moving?
Yes.
Commissioner Yang?
So the next recommendation will be presented by Commissioner Reno Samoa and Dr. Robert Underwood.
I like how Commissioner Underwood just threw in obfuscates like it's an everyday word. I come here to learn. Problem statement number 2. Many federal agencies face the same challenges to collecting and reporting NHPI data, which often results in either no NHPI data being collected, reported, or NHPI data being aggregated with other racial or ethnic populations at data collection and/or in reporting. Not having NHPI-specific data results in these communities being excluded from policies, legislation, and funding that otherwise would benefit NHPI communities. Thus, our recommendation number 2, the Commission recommends that HHS should establish a task force which includes NHPI CBOs to address privacy and legal concerns and expand the capacity of data collection methods to facilitate collection and disaggregation of NHPI data. And to provide more colorful commentary and fruitful context, I hand it over to Commissioner Underwood.
Thank you for that. Well, there's a particular issue in the way people are counted, I think, which we highlighted to the entire commission, that doesn't include the territories. So in the data sets, the territories are not included. And in the last commission meeting, a presentation was made in which of the 4 main data sets of the territories, the small territories are not included in 3 of them. So it's a consequence. And then I also announced at that time that the economic census, which had been promised, the rug had been pulled out, and so the government of Guam and the small territories would have to find their way. So just not to violate the chief's admonition not to use too much personal experience, but I have a letter here 27 years ago in which I wrote to the Census Bureau about the economic census, and it's the same topic. And it's basically, so sometimes the excuse that's given is that we just don't have the money, which always begs the question, which is a kind of a dance between, you know, we have to ask Congress for the money, but if you're not really asking for it or you're not making it a priority, you're not going to get it. So this, of course, has a deleterious effect. Just like it also obfuscates, it has a deleterious effect. Has a deleterious effect on actually understanding the dynamics of this community. And it's important to understand that the Pacific Islander community is constantly on the move. They're migrating all the time. So, you know, it's not like if you have to see them in their entirety. So. That's my colorful commentary. Thank you, Dr. Samoa.
Just add deleterious to that conversation. Commissioner Pang.
I'm 100% support these recommendations, and of course I more than 101% support the language access, which is very important. To me, it's override. Without the language access, wherever any recommendation we put up is become useless. This is my take on this. For this one, it is very important because without the accuracy of the data that you disaggregate, you know, then you cannot have allocate a lot of resources. And I think if we are talking about diversity here in this country, that will be very meaningless. So I 100% support your recommendation in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wang.
Yes, thank you. I want to also echo thanks for this recommendation, and I know that we had worked on an earlier one from the Language Access Committee, in particular around the field that I work in, which is collection of data about victimization as it relates to domestic and sexual violence. And we know from the biggest, most frequently cited research out of the federal government about prevalence of domestic and sexual violence, that the numbers of AA and NHPI, especially NHPI, folks that are counted in those random phones, surveys are not big enough for them to be able to make any conclusions, which has, long-term implications for resources as it relates to getting funding for folks that are limited English proficient, that have the highest barriers to getting access to help, that's culturally relevant, et cetera. And so I can't applaud this recommendation enough in terms of, making sure that it translates across to all of the different agencies that have and are collecting data about communities. So, thanks.
Thank you. I didn't say anything during the AI discussion, so here's my 2 cents. I think the conversation was very fruitful, but it's that whole garbage in, garbage out concept with AI. But if you put nothing in, which is kind of where we are, everyone's talking about how fast AI is going to evolve, and yet 1997, we're still working on data disaggregation. And so that piece, if it doesn't move, I don't see how AI is going to, move a needle for us. I didn't want to leave some room. Dr. Kaholokula is chair of the Department of Native Hawaiian Health for University of Hawaii, and he's one of the reasons why we asked to do the task force. Did you want to speak real quickly about task force? Or the ideas of NIH and funding for the internet funding for small populations. Yeah. Oh, so what we talked about in the thing was that some of the ideas that have been put forth by the community, why we think the task force is such a good idea, is that these ideas are already in action. During COVID, the NHPI lab was born out of community push. Other ideas that have come from community discussions have asking the NIH to do specific designations or specific RFAs to come up with better data analysis techniques for smaller and invisible communities such as AA and NHPI.
Mahalo, Commissioner Samo. I apologize. I was wondering what he was referring to. I forgot. Yes, we're trying to get NIH and others to have special RFAs out specific to this purpose of identifying much more creative and scientifically rigorous ways of looking at small population sizes. Well, I'd like just to add, it's not only an issue of just being able to analyze small populations, it is an issue around just lack of attention towards our communities. A colleague of mine, Keith Norris over at UCLA, always says it's not that we're hard to reach, we're just hardly reached. And I do think we need to push researchers and others to make a stronger effort at including our populations and including recruiters from our communities so that they can reach our populations effectively. But I just want to say mahalo to the Commission for allowing me to be a part of the data disaggregation. It's been a wonderful experience, and being able to influence, policy at a larger level is really exciting. So thank you for all the work you do, and thank you for allowing me to be here. I think I'm the only non-commissioner sitting here. I'm crashing the party. Sorry about that. Thank you.
We're glad to have you. Thank you for coming. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Maybe Belonging and Inclusion wants to add another recommendation, since there's like two here. Just adding, just commenting. No, this is great. Thank you for the data disaggregation subcommittee. These are important recommendations. And again, similar to all of the other recommendations, getting moving on data is super important. What you get in is what you get out. So if we don't put anything in, we do not get anything out. So thank you for that. We're going to take we're good? Okay, we're just going to keep moving then with the economic subcommittee. recommendations, and we're just going to plow through before we take a break.
Yes. Thank you so much.
So Smita, you're up.
You're right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. My name is Smita Shah. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Economic Equity Committee, along with my co-chairs Ajay Butaria and Simon Pang. Our members are Louisa Blue, Dr. Kimberly Chang, Carrie Doi, Michelle Kuahane, Kevin Kim, Ai-jen Poo, and our DFO was Janet Cushing, a fantastic DFO. Some of our priority issue areas, are we on the side? Our priority issue areas included opportunities for small business, increasing opportunities for small business including exports, opportunities for small and community banks to participate in federal programs. Other areas are access to job training and workforce development, including worker access to childcare, paid leave, and long-term care across all industries, living wages, access to benefits and training opportunities, jobs of the future and workforce development, opportunities for AA and NHPI workers, specifically addressing income inequality and wage gap for the AA and NHPI women, access and awareness around grants, contracts, and loans, ensuring the rights of workers are respected and the right to organize. And then in the category of compliance and regulations, to review compliance and regulations related to workforce development and apprenticeship programs, regulations regarding small business, job opportunities, and workforce development, and ensuring that they're inclusive of AA and NHPI issues. Next. Our presenters were Lisa Fu, Executive Director of the California Health Nail Salon Collaborative, and Duan Dun Chen, Secretary, Chinese American Nail Salon Association, Geraldine S. Aglaplay, Regional Administrator, the Great Lakes Region for the Small Business Administration, and Trudy Rebert, Policy Advisor, Office of the Assistant Secretary for Policy, Department of Labor. For our first policy statement, we are going to have Dr. Kimberly Chang. Oh. And Commissioner Blue. Oh, you're just Commissioner Blue? Okay. Commissioner Blue, you are up.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I know blood sugar levels are dropping here, so I'm going to try to get some input. Anyway, for the problem statement number 1, there's an opportunity to help improve the economic health and safety concerns for nail salon workers who experience significant harms, economic impacts, as well as anti-Asian hate and racism incidents during the COVID-19 pandemic by collaborating with the owners and workers in the salons. So recommendation number 1, the Commission recommends that by May 2024, the Department of Labor, HHS, and Small Business Administration should convene a national listening session with nail salon workers and nail salon owners to discuss and address the economic concerns, health and safety issues, and labor rights, culminating with the issuance of a study on the state of the industry and a national action plan to support workers and owners. So just a little bit of background on why we chose this industry, this workforce. It is a growing industry in the United States. It's dominated by small family-owned operations with 9 out of 10 salons having fewer than 10 employees. Nationally, the workforce is 76% Asian, 81% female, 79% foreign-born, with 74% born in Vietnam. And the top 5 states with the highest number of nail salons are California, Florida, New York, Texas, and Georgia. Now, this was not mind-boggling for those of us who got this data. 40,000 nail salons nationwide, and close to 400,000 employees, either manicurists or cosmetologists. So it is a growing industry, and we don't have enough information about that, and that's why we're recommending a listening session. Another point of data here is 39% identified as independent contractors. And during COVID-19, it caused significant economic harms for nail salon workers. Workers returned to a sector with reduced employment and business. Nail salon workers' health and safety required new protocols once they returned to work. And nail salon workers' incomes were impacted despite their ability to return to work. The majority of workers, more than 95% in the study, did not receive hazard pay in the pandemic. Earnings stayed the same or decreased during reopening, and a majority of the workers found themselves financially insecure or uncertain about their ability to pay for food. So there is also issues that was faced by these workers and the owners in terms of how to access resources, especially then during the pandemic. And along with that comes, is there the data there? Does the government understand, how this industry is continuing to work and how many hundreds of thousands of workers it impacts? The other thing is language access, right? The data shows that the majority are immigrants from other AAPI workers and countries, and so is there language access? And that's something that we need to pay attention to, and it seems to be a common thread amongst all of the subcommittees' work here, right? And then health and safety is just really, really important, right? Because of chemicals that they are exposed to, not only for themselves, but also to the clients that come in. And all of that needs to be addressed. And so we think that a listening session will at least help that, and we'll have, people who can address these issues at the government level, really hear directly from frontline owners and workers in terms of how they were impacted during COVID, and then also beyond that. Yay or nay?
No, but I think we're going to check out everybody's blood sugar level on this
No, I'm
conversation.
ready. I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Throw me in, Chief.
Commissioner Ives-Rubley, go ahead. Spike it for everybody.
Yeah. All right. I had a quick question because, I love the idea of having this and have been thinking sort of some of the safety protocols for these types of industries. My only sort of question for you all is, do you want this to be actually 2 summits? And I ask this, or 2 sessions, because I ask this because I'm sure there's a bit of a difference on what the workers may want versus what the owners may want. And I worry if you have them all together in one session, that there may be some disparities between who's willing to actually speak fully about their experiences if their employer is in the room while they're having a conversation about issues that they're facing on the job. So I just wonder if it would be better to have 2 different sessions rather than just stating a session that includes both the workers and the business owners.
That's a really good question, and we didn't really have deep conversations about that, but we did notice some differences. So in Oakland, California, there was the Nail Salon Cooperative, and it was both workers and owners that worked together by agreeing that there are certain issues that face us as workers and owners, especially during COVID, right? So there was input from owners and the workers on how they should proceed forward. And then in New York, the experience there was very different, right? They didn't form a collaborative, right? There were issues that workers in the nail salon industry in New York City brought up, right, and filed complaints, at OSHA and other entities, right? And then there's this tension between the owners and the workforce, right? So I do agree that there is a chilling effect when you have workers and the bosses in the same room, especially if some of the bosses or one of the bosses is your boss, right? That you're not going to feel comfortable putting your stuff out there, right? So I think that's something that we do have to think about, right? And because there's so little known about this industry, I also think it's important to highlight to the general public and the federal agencies, like, here is what we place. And I would also say that it shouldn't hinder us from having two separate ones. Maybe in New York, it's two separate ones because of the tension. Maybe in Oakland, because there is a collaborative that got formed that worked mutually together. Maybe it's both workers and the owners. I don't think it was that way in San Jose either. I think there's definitely tension within San Jose, California, many, many years ago between the owners and the nail salon workers, and that was majority Vietnamese, right? But it's something to think about, but I do understand the chilling effect.
Commissioner Yang?
Thank you very much. I just want to thank you for bringing this recommendation forward as well, too. During the pandemic, I did see a lot of disparities in language access and just, assistance for many of the nail salon owners. I share the same concern that Commissioner Mia brought up. And I also want to add that, and maybe this is going too deep in the weeds, but where do community-based organizations come into play? Because I think that we already have a language access issue for the community, and then going directly to government officials who might be, concerned about immigration status and things like that, may not make the listening session a safe place for many people to come forward to be very honest about their situation, because I think that we have seen that, this is not a community that will come forward easily to talk about their situation, but they're servicing all of us constantly, right? So they're basically a very visible community. And how do we make sure that any public events like this will also be protective of their identity and their safety going forward?
Commissioner Hune?
I just want to thank the subcommittee for bringing this recommendation. And, during the pandemic, I saw a lot of Vietnamese nail salon owners, in the South struggling.
Commissioner Hune, sorry, can I just add? Yeah.
Struggling. A lot of the Vietnamese nail salon businesses struggling just kind of nationwide, right? We were hearing it through the different networks. And I agree with Commissioner Ives really about the effect of having managers and employees in the same room, because the needs are different, right? Especially you saw during the pandemic. But I also want to speak to what you just mentioned, Commissioner Blue, about the kind of the regional differences, from areas that are more established with networks and capacity kind of tackle some policy issues versus maybe some areas in the South or other areas where they may not have that infrastructure to tackle issues collectively. So I think, I think there should be some consideration, or if there probably is some consideration about, when we're talking about national listening sessions, to host them in different areas of the nation, and multiple sessions. And then also, and you already know, many of the workers are contract workers or independent contractors, right? That timing and, days of when these, listening sessions are important to kind of note. And then I think one last thing that I wanted to mention was to make sure that maybe we should specifically note that, it'd be a national multilingual listening session, because as you know, and you've already mentioned that many of the nail salon workers are limited English proficient or prefer to speak in another language. Thank you.
So let me just ask this question, because see if we can sharpen it. So it states, the data states where the majority of these workers are, right? So that helps deal with some of the regional stuff. But I think, I take your point that it's got to be done across the country, right? So are the 5 states, does that make sense? And not a listening session for each state, but maybe we, bring the southern states together at the east, whatever that is. But does that make sense that we at least target those states? Because we have the data that can support the fact that there's huge numbers. Okay. And then we'll figure out how to group the folks. And then in terms of turnout, we really are going to have to depend on the community-based organizations that have had to work with these workers, right? And then at least in New York, there is the Association of Owners, right? But we have to go elsewhere to get the workers there, right? And it's probably a community-based organization, but the experience that I have, that I know of, it was unions that really work with those workers to try to get their health and safety issues addressed and filing complaints, right? So, is anyone else familiar in other parts of the country? So we have Victoria here, who's familiar with Georgia, Atlanta, but in the other parts of the country, like in Florida, right, Texas, if there are community groups there that we can reach out to.
Kimberly?
Yeah, I think at least in Texas, I know that some of the health centers there are kind of involved with the nail salon workers. So going through the community health centers there might be helpful.
Orange County? Yeah.
So it sounds like you have a bit of a modification in this recommendation, which is maybe should convene national listening sessions instead of just a session.
Maybe regional listening
regional sessions with community-based organizations.
Multilingual.
So maybe we could just work on getting this refined, but I don't hear, oh, sorry, Commissioner Yang.
Oh, I was just going to offer that Minnesota has an association as well, too, actually several. And so I would say sometimes we have a tendency to go where the population is, but where we have no resources, that's where the biggest needs are as well, too. And so I would ask you to consider that for your recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think that's why I said regional, not based on those 5 states, but obviously those 5 states need to be represented.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, slight modifications there. Commissioner Shaw, I'm going to give it back to you for the next recommendation.
Thank you. Our next problem statement and recommendation will be presented by Michelle Kauhane. Michelle.
Thank you. So the problem, everybody get your sugar intake so we can learn a little bit about the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Our problem statement is that the lack of mercantile licenses issued by the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands poses significant challenges to economic development and financial stability of Native Hawaiian businesses and homestead communities. According to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands fiscal year 22 annual report, 429 licenses are issued, encumbering nearly 23,000 acres of land. And of these licenses, not a single mercantile license is awarded to an eligible Native Hawaiian beneficiary. The Native Hawaiian beneficiaries for whom this act is intended have been neglected in the issuance of land for mercantile purposes under Section 207 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Our recommendation is that the Commission recommend directing the Department of Interior to start beneficiary consultation on mercantile licensing and promulgate federal rules that provide clarity for beneficiaries to access lands for mercantile purposes. Without specific federal regulations in place to guide the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands and sufficient oversight by the Department of Interior, the purpose and intent of the HHCA, or the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, Land Trust have been lost. Beneficiary consultation and federal rules regarding the issuance of mercantile licenses would help make the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act work for its intended beneficiaries. A budget for beneficiary consultation on mercantile licensing within the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations at the Department of Interior should be included in the fiscal year 25 budget. So a little bit of background and understanding of the conversation that took place at committee. First, I want to share with you that today marks almost exactly 102 years since the passage by Congress of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. That happened on July 9th, 1921. So the law is enacted in 1921. It sets aside 200,000 acres of land for the rehabilitation and settlement of Native Hawaiians. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is, in fact, the set-aside that allows for statehood to happen. So in 1959, when Hawaii becomes a state, we create the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands, who has responsibility for administering the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. With the federal government, the Office of the Department of Interior has federal oversight of the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands. What is important for you to understand is that Prince Kuhio was a delegate in Congress. He was not even a voting member. He was a delegate who represented Hawaii, dedicated, and his legacy is the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Congress enacts HHCA in 1921, and in 1922, our champion dies. It took 100 years before we promulgated the first rule to tell us how we were going to implement this act. So imagine any federal law that is passed without rules to tell us how we are going to implement the act. As a result, the state of Hawaii embeds the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act into our Hawaii State Constitution, and we have a set of administrative rules by the state of Hawaii that oftentimes conflicts with the purposes for which the act is intended. For example, we have state procurement laws that require us as natives to bid with the general public for the lands that were set aside for Native Hawaiians, the purpose of who the act was intended. And so the issuance of mercantile licenses in the 102 years has been less than 5 licenses in those 102 years. According to the 22 fiscal report, we don't have a single license yet in the hands of a Native Hawaiian beneficiary. So Section 207 is the primary purpose of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act that says land shall be distributed for ranches, farms, residences, and mercantile licenses, small businesses, theaters, garages. It articulates what that is. And so we bring this to the attention and believe that the recommendation for the DOI to have proper oversight so that we have a clear process for Native Hawaiian beneficiaries to apply for those licenses, and to have a clear process and clear outreach so that we're getting mercantile licenses into the hands of small businesses or just businesses of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. Thank you.
Clearly not an outcomes-based act. Commissioner Kim.
Thank you for that. I learned something. My blood sugar must not be too low. Questions, though. Is there a stipulation that the beneficiary of this act needs to be a Hawaii resident?
They need to be, so the purpose of the act are for Native Hawaiians as defined by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which is that it is a person of 50% blood quantum, or a successor, which is at 25% blood quantum.
So if that's a stipulation of the act, who are the beneficiaries of this act? Are they individuals? Are they large multinational businesses? Who is benefiting from this right now?
No ends, not non-Hawaiians, mostly, for the business purposes of the act. So again, Section 207 of the act, the primary purpose is for residents, farming, ranching, and mercantile. We have about a little over 9,000 leases that have been distributed to eligible beneficiaries as defined by the act. in 102 years. And then for these business purposes, so there are homestead associations who are owned and controlled by beneficiaries who live on the lands. There are individuals who sit on a wait list who could benefit from those lands for their business purposes. But right now, the process of state procurement requires them to bid with the general public. And so we just feel like there needs to be some oversight by the DOI on how we run this process and how we share with beneficiaries that these lands are available for mercantile purposes.
When people apply, is there a checkbox or any kind of verification right now saying that they should be, at least in part, Native Hawaiian?
So that's a little bit of the challenge, that while the act is for the rehabilitation of Native Hawaiians, the general purpose, so Section 204 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act says that if there are lands not used for the primary purposes of the act that are not necessary, then we can bid to the general public under Section 204.
Huh.
We are utilizing Section 204 with a wait list of over 28,000 Native Hawaiians who are waiting for housing and not a single mercantile license for the business purposes of Native Hawaiians. So I would argue that Section 204 need not be in effect until we address the primary purpose of the act under Section 207.
Wow.
Commissioner Blue?
Yeah, thank you for that, because I learned more also. But we're talking about people with money are getting this, right? They're getting the land, right? Because they've got the money.
There's different businesses, absolutely. So we have malls, we have garages, we have nonprofits, we have all kinds of organizations that are on Hawaiian homelands. The point being, it should require them to be partnered with a Native Hawaiian beneficiary, that those beneficiaries should bring access to the land to help build their own capacity and to enact the federal law for the purpose of which it was intended.
Thank you. Commissioner Batoya.
I too have learned something, and I am appalled at the current state. But I also wonder if there is an opportunity with the Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland, because she is very much aware of Native American issues and what has happened with interior policies and actions that has disaffected, disenfranchised, and essentially have made Native Americans lose their rights. As was mentioned earlier, we make recommendations. We don't direct departments, but this issue has been around for way too long. Injustice has been around way too long. And are there possibilities? I'm now looking at the chief and at Crystal in terms of our commission chairs, co-chairs, to interact with the Interior Secretary to make her aware of the issue, and perhaps an education session with some of the members of this commission.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I think one of the primary differences between Native Hawaiians as an indigenous population alongside Alaska Natives and Native American tribes are that we are not federally recognized. And so the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is the first piece of legislation that enacted that creates a trust responsibility as a political body between the federal government and Hawaiians as an indigenous population. And so while they're not exactly the same, I think that there's lots of opportunity for us to learn from our brothers and sisters in Indian country and Alaska. And hopefully we can learn from their journeys and not have to replicate some of the same mistakes. So yes, I think there's a lot of learning, and so I just appreciate the opportunity to share and shed some light on the differences between our Native population here in Hawaii. But we are very much working with Secretary Haaland, and we have an Office of Native Hawaiian Relations now that was created, and a nice champion who is advising Secretary Haaland, who was just on a visit here last week, actually. Or was it earlier this week? I don't even know what week we're in, but yes, she was here within the last week or so.
Did Jen go first?
Commissioner Kim?
I'm sorry to ask so many questions.
Please.
This all just
I think
sounds
this
so
is good.
egregious. So the DHHL is a Hawaii state organization, is that right?
Yes.
So am I correct in presuming this has been brought up with the state at some point, or has it never?
Yeah, the state is aware.
So what is their justification for this?
So, I mean, I think that we've had, DHHL suffers from the shifting of administration to administration and the interpretation of rules from administration to administration and the priorities of an elected governor at any given time. And so, again, the Obama administration was our first rule after 100 years. And so I think that matters, right? That not just the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, but the state of Hawaii, as a condition of statehood, has a responsibility to the Native Hawaiian community as an indigenous people. In turn, for all of the land that is the state of Hawaii, 200,000 acres are set aside for the rehabilitation of that indigenous people, and we can do better. We can do better.
It's hard for me to comprehend why the state hasn't addressed this disparity.
So I'm just going to sort of jump in on this one. You know, I appreciate your complete sort of, you know, like, how did this happen, right? Like, you're sort of dumbfounded by the whole thing. And Michelle is we're so grateful to have such a great resource and advocate for Michelle. And Michelle also is ultra and super polite about the whole thing as well. And so you have to respect that, that she is also not trying to throw any stones, but correct a problem that clearly exists. And, you know, one of the ideas that sort of came through this is that let's see if we can get the Department of Interior back involved in this whole process and have them, you know, sort of put together some process, put together a rule, talk about, you know, supporting the outreach. I think that's what Michelle put in here. I know, based on some of the conversation, I'd also like to make a recommendation, an additional recommendation to modify this, to require that any lands, and this is a very common procurement practice throughout the country, and at least it's common on the Native American side, that you must have, at least if you're going to issue such a license, you need to have a Hawaiian partner, defined by 50%. That's the way Native American process works. I think that our Native Hawaiian tribe or Native Hawaiian community should have that same. So I'd like to recommend that there's, if either the land goes to a Native Hawaiian or it is granted to a person with a 51% participation of Native Hawaiian. I thought the only other thing I wanted to add to this as well is potentially have the Department of Interior oversee the licenses that are reported. And I want to be balanced about this because I don't want to stop the process, but whether it's either the state of Hawaii reports to the Department of Interior and then it is publicly issued annually how we're doing on this front, or the Department of Interior actually approves those licenses, which I think that's how it works on the federal side for Native American tribes, but I'm not fully familiar. So if we can add some levels to that.
Go ahead. I have a comment, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, having the Department of Interior, because our Office of Native Hawaiian Relations has a single body, could get cumbersome and take a lot longer. So I don't think it's because they're not doing it. I think that there needs to be education and a proper channel for access and promotion to allow eligible beneficiaries to understand here are the lands available and that this is the process to apply. I think if we do some consultation and get feedback from beneficiaries, that we could create the proper guidelines to improve this program. But yeah, so we probably need to have a discussion on what to adjust some of this, but yeah.
Commissioner Ives Rubley.
So I had a question. I don't know if you have the answer or not, but I know with some government agencies, what happens is that they develop a program, they don't communicate very well about its existence, thus nobody applies, and thus they're like, oh, we couldn't find anybody for this program, so we're going to open it up to the general public. I'm wondering if that is some of the issue, is that like it's not well publicized, or is it just generally just bad management of the program?
I think it's just not been publicized, but also, again, the primary purposes of the act are for residences, ranches, farming, and mercantile licenses to Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. Section 204, which was later added as if those lands are not required for any of these purposes, then we can disperse
Yes,
those
and
lands to
that's
the
what
general
I'm
public.
thinking, yeah.
But we are, the way our state procurement law works, that anytime we have a disposition of land that is being offered, that is on Hawaiian homelands, whether you're a beneficiary or not, you have to bid with the general public, which is really a direct violation of the purpose
Yeah.
of what the act was intended. And so I think we have to acknowledge that mercantile and business purposes for Native people are part of the primary purpose of the act, and create the right access point so that beneficiaries can participate.
I'm wondering, sorry, and I know I'm taking up time, but, you know, thinking of like how we're communicating these programs sometimes makes a difference in trying to help develop a pipeline of people to go in to programs, especially. I know in the disability community, it's a continuous concern of like, oh, people don't know about their rights, so they don't apply for those, you know, protections, and thus it just doesn't happen because, you know, the way that we've established government is often you have to go searching for the things rather than it coming towards you to be provided. So I'm wondering if in the short term, because I know, you know, changing policy takes a long time, in the short term, if it would be beneficial to create more sort of advertising, I don't know, or TA
Right, outreach
assistance,
needs to happen
right,
around that.
To the community to try and help build up a pipeline so that they can't have an excuse of saying, oh, we couldn't find anybody. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But did you already say 28,000 applications are waiting?
For residential.
For residential, okay.
Right.
Commissioner Chang?
Thanks. I appreciate this recommendation, and I fully support. My question is about the blood quantum. 50% is, I think as generations intermarry, I think, I'm not sure what the numbers are, how many people there are with 50% who could qualify for this. And so I'm just asking you if that is something that you want, is that feasible, or would that say, oh, there's not enough people there, and we're still not going to fulfill the 207, and then it's going to go back into the general public 204?
So the 28,000 folks who are sitting on that wait list are all 50%ers. And then the law allows for successors and folks who are at least 25% blood quantum. I don't know that we need to have a specific blood quantum for mercantile licenses, and for the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, for Kuhio didn't ask, our champion didn't ask for a 50% blood quantum. It's where they landed in negotiating to get the land set aside. And it's advocacy that has been going on for the last 100 years. We've moved it down to 25% blood quantum to successors, and it's the long game, right? We have to continue to do that advocacy.
So the 28,000, though, are waiting for residential?
Yes.
And
So
we're
they're
talking
not-
about mercantile for 207?
207.
207.
Yeah.
And so would they be do they have the capacity then to?
Yeah, I mean, in my personal opinion, and I guess we have to be careful around that for the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, is that any Native Hawaiian of any quantum, a Hawaiian is a Hawaiian is a Hawaiian, would be better than a non-Hawaiian to help support the purposes and intent of that act.
So I only heard one comment, and that was have a Native Hawaiian partner in some slight change in that. And I would not do anything on the two DOI plus the state, because I just think you're going to add more complexity to us, to what is not a. So I think I'm going to close this conversation unless there's any others. Thank you for the recommendation. I think we all learned something today that we did not know as to what it meant to become a state, what the state had agreed to, what Hawaii had agreed to become a state. So thank you for educating all of us. And okay, with that, we're going to take a 15-minute break so we can get all of our recommendations together, make all the changes, and then get ready to vote. And we have an epic voting process to go through. So please get ready, especially those that only had one recommendation that had 6 components. Sorry. Oh, okay. We are on our epic move to vote for every one of these recommendations. For those that are on screen, do we actually? If you could come off of mute and just voice vote, that would be great for us. You have to individually voice vote. So each one of you, I'll ask Sarah, Emily, and Kevin. I think that's right. I can see you there. Or if you can just raise your hand, let us know where you vote. But you individually have to do it. All right, let's go ahead and start going through the recommendations. Are we good? Okay, Immigration and Citizenship Subcommittee, recommendation 1, which was DHS should streamline and expedite the process for replacing lost or distorted I-94 cards. Just as a quick reminder for everyone, there were no changes to this recommendation. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Everybody keep your hands up here in the room. And commissioners online, if you could just put your hands up, that would be great. So Nahid, Emily, Sarah, Ijen, and David all have their hands up. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Kevin, yeah, he had it. Is the background is.
I think Kevin had his hand up too.
Yeah. Thank you. My eyesight's not that great.
He was ghosting.
All right. Recommendation number 2. The Commission recommends Executive Office of EOIR and DOJ should issue guidance for immigration judges to not order individuals removed who have been provided language services. Again, no changes have been made, and we just need to take a vote on this. Oh, sorry, there is a change made. We added in this one specifically, finally, the Commission recommends that DHS, ICE require any and all procurements for services involving interaction with immigrants include a requirement for competent language translation services. Smita, I believe this was this is just to make sure that all procurement is included in this as part of the recommendation. Everybody good? Vote, please. Raise your hand if you have. Everybody online? I believe all of our commissioners online have voted. David, you keep going in and out. You look like a ghost. I mean, Kevin, sorry. You look like a ghost that you're coming in and out.
Yeah, I vote yes.
Okay. Okay, next. Recommendation 3, the Commission recommends the Department of Justice and Department of Homeland Security should promptly issue new asylum regulations and track performance metrics to provide consistency in the U.S.'s treatment of gender-based violence as a basis for humanitarian protection and asylum in U.S. immigration policy. I believe there are no changes to this recommendation. All in favor? It's like all of our commissioners. Kevin, you ghosted out
Yes.
again.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
It's AI.
It's not real.
It's not really Kevin.
Recommendation 4, we had a very specific change, just to add in. The Commission recommends that DHS should translate the CBP-1 mobile application into multiple languages, including but not limited to Asian Pacific, Pacific Islander languages. We didn't want to single out any one language or any two languages. We just added in more general AA and NHPI languages. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Kevin. And did we? Okay. Recommendation 5, the Commission recommends that the Department of Homeland Security and Department of State should recapture unused green cards for family and employment categories from FY92 through 2025. I'm not going to read through the whole recommendation, but I believe it's just, yeah, it's just 2 bullets on this one. No changes were made in this particular recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, I think we have everybody. All right, Health Equity Subcommittee. Recommendation 1 was the Commission recommends that DOJ, Disability Rights Section, and Department of Health and Human Services, Office for Civil Rights, should adopt and enforce the Access Board's recommendations on medical diagnostic equipment accessibility standards to improve the ability of disabled people and older adults to be evaluated and diagnosed by their providers. I believe there were no changes to this recommendation. So all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Recommendation 2, the Commission recommends, we had slight change here, to collect, disaggregate, analyze, publish accurate data impacts of COVID-19 on AA and NHPI populations with emphasis on, and nothing has changed, I believe, beyond that. Just wanted to make sure we had accurate data. Oh, and yeah, in both places at the last, in the bullet, establish a standard across federal agencies for accurate data collection. I think this was the purpose of just making sure it's not just data. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I think we have, yep. Recommendation 3, the Commission recommends that U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, U.S. Department of Education issue guidelines and invest in reducing student to counselor ratios in public schools and colleges to improve Tier 1 mental health support for students, inclusive of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders serving institutions. We had one change here, which was provide additional funding to public schools and colleges to increase the number of counselors, guardians, parent and family engagement, and mental health professionals available to students, particularly those with significant Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander student populations, and also at Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander serving institutions. And then I think in the 6th bullet, the guidelines should encourage public schools, colleges to prioritize culturally competent mental health support as part of their overall wellness programs. I don't think there were any other changes. All in favor? Dr.
Aye.
Underwood? Okay. Recommendation 4, Commission recommends, we had a change here, HHS should increase the weight of limited English proficiency in medically underserved areas and medically underserved populations, definition and formula to determine scores for allocating federal funding to new and existing access points for health centers and encouraging health professionals to work at high-need health centers. I don't think there were any other changes in this recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay. Going forward with language access. Recommendation 1, Commission recommends by December 23rd, the President establish a task force on language access and equity to assess the current state of language access affairs and explore language for a new executive order on language access and equity. I'm not going to read everything, but there were no changes in this recommendation. So all in favor? Oh, wait, sorry, never mind. The only thing we did add to this was that the task force should provide a final report to the public, so it doesn't stay internal only. All in favor?
Aye.
You good? Is there changes in? Okay. Is that recommendation 3? Okay, got it. Recommendation 2, the Commission recommends that the Census Bureau e-health program include analysis on language access and concordance for limited English proficient individuals and populations. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Just want to, there were no changes to this recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Recommendation 3, we did have a specific change in this recommendation. This was the continue and expand federal programs that are relevant to Native Hawaiian language support for all educational levels, e.g. elementary school, secondary act education, Every Student Succeeds Act, and Native Hawaiian American Language Resource Center. Amy, I believe this meets the requirements of beyond primary school. All in favor? Kevin? You're still
Yes.
good? Okay.
Come on, Kevin.
She's so funny. She had to sign that.
I didn't say that. Recommendation 4, in compliance with the national strategy to combat human trafficking, we did have a small change here. I am actually going to read this. In compliance with the national strategy to combat human trafficking, Chapter 1, Action Item 1.1, the Commission recommends that the federal partners stipulated in the national strategy work in partnership with and include community-based victims advocates, community-based organizations, community-based survivors, and prioritize language and access in the development of the law enforcement victim screening protocol. All in favor?
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin. Recommendation 5, we had quite a few changes in this recommendation. And we can talk through it, but this was the Commission recommends that the office of this was our, I think, longest conversation we had, which was on AI, that the Commission recommends that the Office of U.S. Chief Technology Officer, U.S. Digital Services, in consultation with U.S. DOJ Civil Rights Division, develop standards, guidelines, guardrails, and human oversight around the use of machine translation, artificial intelligence, translation technology, and applications to use by the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees. Number 2, develop a process for addressing harmful impacts as well as remedies with respect to AI errors, and assess when it is inappropriate to use machine translation AI, especially as it affects marginalized communities. And 3, the Commission recommends that the Biden-Harris administration's recent announcement regarding advanced tech accountability and protect the rights of the American public, include consultation with marginalized communities, including AA and NHPI communities. This was the President's recent announcement, and wanted to make sure, I believe the recommendation was we want to make sure we are included in that recommendation. Whoever made up that name, I urge them to think about the name. All in favor on this one?
Yes.
Recommendation 6, the Commission recommends the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, the White House Office of Public Engagement, and the Department of Justice convene a biannual language access, equity, and justice summit in regions with growing language access needs. I am not going to read the whole thing. Long set of recommendations, but there were no changes in this recommendation. So all in favor?
Yes.
I know, but he keeps fading, Kevin keeps fading in and out of that, so. Okay. Belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate, anti-discrimination. Recommendation 1, we do not have any changes. This was the single recommendation with 6 recommendations. Commission recommends combating this problem and increasing public awareness about the growing issue of violent hate crimes against AA and NHPI communities. I'm not going to read the whole thing. All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, data disaggregation. We had a few changes here. The Commission recommends that the Census Bureau include feedback and input from relevant and diverse AA and NHPI community-based organizations when classifying various populations. Second bullet, the Equitable Data Working Group should ensure the administration prioritizes funding for the U.S. Census to be directed to CBOs in order for them to engage. There were no other changes to this recommendation. All in favor?
Yes.
Recommendation 2, the Commission recommends that HHS should establish a task force which includes NHPI CBOs to address privacy and legal concerns and expand the capacity of data collection and methods to facilitate collection and disaggregation of NHPI data. All in favor?
Yes.
Thank you all. Look at that, we're powering right through this. Economic equity. We had slight changes here. The Commission recommends that by May 2024, the Department of Labor, HHS, and Small Business Administration should convene listening sessions for each region and engage CBOs to organize nail salon workers and nail salon owners to participate, discuss, and address the economic concerns, health and safety issues, and labor rights, culminating with the issuance of a study on the state of the industry and a national action plan to support workers and owners. All in favor?
Yes.
You're good? Recommendation 2, the Commission recommends directing the Department of Interior to start beneficiary consultation on mercantile licensing and promulgate federal rules that provide clarity for beneficiaries to access lands for mercantile purposes, as this would help make the Hawaiian Home Commissions Act work for its intended beneficiaries. In addition, the Commission recommends establishing a budget for beneficiary consultation on mercantile licensing with the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations at the Department of Interior should be included in the FY25 budget. Finally, the Commission recommends that all land dispositions under HHA Section 204 must include a minimum of 50% partnership with the Native Hawaiian person or entity controlled by Native Hawaiians. Well done. That's right. Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Excellent. I believe that is all of our recommendations. I just want to say that the process has gotten significantly better in revising these recommendations in between, and really appreciate everyone's efforts in putting this together, because it is not easy in between to try to get the language right on this. So
And
thank you
shout
all.
out to Janet Cushing today for doing all the writing for all of us in the
Janet,
middle.
thank you.
As we were fighting over her to do our recommendation first. We're like, no, everybody wanted her.
Can we, I just want to also just say thank you to the whole team for all of the hard work that you all do. None of this works without any of you, so thank you for all of the hard work, and thank you for the many sleepless nights that I know you put in to helping us get here, so really appreciate it. Sorry? Oh, and our tech team. Thank you for keeping us. So we have a few things I want to, now that sort of we're done with these recommendations for this commission meeting, please hold. We want to have a little bit of a longer conversation, because we've got a little bit of time. We're going to use up our time. Not all of it, but we're going to use a little bit of our time. And I'm going to turn it over to Crystal first, and then would love to just have a 15-minute conversation.
Great. So again, congratulations, commissioners. We have survived a very long day after I know many of you just flew into the islands yesterday. So we are close to the end. I just wanted to announce for the general public, this has already been shared with the commissioners, but we will be we have, many folks have asked, will this commission be extended? It is currently set to expire on September 30th of this year, per the executive order that authorized the commission. We have received indication and reassurance from the White House that the commission will be extended for an additional 2 years past that past the September 30th, 2023 end date. And so, and we have heard from many of you that you would like to stay on. We've also heard, sadly, from some of you that, just due to time commitments and other constraints, that you will be rolling off. So I did want to announce that to the general public, as we have received a lot of interest in applicants for this particular commission. Even the initial round was such a selective process, given how many people have asked to serve on this particular commission. And so just wanted to announce that publicly. But I think just given this announcement, again, many of you have been meeting just very rigorously over the past nearly year and a half to craft recommendations. Now knowing that we have a little bit more time, I know that the next section of this discussion will really be for you all to think about your future, the legacy that you want to leave, and also, again, knowing that you do not have an expiration date in a few months, again, how you want to use and potentially restructure that time. So that's where I'm going to now turn it back over to Sonal to lead that discussion.
So I'm just going to put some ideas out, and I think it would be important for us to actually have a conversation about sort of, now that we know that the commission is not expiring at the end of September, it allows us to think about how we want to use our time over the next year and a half, year and 2 years, whatever, somewhere between a year and a half and 2 years, and how best to use our time effectively. So 3 ideas I want to put on the table. One, most of the past few commission meetings have been largely about just us presenting our recommendations. But given that there are many people in the public that are also listening to us, it's also an opportunity to bring in speakers for others to hear from the outside, in the outside, what we're hearing by talking to many people. So thinking about what types of speakers we might want to have come speak at commission meetings. That takes away our time in doing presentations, but it also allows us to present and allow others in on some of the conversations or some of the people we get to meet. So idea 1. 2, we have 6 subcommittees right now that meet every other week. It is a lot of meetings. If we're gonna, do you have the appetite to keep wanting to do this over the next 2 years? Or do we want to think about consolidating some subcommittees? Because many of the topics actually cross subcommittees. It's not a one subcommittee versus, actually this set of recommendations was very clear that the topics are crossing subcommittees. So do we consolidate some subcommittees and think about what are the things in the next 2.5 years, 1.5 years, that we want to actually accomplish now that we've had all these recommendations. We can have many more recommendations, or we can actually not have as much quantity, but think about what is it we want to leave, what we want the communities to leave with in a year and a half. So that's a question I put to you all. I don't have an answer to. And then I think I will just leave it at those two, because there's a lot out there that we can talk about. Comments, thoughts, ideas? Grace. Look at that. It's like all of a sudden everybody came awake.
Well, one of the things that about the first suggestion that you had raised about, bringing in speakers, one of the interesting challenges I feel like that we have had on this commission has been, trying to create or put together recommendations when we understand our simultaneous efforts happening at WIAPI or in other parts of the government or at the White House. And so I just want to try and figure out how we reduce some of what I feel like is duplication of effort, or, coordinating better somehow. And so I don't know what that process looks like, but I would love for us to explore how I know, we're not, we're an advisory commission, so we're not supposed to be influenced by, what the White House is actually doing per se, but it also feels sometimes like we're operating without understanding what's already happening. So I just want to put that out there.
Great point. Dr. Kalsi.
I think it makes a lot of sense to adapt the structure so that we don't have to deal with 6 subcommittees meeting every other week. It's just organizationally, logistically, it's a lot to manage. And then I think having fewer subcommittees would allow us, I think, to work better and craft better recommendations. But ultimately, I think what I would love to see is some sort of maybe a dashboard. It could be internal, external, publicly facing, where our recommendations are posted, and we could see and show the public the status of the recommendations, whether it's been submitted to Domestic Policy Council, or all of our recommendations go directly to the president. But from there, it'd be nice to see on the dashboard what's happening with them and where they're going. I think that'd be a nice way to sort of close the loop for all of us, and allow us to be more effective and more thoughtful about future recommendations as well.
Elisa?
Yeah, thank you. So I would agree that in terms of consolidating committees, right, I think it would be useful if we can review, because there are common themes throughout all of the 6 committees, and use that as a basis to bring committees together, et cetera, because it will make it a lot easier. And then number 2, I think your first point, Sonal, was having outside speakers come in, and I'm just going to put that out there because we are connected internationally, right? I still have family members that give money to the Philippines, right, to help folks out. And so it impacts the work here and vice versa. So it'd be nice to hear somebody from the international thing about how our work here will impact whatever's going on in their country and vice versa. And I think it's important to make that connection because we are a majority immigrant community. And then just picking up on what my co-chair brought up in terms of where we are on the dashboard. So it's one thing to have the dashboard that says where these recommendations are, but I want to know why something was rejected. I don't want to hear a no. We're not doing it. I want to understand why an agency or department does not think we could, implement the recommendation, because people have worked very hard on these recommendations, and I think it's disrespectful just to get a flat-out no. That I want to know why. Do we need to separate out the recommendations? Do we need to be more specific, right? Otherwise, it just makes me angry. Yeah, you don't want to see me when I'm angry. Right?
Her hair will turn a whole different color.
Rainbow, no. And then I think it's good for the public, right? If we're going to have this dashboard, because I don't want to answer emails about, well, why didn't this recommendation get approved and why was it rejected? I want them to be able to see, why, right?
Teresita?
Yeah, so to the first question in terms of educational sessions, I think there are at least two different purposes for inviting speakers. So one, which the committees have used, is basically to learn and assist in our deliberations for recommendations. It's been very helpful to be able to invite members of the other subcommittees over, but we've been limited in terms of numbers. So I think that's something we should look at, because there's still a function for us as commissioners to be able to really ask questions in a different way and deliberate. The other purpose, which is the education, I think we should do that as a full commission. So as an example, the recent affirmative action ruling, it's really been a wedge to divide our community, but also to represent parts of our communities differently to the rest of the country, and now, as Commissioner Blue says, also internationally. I think it is important for people to hear and understand the diversity of our communities, the diversity of circumstances, that there are different challenges and issues that allow for accommodation, if you will. And, there are reports that says colleges and universities will already do this anyway. Well, I think it's important for our role to help educate why it is still needed, why when a college or university chooses to do something, to make sure the playing field is a little bit more equitable, not equal, but equitable, that they should not be a subject for attack and more lawsuits. But I also believe that there are other issues out there that we as commissioners could help educate the public on. And again, our community is very diverse with different challenges, different opportunities, but also different barriers and disenfranchisement. So that's an important role. As to the second question, I totally agree that it is important for us to have a dashboard. I think so many times reports of previous commissions have gone on the shelf. They don't have a life beyond a certain administration. And, if we're talking about accountability, we've heard over and over again in this commission that certain recommendations were made decades ago, earlier, even over 100 years ago. And so that accountability does not live unless information exists in the public arena and there are people who are continuing to hold leaders, public leaders, accountable. So I totally agree. We need to have a dashboard. And in terms of simplification of the subcommittee structure, we have learned a lot. We have tons of recommendations. We should audit ourselves. Are there areas we have, sufficient recommendations to our comfort at this point in time? Are there areas that we have not addressed? And I think those are the things that should drive our future work. Thank you.
Kimberly?
I was hoping that in the future full commission meetings that there could be a report back. Maybe it's going to be in the form of the dashboard, but there could be a report back on the status. And Commissioner Blue, have we heard a no? I don't think we've heard a no on any of our recommendations, so I'm not going to accept that we've had any no's yet.
It just doesn't come back.
We have? Ah. How did you get that information? Anyway, the other thing about the full commission meetings is that I know over the course of this past year and a half, there have been issues and current events that have really touched the hearts and affected the hearts and the minds of many commissioners, whether it be an episode of violence or some environmental impacts, and that we have as a commission have had discussions about how do we make sure that the community knows that we see and understand the pain that is going on in our communities, and we haven't been able to do that. I don't know what the structure would be, but I would like to request that there is a rapid response or a way that we can acknowledge as a commission that some of the current events and issues that are affecting our communities as they come up, and that's not to supersede the president's and the administration's public statements and things like that, but just for us as a commission to be responsible to the communities that are looking to us and that we're supposed to be representing. And then I have one question, and the question is, are we still going to be doing rolling/batched recommendations going forward?
I think I'll just answer your last question. I think the answer is yes. But I just think it's a question of quantity of recommendations versus where do we want to prioritize, and that's just a question I would ask all of us. Grace, you put it down. Okay. Carrie.
I think that Teresita, Commissioner Bayatola, articulated it very well. But with regard to topics for future commission meetings, what I was thinking about is that there have been many issues that AA and NHPI communities have in common with other groups such as the Hispanic Commission, or African American Commission, LGBTQ. If there is a commission, I don't know. But what I would be very interested in is to have people from like commissions come and see if there are issues in common that we have with everybody else.
Thank you. Mia?
Carrie, you took my my thing that I was going to talk about, but I want to second what Carrie is talking about. I think we've talked about this before in previous full commission meetings, and also in the health equity subcommittee, is the need to understand what's going on in other commissions, to be able to make sure that, of course we're going to have other, like, very specific AA and NHPI recommendations, but I'm sure there's other things that we have that are similar and in common, that if we quote unquote join forces to write a recommendation, that's going to mean more than just a single commission recommending something to the president. So definitely second that, and that would be great if we could even have sort of a time for us all to like even meet. That would be something that would be of interest to me, because it would just be, I mean, I know that particularly with the affirmative action, there are deep, rifts between specific communities, and I think one of the ways that we can kind of help bridge some of the divide is as leaders in our own rights to be able to have complicated conversations around these topics would be very meaningful for both communities. And then lastly, was it you, Teresita, that was talking about doing sort of an overview of what we've done already and to take stock and then figure out where we haven't done stuff, what communities we haven't really written about, including people on DACA, extremely marginalized communities that we haven't touched on. I think it's really important that we take stock of what we've done so far, where our wins have been, and then also where we really need to put our focus for the next year and a half or so.
Thank you. Michelle.
So I would support both of your recommendations around collapsing committees, and also love the idea about speakers for upcoming meetings. I think one of the unique opportunities that we have been with a virtual audience is to, as we've all been educated through the speakers that we have in these committees, providing access to a broader audience out in the public. I think part of the tension in Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander communities is they often feel like the smaller stepchild within this whole AA NHPI, and I don't think it's not intentional. We get to build good relationships, and I know that there is support and allyship across the board, and that I think for Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders, elevating those issues in the spirit of the purpose of this commission so that we better understand Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander issues more broadly would be extremely helpful, and I think the speakers are a good way to do that.
Victoria?
Yeah, I agree with consolidating. It was clear on our priority list that a lot of things overlapped, and even some of our recommendations overlapped. So I think maybe even looking through our priority list and, consolidating that would be helpful in kind of identifying which, subcommittees will make it through to the next round, or, new priorities. And then I think with the speakers, I really love that, because I think our communities are still seeking or wanting more information and education about all the services that are available through the federal government. And I think demystifying that, I know WIOPI under Obama, that was one of the pieces that I felt that the community really, there was a lot of positive feedback with directories on federal entities and contacts, and I think it really helped advocates and providers, CBOs, all the people that we were asking these federal agencies to engage with. I think there also needs to be some consideration on our or through WIOMPI of making sure that we provide the right tools and necessary education for these community-based organizations or stakeholders that we mentioned in many of our recommendations. And I think the user-friendly, I really love the database. But I think also, so this is what I've been struggling about is, when we have these meetings, for those who are technically savvy, they're able to join in. But what happens if they still want to know? Like, how are we engaging our ethnic medias nationally, and what is our role in that, of getting the information outside of WIOMPI? And how do we bring this information to our communities that are being impacted, or going to benefit from many of these recommendations, and how will they know these recommendations? And I think that's one of the things that I'm still hoping that we will continue to engage on. But I think the other is making sure that we have submitted a number of recommendations on language access, and I would like for us to also do better at providing these meetings in language and setting that pace for the other federal agencies. And I know something within the Language Access Subcommittee is that I think we also need to walk the talk, and provide them in multiple languages as well.
Thank you. Ajay.
Thank you. I want to first thank Crystal, Erica, Sonal, Vivian, the leadership, and the whole VIP team for making this opportunity. And so we just realized that over the last year and a half, how many recommendations this commission has made, and on the rolling basis, and how many of them have been implemented into policy changes. We talked about some of them in the immigration subcommittee today, and that's making a lot of positive impact in the communities. So there's a pretty powerful and great work being done by this commission and all the commissioners. And I'm excited about the opportunity to take on some of the more challenges and problems of the communities in the next coming period, and with issues which are important to our community across from economic to immigration to health, etc. One suggestion is that because we meet weekly or bi-weekly, it continues the pace and the momentum, and I am of the opinion that we should continue that momentum. It could be that we bring more speakers, or we could be talking about issues or legacy which is important, but not cutting it down the period. Otherwise, it tends to slow down the momentum. That's my thought, Aman. So, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for, I have another comment to make, another set of ideas to put on the table. I just want to, I want us to, I understand your point on momentum, and I hear all of you on the momentum piece. When everything is important, nothing is important. And I think it's just worth, now that I'm living in a different community and not in Washington, D.C., or not in the policy world, I hear how much is not being heard. And I just want, we talk to policymakers, our communities are not talking to policymakers. So part of the reason I ask about speakers is when these communities join us online, they don't hear from they don't hear from Deb Haaland. They don't hear from Secretary of Commerce or or DHS or anybody like that. They hear them on TV when the talking points are being given. They don't get to hear in the way that we get to hear it. So I just want to be clear that sometimes we're the insiders, and we get way more access than most people do, and that when we give access, we're also opening up a process that people do not understand, I think, to your point, Michelle, that you were making. So I say that because we're busy counting how many checks we can say we did, but we're not always giving our communities everything that they can hear what we're hearing. And y'all are hearing a lot. And if we just give them access into 1% of what we are hearing, it gives a lot of voice to people. So I say that not because I have a perspective, but just for the first time, I'm seeing it for myself, living where I'm living in a community. The second piece on this, on consolidating, the reason I ask about consolidating is not because each of these committees aren't important, is that many of these recommendations actually bleed into each other. There were many recommendations today on language access that were across committees. There were many recommendations on data disaggregation that were across committees. My question is, do we need to have multiple committees to do that, or could you do that in one committee that also takes on language access or data disaggregation? I just urge us, we don't have to do it in this meeting, urge us to think about it in your committees. What is the best way we can achieve the outcome we still want to achieve, which is showing the communities that we work in and live in that we are constantly thinking about how best to be effective and what are ways to do that, but also giving yourselves a little bit of grace and time. I'm not in every one of the committee meetings, but I will just tell you, for me at this pace, it's really hard to join 6 subcommittee meetings every other, 3 every other week. It is really hard to stay up with it and keep a full-time job. And so I say that because the pace is very hard for all of us, and we have to think about pace at some point. And it doesn't mean we don't have a lot of recommendations. It just means think about the quality by which we want to have those conversations. Daniel.
With regard to the specific subjects of data disaggregation and language access, I wonder if there's a way to integrate those two concepts into every subcommittee and every recommendation, so that any time there's a recommendation that's originated by any subcommittee, those are part of those two things have to be considered in those recommendations. It might alleviate some of the workload without at all diminishing the importance of those two specific subjects. So data disaggregation, language access are things that I think we all understand are incredibly important to the community. So, just underscoring the need for those two subjects within all of our subcommittees.
Thank you. Smita.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I agree with everything Daniel said. I was just going to add also that given that so terms are up in September and then some people are being extended or you're getting renewals, are you also
No,
going to-
everyone's being extended.
Everyone's
So
being-
not everybody wants to stay on.
Okay. Okay, so some people are leaving. So as we're adding more people, are we going to at some point relook, sort of ask everyone, do you still want to be on certain committees? Do you want to
Correct.
shift committees? Because it may not be 2 years out, but that might change also as you start to incorporate that as well.
So I will ask each of us in our subcommittees to ask this question: do you still want to be on all the subcommittees you're on?
Yeah.
Because it will also define sort of, do we have enough people
Yeah.
in subcommittees, and what does that look like? So ask yourselves that question. We will have this. We need to have a public conversation about
Yes.
it. We cannot make this decision in private. It's got to be in a public conversation. So we will in the next meeting have this conversation. Grace.
I want to go back to at least, one conversation we had pretty early on, and one of the things we didn't do was to put together a specific subcommittee on thinking about some of the issues facing Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders in particular. And I don't know, in terms of the group of you that had, whether you had talked about that, whether or not there was any consensus about, that happening. I just find it particularly compelling, given what we learned, how much we learned just even today about the issues facing, Native Hawaiians and, I know that I've learned so much over the course of the year about, COFA in particular and other issues facing Pacific Islanders. And so I just want to flag that as an area that, I don't know if that's worth a committee, whether it's I appreciate the burden that our fellow commissioners have taken on in educating us about some of the issues, and I want to honor that and make sure that we continue to lift up those needs.
Thank you, Grace. Appreciate it. Kaine?
Yeah, I had my name up before, but then these two took other words out of my mouth about just our sister agencies or initiatives. I also wanted to just talk a little bit about the discussion we had about our rotating DFOs, because that's part of the capacity issues that we were challenged with so much, is that every 6 months we had a new DFO. I mean, they're amazing, so the onboarding wasn't very difficult, but I think it does affect how we work as well too, and I'm wondering if going forward, will that infrastructure change slightly or not? Something to consider as well too. And then the third issue I want to talk about is that I know education wasn't part of the executive order, but it is an issue that I think is very important for all of our communities. And just thinking as we reshape what the I don't know if reshaping is the right word, but as we continue, whether that is an issue that either cuts through every committee or have a separate committee just to talk about that. And then lastly, I feel like the data disaggregation could be the issue that cuts across all subcommittees, right? I'm not suggesting that we would dissolve it, but I think that it's an issue that does cut across, and including the language access as well too. So as we start exploring different ways of consolidating, I think these are the two issues that stand out for me as issues that can cut across all of the other issues.
Thank you, Kaine. Reynald?
No, I just wanted to sort of echo a little bit of what Kaine was talking about, in that although data disaggregation cuts across all the other subcommittees, the amount of things we've learned on the data disaggregation subcommittee was ridiculously large. Even myself, who's like, I have done data projects and even like published in data, still learned so much. And so it's difficult to sort of like, if we dissolve it and then disperse the subcommittee amongst all the other committees, that might work, and so I think that the natural merge definitely is data disaggregation and health equity. But like you said, all the other subcommittees need, some element of data disaggregation. And then the other part was the NHPI. I do have to say, when there's an NHPI commissioner, the recommendation is informed so beautifully and elegantly. The other thing is, we talked about like reassessing the recommendations and seeing where we, didn't hit. We barely touched the tip, with NHPI. There's like a laundry list of things that, because there's only 3 of us, that we just don't have time, or the bandwidth to sort of go over all of those issues, and trying to figure out how to like dispense a lot of our perspective amongst the different subcommittees, gets extremely exhausting. And so I think, we might have to look at more innovative ways for us to share that perspective without taxing those commissioners.
Thank you. Great point. Kimberly.
Oh, this is a completely different suggestion and topic. I was wondering if, since we are talking about language access, that the full commission meetings could do a pilot test of simultaneous interpretation for 1, 2, 3 different AA and NHPI languages. That's it. Model it for everybody else.
I think you and Victoria are making similar comments, so thank you. That's super helpful. Kaying?
I guess as Commissioner Simone was talking, I was also thinking a lot about, and you were saying, let's slow down. I agree. I felt like we were sworn in and then we just started working and didn't have enough time to learn about each other's communities and or disparities that's experienced by each of our communities. And so I'm wondering for the next, I don't know what you want to call it, the extension, whether you might want to consider having a retreat where we really do sit down with a facilitator to talk about all the issues that's in NHPI community, right, or all the issues that impact language access, so that we all see the map and the ecosystem of things that impact all of us together, and to learn from each other, right, and not just always wait for external policymakers to talk to us, but we as a community, what is it that we see in common with each other, and how can we be the best allies for each other, right? And I feel like because we were all working so hard and working far away from each other, we didn't have that opportunity to really bond and to talk more about how to build together and to leverage the power that we have within each other's communities.
Thank you for that. It's hard to imagine that we actually started in COVID.
That's right.
To be thinking about that today. All right, this was a very helpful conversation. There's a lot on the table, lots of, I think between Crystal and I, we probably have like 4 pages of notes here. So we'll probably come back to you in different subcommittees to have conversations, but let's please keep this in mind for our next commission meeting, which raises the next big question. We are already at July. Do we want to do 2 commission meetings this year, or should we just do 1 commission meeting this year, before the end of this year? Whether virtual or in person, it's scheduling 2 meetings before the end of this year, and we are in mid-July. And I'm sort of putting it out here for us to think about. Daniel? Sorry, go ahead, Mia.
Go ahead, Mia.
Go ahead, Mia.
just recognizing that there will be people rolling off, and so thinking about like that as well. If we just do one, it means there's like sort of no like official like rolling off of the commission, and people just sort of drop, and then, you know, I like sort of figuring out some type of ending, and I think it would be a little weird to just have one at like the end of the year and then be like, okay, you have totally new commissioners. So just a thought.
Daniel?
Processing what Mia just said. I guess it would depend on the number of recommendations we have, and the work we have to do. I know that, you know, imagining people traveling, you know, thousands of miles twice again this year would be something to consider, because that would be, you know, people like Robert and Michelle and myself going back to DC twice. And I'm happy to do it if there's the work and the substance to justify it. That would be my thought on that. And I just wanted to actually just circle back on one thing really quickly.
Yeah.
As commissioners roll off and new commissioners are added, the one thing I would just like to just put out there is to maybe use as a criteria maybe some diversity of political thought, because I find that our group is wonderfully unanimous on all of our you know, recommendations, but I also wonder, you know, from the outside in, does it look like we're too homogeneous? And so just a consideration for replacements, because we know that in a lot of our communities, i.e. Florida, Texas, Asian Americans are not necessarily all, you know, monolithic in their political thinking. So anyway, just wanting to put that out there for the future, if there's space.
Carrie, and then Kamal.
Yeah, especially if we come to Hawaii 2 more times, I'm totally in favor.
That's okay.
All in favor? Wow.
But I am heavily committed to maintaining the momentum of this commission. I feel like the momentum is actually growing, and so for that reason alone, I think that we need to continue every 3 months.
Okay. Come on.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Carrie. I mean, I think the work we do is really, really important, and the recommendations that we push out are thoughtful and necessary and needed. And maybe a half step would be maybe you don't do necessarily 2, maybe you do it in October and January. You know, December is a really hard month to hold a meeting in, you know, because of all the holidays. January, logistically, I think would be a lot easier for a lot of folks, but travel would be tough. So maybe a virtual meeting in January might be a lot easier to plan. But I agree with all the above. So.
There is nobody here that says no. I just want to be clear about this. It's an all-in yes at all times.
We just like
Teresita.
each other so much. So I would agree it's the substance, but I would also ask to consider that in a reset situation where we have new people potentially joining us, is there a process, like a mini retreat of some kind that we need to do to rethink, you know, what we want to do, how we want to do our work, how do we incorporate new people in. And then the other comment is that last year we had a virtual one. You know, so we still had the quarterly meetings, but one of them was virtual.
Yeah.
So Daniel and Robert can stay in their wonderful climates.
I know, maybe we should all come to their climates on our personal time, which would be great. Ijen?
I just wanted to raise up two conversations that we had started at past commission meetings. One about how we communicate, actually having a strategy conversation about how we communicate what's been accomplished so far, and what this commission's work has been, and the other being a conversation about the implications of the policies that have been passed in the first 2 years of the Biden administration for the AA and NHPI communities, whether it be the CHIPS Act or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill or the Inflation Reduction Act. So many massive policy achievements with implications for our communities, everything from healthcare to broadband. So just wanting to lift up that if we are to slow down on the recommendations, that there's actually these big meaty topics that we've talked about wanting to dive into as a commission. And then on the subject of whether it's 2 meetings or 1 this year, it would be good if there's a set of people who are cycling off in September, I think, for us to have one more meeting before that happens, in my opinion, and just for there to be closure for that set of folks. Just building off of Mia's comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, really quick, I'm going to make a point of clarification. So right now the executive order is set to expire, but I mentioned it's going to be renewed. The commissioners are not going to, so again, all of you are actually extended